Elixir, A History of Water and Humankind, by Brian Fagan. Narrated by James Langton. Copyright 2011 by Brian Fagan. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bloomsbury, USA, and was produced in the year 2011 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto.
"Now, John," quoth Nicholas, "I will not lie. I have found in mine astrology, as I have looked in the moon bright, that now a Monday next at quarter-night shall fall a rain, and that so wild and wood, that half so great, was never Noah's flood. This world, he said, in less than an hour shall all be drowned, so hideous is the shower. Thus shall mankind drench, and lose her life."
Geoffrey Chaucer, The Miller's Tale, circa 1390 CE. The tending of the rice plants, from the time of replanting to the harvest, the sensuality of wading in the warm mud, the concentration of nurturing the fragile plants as one would a child, the sense of continuity one gets from finding under one's fingers, during the weeding of the new crop, the half-decayed vestiges of the last crop buried in the terrace to fertilize the soil, all these experiences are experiences of the senses and of the body. Arlette Ottino. Preface. Many years ago, 3 San hunters and I trekked across southern Africa's arid Kalahari Desert on a searingly hot morning at the end of the dry season. We had stalked duiker since dawn, searching unsuccessfully for the elusive antelope in the shady thickets where they settled as the sun climbed in the sky. My companions moved effortlessly, apparently without fatigue or thirst, as I paused to take regular swigs from my water bottle. We came to a dry watercourse and a solitary grove of trees that cast the only shade for miles around in the seemingly waterless landscape. The men paused to rest. One of them examined the dry stream bed and dug into the sand with his wooden digging stick. At first the soil was dry, then it was damp. Then, miraculously, water appeared. The hunter crouched, swept the precious liquid up with his hands, and drank deeply. His companions followed, so did I, allowing the water to flow over my sweating face and hands. I have never felt such a close, sensuous connection with the most vital elixir of life. My companions had found water where I had thought there was none. As I got to know them better, I learned something of a new way of looking at the landscape, as an edible and drinkable persona rich in liquid-bearing plants and hidden water. I realized that San existence depended on the distribution of water across the landscape and on the ancient traditions that passed water knowledge from one generation to the next. Since that defining moment, water has always had a profound significance to me. I closed my eyes, listened, and was calmed. The gentle riffle of fountains, of softly flowing water, permeated my senses on that hot afternoon in Granada's Alhambra Palace. I'd walked through the hilltop park, famous for its nightingales, never far from the cooling sounds of running water. A few minutes later, I stood in the court of the pond, where a great rectangular pool lined by myrtles cools the palace. Goldfish swim in the calm waters. When the crowds are gone, the courtyard exudes a profound serenity. Looking out over the city and the sunburnt hills in the distance, I marveled at the lush oasis around me. Later, I learned that the Islamic architects had built a 5-mile, 8-kilometer conduit to bring water from the Darro River. The marvels continued at Jannat al-Arif, the General Life Palace, across a nearby ravine. Nasrid Sultan Muhammad III built his summer palace during the first decade of the 14th century. He spared no expense on the magnificent landscaping, one of the oldest surviving Islamic gardens in the world. In the water garden courtyard, arcing jets of water play on your senses as they soar, sparkle, and tumble into a long rectangular pond. This is a place of colonnades and pavilions for leisure and contemplation. Flower beds press on the shimmering pool. The gentle sounds of flowing water add to the impression of paradise. And a human paradise it is, in a harsh land of steep terrain and unpredictable rainfall. The 4 rivers of the Islamic paradise are rivers of water incorruptible, gardens beneath whose trees rivers flow. The Prophet greets the faithful near a pool in paradise named Kawthar. Granada's resplendent gardens are a green oasis, an ideal of serenity and well-being. They epitomize the close relationship between humans and water, common to all societies on earth, yet expressed in all manner of ways, some of them startlingly direct and intimate. Water. It caresses and comforts us, provides sustenance and refreshment, is something that humanity has cherished since the beginning of history, and means something different to everyone. Water gives us pleasure, as it does at the Alhambra, and has profound sacred qualities. It figures largely in many holy and special places, the soft murmuring of a sacred spring at Delphi in Greece, the reflecting pools of India's Taj Mahal, the reservoirs that surround Angkor Wat in Cambodia, symbolizing the primordial waters of the universe, the font for holy water in Christian cathedrals. Water evokes serenity, harmony, and peaceful existence, the very essence of life, and is commemorated by grand shrines and elaborate rituals in honor of the deities that ensure the continuity of water and life itself. Water. We turn a faucet, and it is there for drinking, something we take completely for granted. So commonplace is water in our daily lives that we are indifferent to it, and have been for a long time. Years ago, Rachel Carson wrote that, in an age when man has forgotten his origins and is blind even to his most essential needs for survival, water, along with other resources, has become the victim of his indifference. Of all the resources that we rely on for survival in today's world, water is the least appreciated and certainly the most misunderstood. For generations, we in the industrial West have just assumed that fresh drinking water is ours to enjoy and to use with dazzling promiscuity in any way we wish. This shouldn't surprise us in an urban age when almost everyone buys their food as packaged commodities from supermarkets, in an era when many city children never see a cow except in pastures. Water is like beef, milk, and pasta, an integral part of our lives that we never think about. A great mistake. History tells us that a defining moment in our use of the Earth's water came with the development of steam power and turbine pumps, and the harnessing of fossil fuels during the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th and 19th centuries. For the first time, rapidly expanding and industrializing nations had access to enormous water supplies deep underground, not only for domestic use, but also, and more important, for agriculture and industry. Much of this water mining took hold in arid and semi-arid lands, where lakes, rivers, and springs could never support intensive agriculture or large cities. An orgy of consumption ensued, and continues to this day, amid alarming signs in areas like the American West that the supply of underground water is finite and not being replaced at anything like a sustainable rate. In a warming world, where we know that higher temperatures historically tend to be associated with prolonged droughts, the alarm flags of pending water shortages flap in the environmental wind. Yet most of us, living in drier environments, still take water for granted and are in a state of denial about the impending crisis. California is a case in point. It is suffering from multi-year droughts and greatly diminished water supplies, yet its farmers demand full allocations of irrigation water at heavily subsidized prices. Even in good rainfall years, water for all our needs is in short supply. There are calls for desalination plants to supplement nature's supplies in arid environments, as well as for additional dams and more long-distance aqueducts. All of this misses the point. The distribution of the world's water does not match the areas of greatest need, many of which lie in arid and semi-arid lands. A huge academic and popular literature surrounds water and the impending crisis, complete with both general and more specific recommendations. There's been much wringing of hands, but it is only now that water conservation is moving to center stage. It is becoming clear that all of us, whether farmers, governments, manufacturers, or common folk, need to do with less in the future at a far more profound level than sweeping instead of washing down our driveways and watering our lawns less frequently. And it may be here that we can learn from our forebears, for they lived in worlds where water was often scarce, frequently hard to obtain, and treated with great respect. They lived long before the days of pumps and artesian wells, but they knew everything there was to know about making do with finite water supplies and about the force that propels water, gravity. The water managers of the past, whether village farmers, well-connected officials, or court engineers, knew that water is a vital and pitiless force in human life. We can consume, but can never completely tame it. As long ago as the 6th century BCE, the Taoist philosopher Lao Tzu wrote in his Tao Te Ching, "Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard, the gentle overcomes the rigid." History teaches us again and again how right he was. This is a book about human relationships with water in the past, as far as I can tell the first such work to tackle the subject on a global scale. The idea for such a project revolved in my mind for decades. A seed germinated unconsciously many years ago when I was living among subsistence farmers in Central Africa, a few miles downstream of a major hydroelectric dam. More seeds of the idea took root in later years. While working in Africa, I experienced water deprivation at first hand on many occasions. Walking long miles on archaeological surveys with only a water bottle on my hip when the temperature was in the 80s taught me hard lessons about dehydration. I grew my beard, now 44 years old, after several water-short weeks during fieldwork in Uganda when washing was a real luxury. Years later, crossing the Atlantic in a sailboat was a memorable experience, especially when one of our spare water cans sprang a leak in mid-ocean, a nerve-wracking incident by any standards. More recently, I've done a great deal of bicycling on hot California days. Such trips have reminded me forcibly about the need to keep hydrated. The idea finally took root when my wife, a master gardener, re-landscaped our yard with drought-resistant plants and pulled out all our lawns. Literally the day she completed the project, I heard a radio story about plans for a water park along the drought-challenged coastline south of Los Angeles, and another one about a wealthy resident of our city who spent $30,000 on tanked-in water for his huge lawns. These tales of wasteful consumption tipped the scale. For some years, I had been writing a series of books on ancient climate change, especially on the medieval warm period, and on El Niños, which brought me up against the issue of prolonged droughts time and time again. With my hard-won experiences with water, lengthy exposure to the vicissitudes of ancient climate change, and long decades of teaching archaeology on a global scale, it was time to tackle what was to me a virtually unknown subject. The resulting journey has given me a unique perspective on ancient societies of all kinds and the ways in which they tried to achieve the holy grail of any water manager, whether an African villager or a Chinese irrigation engineer: long-term sustainability. As I researched Elixir, I was struck by how little most people's relationship with water changed over the thousands of years from the first appearance of agriculture some 12,000 years ago into medieval times and beyond. Even today, millions of subsistence farmers live from harvest to harvest, from one rainy season to the next, dependent on unpredictable water supplies from the heavens. This led me to think of the history of humans and water in terms of 3 stages, which overlap with one another. The first goes back to the remote past and endures in places today. Water was an unreliable, often scarce, and always valuable resource, so precious that it was sacred in almost every human society. The second stage began in part about 2,000 years ago, accelerated during the European Middle Ages, and reached fruition during the Industrial Revolution, when water became a mere commodity. Eventually, we developed the technology to pump water from deep beneath the earth and to harvest it on a large scale. Water became something we could exploit without ever worrying about how much we used. Now, during the early 21st century, we are in a third stage where we are finally realizing that water is a finite resource, something to be conserved and treated with a respect, even reverence, that we haven't displayed in a long time. With these broad stages in mind, Elixir revolves around three broad themes. The first is gravity, the fact that water flows downslope from a higher point to a lower one. There was no other way of moving water except for small volume pumps and water wheels until the Industrial Revolution. Even today, gravity plays a central role in water management everywhere, even with long-distance aqueducts, such as those that feed vast cities like Los Angeles and Phoenix. Ancient Roman and Greek engineers were maestros of gravity-fed water delivery. So were the Chinese and the Inca of Peru. Dozens of smaller-scale societies and village farmers around the world still use gravity to irrigate their fields and to water their beasts. Some of them have maintained sustainable water supplies for centuries and are capable of doing so indefinitely if other users don't hijack their sources with pumps and earth-moving machinery. This book is a history of the triumph of gravity, the silent, ubiquitous force behind nearly all human relationships with water. Gravity lies behind the flexible, inexorable forces of water, but those who take advantage of it don't pretend to control them. The second theme is the close relationship between ritual and water management of all kinds. Water has a special place in all human societies. It's the essence of fertility and growth, of sustained life, associated with cleansing and renewal, with the spiritual forces of the cosmos. We've worshipped it and celebrated its magical flowing qualities, commemorated its mystical dimensions. We're in awe of water. As fisherfolk, sailors, and surfers, we respect its mysterious attractions. At the same time, it has an indispensable role in human life, for it lies behind everything we do, from cooking food and washing clothes to agriculture, cattle herding, even baseball, tennis, and golf. Water is one of the few cultural universals, inspiring a profound mingling of ritual and day-to-day use. Ritual and religious beliefs surrounding water permeate every stage of human life, from birth to death. Christian infants are baptized in holy water. The ancient Egyptians and the Maya believed that their worlds began in the still waters of the primordium. Bronze Age farmers on the shores of the North Sea 3,000 years ago thought that their ancestors dwelled beneath the heaving waters of the ocean, the realm of the dead. Australian Aboriginal existence and much of its ritual revolves around knowledge of where water lies across the landscape. This book goes beyond hydrology and human ingenuity to explore some of the spiritual ties between ancient human societies and water. The third theme is technology versus sustainability, efforts at living within one's hydrological means. The past teaches us much about water management and has significant lessons for today and the future. Early theories about ancient irrigation conjured up dramatic images of slaves laboring waist-deep in mud at the bidding of a harsh supervisor's whip. Such scenarios featured anonymous regiments of laborers who transformed landscapes and created the underpinnings of pre-industrial civilizations like those of Mesopotamia and China. Famed movie producer Cecil B. DeMille might have dreamed of these lingering stereotypes, which are inaccurate at best, but occasionally still haunt the history books. In fact, some of the past's most effective irrigation works involved small villages and came online long before any great ruler ascended his throne. Simple furrow irrigation, the diversion of stream and river water into nearby fields, is almost as old as farming itself, a logical step for villagers grappling with irregular rainfall, potential crop failures, and long dry seasons. Like their remote hunting and gathering ancestors, they were experts at managing risk, at sustaining life by turning to wild plants or hunting, by developing simple ways of bringing water in gently sloping furrows to their fields. Such self-sustaining water management survived far from the historical limelight in subsistence farming communities throughout the world for thousands of years. It still flourishes today in many places where the diesel engine and the turbine pump are but expensive dreams. This type of agriculture probably reaches its most sophisticated iteration among the rice farmers of Bali in Southeast Asia. Here, the allocation and management of water is in the hands of the farmers themselves and the deities, for ritual and irrigation are completely intertwined. Contrary to popular belief, village irrigation and local control of water remained very important long after the appearance of urban civilization in China, Egypt, and Mesopotamia. As I argue, the main interest of rulers and their officials was not in irrigation and water management as such, but in the food surpluses that they produced, which supported the state. Taxes collected in grain or labor were the mainstay of pre-industrial civilizations everywhere, where the many toiled for the benefit of the few. The Egyptian pharaohs presided over an agrarian kingdom where everyone had strong ties to ancestral villages and to the land. Each summer, an inundation flooded basins in the floodplain in a routine that went back centuries before the first divine king ruled Upper and Lower Egypt. The grain and labor of the villagers built the pyramids and great temples, and when there was a drought in about 2200 BCE, Egypt fell apart for more than 100 years. In response, later pharaohs embarked on much larger-scale irrigation works in places like the Fayum Depression to the west of the Nile and invested heavily in granaries. The same was true in Mesopotamia, where the early cities were little more than agglomerations of villages that came together in the face of increasingly scarce floodwaters. Circumstances changed as climate changes in the Indian Ocean caused major shifts in monsoon patterns after 2800 BCE. Summer no longer brought welcome rain to Mesopotamian farmers. Every village now relied more heavily on spring floods for irrigation water. More centralized control of irrigation works and water became imperative to ensure equitable distribution of water, especially in increasingly frequent drought years. In both Egypt and Mesopotamia, an army of officials now supervised canal maintenance and harvests, for careful water management made an immediate difference between famine and plenty for increasingly dense rural and urban populations. Inevitably, the scale of irrigation works grew and grew with the Assyrians and their small armies of prisoners of war, and with the Sasanians after them, who, like some Chinese emperors, transformed entire landscapes, sometimes with devastating ecological consequences. Southern Mesopotamian farmers had confronted increasing salinization from the early days of irrigation, handling it with, among other methods, systematic fallowing. But Mesopotamia later became a salt-ridden wilderness after the Sasanians took up 5 times more land under more irrigation than ever before in an insatiable quest for tax revenue and wealth. The result was promiscuous water usage and the ecological devastation of thousands of acres. The analogies with today's unthinking water usage in the American West are sobering. Some of China's large-scale irrigation works along the Huang River have contributed to the ecological crisis of endemic silting and water shortages that inflict the region today. Viewed in retrospect, such failed projects offer a sobering example of what happens to cities, farmers, landscapes, and indeed entire societies when sustainability evaporates. There were notable triumphs of technology and sustainability too, like in ancient Greek cities that made use of water-rich karst formations to provide reliable, perennial water supplies for domestic use, agriculture, and waste disposal. The Romans, with their aqueducts, took a long-established technology and turned it into an architectural art form, as much as a matter of prestige and for public bathing as for reliable water supplies. Many of their water systems were sustainable over many centuries, even if they were wasteful. Roman expertise with water wheels and mills formed an important legacy for medieval Europe. The Romans did not invent such devices, but they used them with near-industrial effect, grinding grain for Rome and communities like Arles. Anyone relying on gravity-derived water supplies had no option but to maintain a high degree of self-sustainability, especially in arid lands. The groundwater tapping Qanats of Iran and the Puquios of the southern Andes, gravity-fed, humanly dug tunnels that tapped groundwater, were brilliant, simple inventions that determined where cities, towns, and villages were to lie. With such small-scale devices, you brought the settlement to the water. The Assyrians, Greeks, and Romans took another tack, sometimes using aqueducts for the reverse purpose. The peasants and engineers of medieval Islam were perhaps the most ingenious of all pre-industrial water managers. They used the simplest of technologies to wrest water from seemingly arid landscapes. As has become apparent in recent years, almost all water management in the Islamic world was ultimately based in the village, in the small farming community that designed its own water system based on the local contours, using dams and canals, large and small. When it came to cities, mosques, and palaces, the same simple gravity-based technologies, combined with water wheels and the labour of human and beast, came into play. By the 16th century, the European and Mediterranean worlds had reached the limits of gravity-driven water systems. 2 centuries later, the Industrial Revolution changed the entire water equation for humanity with pumps and earth-moving machinery that opened up hitherto inaccessible water supplies in the depths of the earth. In China, an 18th-century Qing dynasty official named Chen Hongmao paid thousands of labourers to drain entire landscapes and dig canals that brought mountain water to lowland fields. Unbeknownst to him, Chinese water management was close to a point that it reached some time later, when nothing further could be done to manage water with the existing technology. Only a century after Chen's hard work, a new technological era had dawned on the other side of the world, which allowed governments to reshape entire landscapes and transport water over distances and mountain ranges as never before, with only a fraction of the unskilled human labour used by Chen. There's another major facet of humans' relationship with water that I don't explore in these pages: the use of water for both transport and voyaging, be it over a lake, up a river, or across an ocean. Until the domestication of the camel in the first millennium BCE, waterways, especially major rivers like the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Nile, and the Yangtze, provided much better ways of travelling than on foot or on the back of an ass or horse that required regular watering. Great rivers became highways from one village or city to another, and for moving goods of all kinds over distances, long and short. These journeys spawned breakthrough inventions like the planked boat and the sail. By 3000 BCE, sailing vessels were carrying timber and other heavy cargoes long distances with the aid of prevailing winds and river currents. From these inland ventures, it was a small step to coasting along Mediterranean and Persian Gulf shores, and from there to undertaking voyages to lands, known and unknown, invisible over the far horizon. In fact, seafaring in a systematic way began much earlier than civilization, at least 45,000 years ago, off the coast of Southeast Asia. It took many millennia for human societies of all kinds to decipher the oceans. How exactly they did so remains one of the fascinating conundrums of history. What caused people to cross open water to uninhabited land dimly visible offshore on clear days? Was it food shortages, or a lack of agricultural land? Or was it simply human curiosity? How and why did people in the southwestern Pacific decide to sail in outrigger canoes in search of islands deep in the unknown Pacific 3,000 years ago? What were the beliefs and spiritual relationships that sustained human societies as they colonized the Aleutian Islands or the Aegean Sea in the Mediterranean? I'll explore these numerous questions in my next book, which will be, in many respects, a sequel to this one. Elixir explores all manner of human societies, well-known and obscure. We cannot understand the complex relationships between humans and water without travelling far beyond the classic archaeological and historical stomping grounds of Europe, the Mediterranean, and Central America. Nor can we, as I once thought we could, visit the history of humans and water along a linear chronological track. My own experiences in Africa and elsewhere, and even a superficial examination of the literature on ancient water, soon made it clear that some extremely simple water management approaches, such as furrow irrigation, not only nourished farmland many thousands of years ago, but also thrive in self-sustaining societies into the 21st century. For this reason, the early chapters of the book examine furrow irrigation in a few ancient and still existing subsistence farming societies. The latter are self-sustaining in a world where much water management has moved far beyond sustainability. Some of these societies, like the Pokot of Kenya, administer their water systems by consensus and discussion. Others, like the rice farmers of Bali, depend on ancient rituals and long-established administrative and religious mechanisms to share water from upslope with farmers living much further downstream. The Bali system is so effective that Dutch colonial authorities and their successors failed to come up with anything more efficient. Then there's the remarkable case of the Hohokam of Arizona's Sonoran Desert, who flourished effortlessly in one of the driest environments in the Americas for 1,000 years before prolonged droughts during the medieval warm period caused a now much more elaborate farming society to implode. The contrast with the vast urban sprawl of today's Phoenix, which lies atop the Hohokam's ancient irrigation works, is both disturbing and enlightening. The middle chapters of the book do form a chronological gradient, telling the complex story of water management in the Mediterranean world. Here we navigate some relatively familiar historical territory, and also examine much that has rarely emerged from the specialist literature. Like the study of ancient climate, archaeological studies of broad landscapes, as opposed to individual cities, towns, and villages, have gone through a scientific revolution in recent years. Today's archaeologists wear out shoe leather like their predecessors, but they now have a far wider range of tools to draw on. Aerial photographs, satellite maps, global positioning systems, GPSs, and other tools help them locate long-vanished canals and house mounds that give more complete pictures of ancient landscapes. When these are combined with historical data such as clay tablets, inscriptions, and papyri, it's astounding how much information can be teased from an ancient irrigated landscape, although many of them have, of course, been destroyed by later intensive farming activity. There were surprises for me here, too. For instance, startlingly few changes took hold in Egyptian water management over millennia. Sumerian irrigation in Mesopotamia was much less ambitious than I had assumed. The hydrological expertise of the Minoans of Crete and of the ancient Greeks was an eye-opener, for the Romans copied many of their water devices, including siphon technology, which had originated much earlier in the Near East on a more modest scale. From the Mediterranean world, we travel to India and Southeast Asia, to a world of cisterns and dams, where monsoon rains played a central role in maintaining sustainability. Here again, new discoveries are rewriting history, as the scale of water management works at sites like Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka and the city of Vijayanagar, one of the largest cities in ancient South Asia, is becoming apparent after centuries of relative historical obscurity. Then there's Angkor in Cambodia, where water is seemingly abundant, but where recent fieldwork in the hinterland surrounding Angkor Wat shows that monsoon failures and drought drastically affected the Khmer Empire and may even have contributed to its collapse. China offers another dramatic contrast, a land of two worlds, the south, with its abundant water and rice agriculture, and the far more challenged north, where famine, drought, and water shortages have haunted village farmers since the beginnings of farming life. The ambitious plans that today's China has for moving water from the south to the north have deep roots in history, where emperors' minions set thousands to work building long canals and miles of dikes. Water management in ancient America, discussed next, offers striking parallels between the water problems at Angkor and those of the ancient Maya, to whom irrigation was unknown and whose farmers relied on raised fields in swamps and on tropical subsistence farming. In the end, prolonged droughts were one of the causes of the collapse of much of Maya civilization in the 10th century CE, whereas the Andeans survived drought after drought along the arid Peruvian coast through conservative, careful water management. The Inca, high in the Andes, were water engineers of genius and triumphant users of gravity. Finally, we return to the Near East and West. Humans have always lived in unpredictable environments where water resources lie irregularly distributed across the landscape. That landscape can be arid, with only seasonal rainfall or virtually no rainfall at all. Such was the world of Islam, whose water engineers designed gardens that truly offer a blueprint for paradise in a water-deprived world. However, Islamic water management faltered, in part because of drier conditions and political upheavals, as well as growing populations, but primarily because their engineers came up against the limitations of their technology and lacked the circumstances to innovate. Instead, it was medieval Europe, with its plentiful water, that ultimately developed the technologies that changed human relationships with water during the 19th century. This book is about changing human relationships with water over thousands of years. Our story is a complex meld of climate change, gravity, human modifications of the natural environment, and technological innovation, kept in balance by intricate ritual observance and religious belief. There are many smaller-scale societies around the world that manage their water in sustainable ways, and will continue to do so if the greedy maw of industrial civilization does not shrink groundwater levels and divert streams. Even during drought cycles, the most resilient of these societies survive. As the Hohokam teach us, it was ultimately their success, reflected in rising populations and increased social complexity, that did many of them in. Then there are the rest of us, who take water for granted as it comes out of faucets or stands on supermarket racks in plastic bottles. Most of the water we pump from deep aquifers supports agriculture, helping provide the food that we buy in the same markets. We rarely think of water as a finite resource that may one day dry up as we play a round of golf, fill our swimming pool on a hot summer day, or water our lawn. As small regiments of writers quite rightly lament, we're long past the frontiers of water sustainability, especially in areas like the American West, Australia, and the Near East. We live in the industrial age of water as a commodity, yet alongside us thrive much smaller societies that use water wisely, as they always have. Now we are entering a new era caused by our own wastefulness. The new era of carefully husbanded water supplies is one of conservation. History teaches us that the societies that last longest are those that treat water with respect, as an elixir of life, a gift from the gods. We seem to have forgotten this compelling lesson. Table of major developments and events. Circa 10,500 BCE, agriculture in the Near East. Unknown date, earliest efforts at furrow irrigation. Before 7,000 BCE, earliest known well in Cyprus. Before 5,000 BCE, furrow irrigation in Wadi Fainan, Jordan, irrigation in Chogamami, Iraq. Before 4,500 BCE, irrigation agriculture well established in southern Mesopotamia and Egypt. 3,800 BCE, southern Mesopotamia becomes drier. Circa 3,100 BCE, Sumerian, Mesopotamian, and Egyptian civilization come into being. 2700 to 1900 BCE, mature Harappan civilization in the Indus Valley. 2334 BCE, Sumerian civilization overthrown by King Sargon of Agad. 2297 to 2198 BCE, alleged dates of Yu the Great, pioneer Chinese hydrological engineer. Circa 2000 BCE, extensive irrigation works by the pharaohs in Egypt's Fayum Depression. Circa 1600 BCE, sophisticated water management at the Minoan palace of Minos, Knossos, Crete. Circa 1500 BCE, maize agriculture and irrigation in the American Southwest. After 1366 BCE, Assyrians rise to power in northern Mesopotamia. 883 to 859 BCE, Assyrian monarch Assur-nasirpal II builds canals, a tunnel, and irrigation works at Kalhu, Nimrud, northern Iraq. 714 BCE, the Assyrian ruler Sargon II admires a Kanat in Urartu, Iran, the first record of such a water device. 704 to 681 BCE, Assyrian king Sennacherib's irrigation works at Nineveh. 612 BCE, Nineveh sacked by Babylonian conquerors. 6th century BCE, Marib Dam, Yemen, constructed. 594 BCE, Solon promulgates water regulations in Athens. 560 BCE, first large-scale Chinese canal digging. After 550 BCE, Kanats spread with the Achaemenid Empire, 550 to 330 BCE. 539 BCE, Cyrus the Great captures Babylon. 530 BCE, Eupalinos constructs his water tunnel on Samos. 323 BCE, death of Alexander the Great. 323 BCE to 224 CE, Seleucid and Parthian rule in Mesopotamia. 312 BCE, Aqua Appia, Rome's first aqueduct, built. 4th century BCE to the 11th century CE, Anuradhapura flourishes in northern Sri Lanka. 300 BCE, Ptolemy I Sota founds a library and museum in Alexandria, an important centre of technological development. 258 to 237 BCE, major drainage and irrigation works in Egypt's Fayum under Ptolemy II and III. 256 BCE, construction of the Dujiangyan irrigation system, Sichuan province, China, still in use. 110 BCE to the 6th century CE, Himyarite kingdom in Yemen. 1st century BCE, vertical water wheels widespread in the eastern Mediterranean world. 25 BCE, Marcus Vitruvius Pollio publishes his De Architectura. 11 CE, Sanyang Zhuang inundated in northern China. 50, Segovia, Spain's aqueduct, constructed. 97, Sextus Julius Frontinus appointed water commissioner for Rome. 224 to 651, Sasanian Empire. Circa 400, possible irrigation agriculture in Bali, known to be well established by the 8th century. Circa 450, Hohokam farmers in the American Southwest. 622, the Prophet Muhammad's Hegira to Medina, Yathrib. 640, Islam spreads to Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and Libya. 711, Islamic conquest of Spain, Al-Andalus, begins. 1113, founding of Angkor Wat, Cambodia, by Khmer King Suryavarman II. 1300, overshot watermills in widespread use in medieval Europe. Early 14th century, Vijayanagar founded in southern India. 1431, Khmer civilization based on Angkor collapses. 1492, Al-Andalus becomes part of Christian Spain. Circa 1500, Hohokam societies implode. Circa 16th century, irrigation in Engaruka, Tanzania. Similar furrow irrigation, probably well established elsewhere in sub-Saharan Africa by this time. 1696 to 1771, lifespan of Chen Hongmao, influential Chinese irrigation expert. 1752, primitive Newcomen steam engine pumps water for London. 1753, Frederick the Great completes drainage of the Oder marshes. Circa 1762–64, 1769, invention of the spinning jenny and water frame for cotton spinning. 1776, James Watt develops the first commercially viable steam engine as part of the Industrial Revolution. 1907 to 1924, New York's Catskill Aqueduct system developed. 1913, opening of the Owens Aqueduct, which supplied water to Los Angeles. 1931 to 36, construction of the Hoover Dam. Part 1. Canals, Furrows, and Rice Paddies. Living from one rainy season to the next, in which we visit Australian Aborigines and the earliest water management of all, explore furrow irrigation in ancient and modern sub-Saharan Africa, trace ancient canal systems in the Arizona desert, and decipher the intricacies of ritual and rice farming in Bali. Chapter 1. The Elixir of Life. Ngombe Ilede, the place where the cow sleeps, lies on the floodplain of Central Africa's Middle Zambezi Valley near the hamlet of Lusitu in Zambia, downstream of the rugged Kariba Gorge. 4 years in the making, the giant Kariba Dam blocked the Middle Zambezi River in 1959, forming a lake that covers 2,150 square miles, 5,580 square kilometers, as part of a huge Central African hydroelectric project. The government of what was then Northern Rhodesia forcibly resettled 57,000 Gwembe Tonga farmers, whose ancestors had lived upstream of the dam site for many centuries. Many of them came to villages around Lusitu. They found themselves in a much less productive location, for they had always farmed small riverside gardens watered by the Zambezi's spring floods. Now the floods were gone. The re-engineered river flowed between tall banks, its gravity-propelled momentum controlled by giant dam sluices. The only water for the villagers' fields came from 5 months of irregular rainfall in a low-lying environment where droughts were commonplace. Almost immediately, there was hunger and thirst. Belatedly, the colonial government sunk boreholes. The groundwater was unpleasantly salty, so the engineers decided to pump water from the river instead. A network of small pipelines would converge on a pair of storage tanks located on the highest point around, Ngombe Ilede. A compact pump house with 2 diesel pumps sat atop the ridge, which was why I came to Lusitu in 1961. The excavations for the foundations had disturbed 9 richly decorated human burials, the remains of ivory traders who had settled in this remote place, far from the Indian Ocean, during the 15th century CE. My late colleague, James Chaplin, had cleared the graves as quickly as possible, chivied along by the contractor, who was anxious to finish work. Months later, I arrived to date the site, I got it wrong, and locate any further burials. I found only a couple, both undecorated. It was then that I first witnessed the complex relationships between humans and water, deployed in full array within a few miles. Few places offered such hydrological contrasts. Some 30 miles, 43 kilometers, upstream stood the menacing semicircle of the Kariba Dam, a concrete arch 420 feet, 128 meters high. The dam had tamed one of the largest rivers in the world at huge cost to provide electricity for cities and copper mines hundreds of miles away. This vast, expensive structure did nothing for the Gwembe Tonga. Traditionally, village women and girls had collected water in clay pots from the Zambezi and its side streams. They did the same at Lusitu, but the distances were longer, the banks less accessible. Now the Ngombe Ilede pump house would transform the villagers' lives, or so the local government officer told me. Standpipes in each village would bring Zambezi water within easy reach of every household, even if they had to carry it to their homes. Here, timeless practice and modern-day rural plumbing, powered by diesel pumps, stood side by side. The Tonga now had a reliable water supply, comparable to that experienced by urban Romans and medieval Londoners, as long as the pumps kept working. Even then, young and fresh out of university, I was struck by the palimpsest of relationships between water and people within a tiny geographical area. To the dam builders, water was a commodity, a means to an end. To the colonial government, standpipes were a gift from a munificent authority, a convenient solution to an inconvenient thirst problem, nothing more. But to the Tonga, it was life, one of the ways of defining their society. Gravity controls river floods, creates runoff, replenishes groundwater with rainwater, and fills lakes and watering holes. In ancient times, water came from three sources, from nearby lakes, rivers, and springs, from groundwater close to the surface reached by wells or through natural water seeps, and from a distance, often with human assistance. Everyone, whether African farmer, Maya lord, Andean noble, or Egyptian official, had to acquire water by obeying the fundamental rule of gravity. Water flows downhill. The changing human relationship with water throughout history, which I think of as being in the three broad stages outlined in the preface, inspires endless important questions. When did our forebears first harness flowing streams and divert them onto their fields? What special knowledge did they need to do so, and how did they acquire it? Astonishing although it may seem, and as we shall see, such simple diversion works still sustain many farming societies to this day. How did such peoples survive for centuries in extremely arid environments, where virtually all water came not from the heavens, but from rivers that flowed far over the horizon? What was the role of prolonged droughts and other climate changes in defining sustainability? What happened when more complex societies harnessed gravity to irrigate not just a few fields, but entire landscapes? When this happened, who controlled water supplies and crop yields? Where did the power lie? Was it vested in the village, or in a palace or temple? This is a history as much of common folk as of powerful lords and divine kings, a story of people quietly going about their daily routine in worlds governed by the passage of seasons, by floods, and by complex relationships with the supernatural. To the Gwembe Tonga of the 1960s, water was a precious substance. It still is. Every October they watched massive black thunderclouds piling up over the mountains on the far side of the valley. Flashes of lightning and occasional thunderclaps rent the heavens, but all too often they merely raised the temperature and brought no rain. When the showers came, they could drench one village and leave another a mile away completely dry. Drought was a way of life in the Zambezi Valley, where farming was a high-risk endeavor. I watched the farmers plant with the first showers. A few weeks later, we would walk through freshly planted fields where maize, millet, and sorghum withered in the hot sun. The Tonga was stoic and could at least rely on fellow kin in nearby villages to help them out. I witnessed in unforgettable ways how rainfall and the river defined their lives and those of their crops, and I remembered Ecclesiastes. All the rivers run into the sea. Yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. Like the Tonga, we all live with a quiet reality. Water is the principal constituent of all living organisms, making up 65% of human bodies, so that without access to dependable water supplies, such as a spring or a cistern, any form of activity is difficult. Survival may be at stake. When we perspire, we lose water, which has to be replaced as soon as possible. The amount varies depending on where you live. People dwelling in desert climates may sweat off as much as 2.6 gallons, 10 litres, a day, but a vast majority of human water consumption goes toward agriculture. And of course, plants are also vulnerable to water deficits, especially in arid and semi-arid lands, where up to more than 99% of the water absorbed by their roots is lost in the dry atmosphere around them. Cereal crops are especially sensitive to a lack of water to replace that lost through the process of transpiration, equivalent to sweating in animals. Faced with a lack of water to draw from the soil, a plant first suffers from dehydration, then wilts and dies. In many dry areas, rain falls irregularly, usually during a relatively short wet season. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remains thirsty and draws moisture from the vegetation. Water evaporates from the soil and also percolates downward. Even a few weeks without moisture can cause a crop to wither or fail altogether. Water is capricious and powerful, far more masterful than the humans and animals that depend upon it. This is why gravity and irrigation play such important roles in human history. Irrigation. The very word conjures up images of lush golf courses and green river valleys teeming with growing crops of agriculture on a grand scale. We have visions of great irrigation works of the past. We think of finely dressed officials supervising the digging and maintenance of canals. Small armies of villagers gather in the harvest under their watchful eyes. Diligent scribes count every sheaf, tablets close at hand. We've admired, too, many ancient Egyptian tomb paintings of the harvest on noblemen's estates, where scribes assess taxes as the owner leans on his staff. In fact, and contrary to popular belief, almost all ancient irrigation flourished off the historical radar screen in the hands of local communities. For a while, irrigation defined ancient civilizations in academic circles. A half-century ago, a distinguished historian, Carl Wittfogel, wrote what soon became a classic work on water and early civilization. Oriental Despotism, a comparative study of total power, described the early civilizations of Mesopotamia, the Nile, and the Indus River of South Asia as hydraulic civilizations. The substance of his argument was that extensive irrigation works produced huge agricultural surpluses. He believed that water management on this scale required an elaborate bureaucratic infrastructure and economic centralization, which led to the development of urban societies and the first civilizations. Despotic leaders with total power ruled new forms of hierarchical societies based on cities. A form of developmental cycle came into being where more elaborate water systems and larger food surpluses helped create increasingly hierarchical societies. As food and water surpluses continued to mount, the societies became ever larger and more elaborate. Thus, irrigation was a prime cause of civilization. Wittfogel was a pioneer who wrote at a time when virtually nothing was known of ancient irrigation systems around the world, even in his core areas, China and Mesopotamia. With the hindsight of more than 50 years, we know that his notion of hydraulic civilizations masks a far more complex reality. For instance, archaeological surveys have shown conclusively that both the early Sumerians and the Egyptians did not develop elaborate irrigation works for many centuries after cities appeared along the Tigris, the Euphrates, and the Nile. In reality, the state was usually an outsider, its primary interests lying in crop yields and taxation in food and labor. The large food surpluses that filled urban granaries came from dozens of small rural communities producing far more food than the small surpluses they would normally grow for their own uses. I believe that for most of history, the power over water management and food supplies resided, ultimately, in the hands of local communities. Before the Kariba resettlement, the Gwembe Tonga combined subsistence farming based on irregular rainfall with the cultivation of small plots by the river nourished by receding floodwaters in late spring and early summer. Otherwise, they drew water from the river or even drank it out of their hands, just as hunter-gatherers have done since the beginning of time. Like farmers, such people have extremely complex and intimate relationships with water and the way it is distributed across the landscape. Take the case of the Australian Aborigines. The direct ancestors of the Australian Aborigines settled in their arid homeland at least 45,000 years ago. The unpredictability of water supplies makes for an uneasy relationship with the natural world. Aboriginal groups see themselves not as the managers of their environment, but rather as people in a state of constant apprehension and negotiation with it. It follows that knowledge of water sources and their uses is an important part of how Aborigines feel about who they are, and of their perceptions and experiences of their landscape. Over thousands of years, they developed sophisticated adaptations to some of the harshest environments on Earth, defined in large part by water sources. Sparse desert populations lived in a state of continual flux. When heavy rains brought standing water and replenished natural wells, the people would move out over wider areas. As supplies evaporated, they would forage their way inward, moving with the diminishing water, until months of drought forced them to camp near the few more or less permanent water sources at their disposal. These they used, last of all, in an endless, irregular rhythm of movement dictated by rainfall. Fission often followed, then aggregation with small groups of related families anchored to more permanent water sources during extended droughts. Everyone was at the mercy of a capricious and totally unpredictable water pump that could inundate the desert in hours, then dry up, leaving a baked, utterly desiccated world in its train. To the Australian Aborigines, water is sacred, even elemental, and the source of life. Water is elusive in their generally arid homeland, its sources inconspicuous. It is far more than merely a physical resource. The distribution of water across the landscape defines most hunting and foraging. Aboriginal relationships with water sources of all kinds are both social, delineated by kin and other ties, and spiritual, part of how they know and understand the world. As they travel across their home territories, each band invokes local traditions of ancestors and spiritual beings. These traditions provide knowledge and power, good luck, and ways of avoiding misfortune. Rights to water sources and to hunting territories are held in common with other members of kin-based groups. Their territory consists of places that evoke profound sacred associations, important memories, and social obligations, a hard-learned landscape of memory and social meaning. Since the beginning, walking tracks have crossed the arid centre of Australia, each following chains of water sources known to generations of hunters. These are dreaming tracks, or song lines, whose paths are recorded in traditional dances, songs, and tales, as well as in paintings. A knowledgeable Aborigine can navigate the landscape by repeating the words of song lines. Some lines cover only a few miles. Many others long, memorized paths through the desert that link dozens of water sources, some good, others at best marginal, but enough to connect a band with better supplies further along. Water knowledge of the locations of sources, reliable and ephemeral, the telltale signs of such places, and the names of them, passes meticulously from generation to generation. Think of long-established medieval pilgrimage routes, memorizing subway stops in New York, or a bicycle route through San Francisco, and you get part of the idea. Each generation learns what each source can yield, from a deep pool containing thousands of gallons of fresh water shaded in a deep gorge, to the few cupfuls that survive in the hollow branches of a eucalyptus tree. In western Arnhem Land, for example, hunters define their territories in terms of locations. Injinage, Point David, Waterhole. Sacred site of Jurwa, the green-backed turtle, metamorphosed in stone. Wunuri or Gwunjuri, camp and hunting centre. Water runs from the 9 Mile to Warrilidge, which is good for hunting possum and collecting wild honey. Sequences like this, maps as it were, passed from generation to generation, can juxtapose a sacred mythological monster, a campsite, and a hunting place. They are linked along a pathway of movement, experience, and memory that changes constantly. The tracks and water sources lie in the midst of a landscape thwart with social and spiritual dangers. A band member is only truly safe if he or she is living with close relatives in a territory to which they belong. It is among such people that the knowledge of how to avoid danger, of how to navigate the landscape safely, resides. Many groups describe their territories by prominent landmarks, including rivers, creeks, and waterholes. They also construct their personal and group identities on the basis of ancestral origins, which are mainly expressed in terms of precious water sources. Knowledge of these places resides with the elders, men and women of unquestioned authority, who have spent much of their lives acquiring first-hand knowledge of the landscape. Their knowledge comes from ceremonies and rituals, from chants, songs, and recitations. Genealogies and local histories are part of the narrative, as are their communications with the ancestral beings and ancestors, who are said to frequent water sources. The elders invoke spiritual protection for their juniors and have authority over access to and use of locations where water is to be found. They decide who receives the knowledge and who joins their company. They select mature individuals who have passed through the appropriate initiation rites and are deemed capable of maintaining the tight veil of secrecy that surrounds the knowledge. The elders' knowledge goes back to what is called the dreaming or dream time. Awareness of the dreaming pervades Aboriginal life, the period of creation, a time in the distant past, long ago. Australia was featureless and uninhabited before its transformation by ancestral beings, part animal, part human. The mythic beings of the dreaming are heroic figures endowed with supernatural powers. Every meaningful activity, every event, leaves behind a residue in the earth, just as plants leave seeds behind them. Streams, waterholes, and other places echo the events that created them. Everything in the environment is a symbolic footprint left by the mythic beings which created the world. They hunted and foraged, just like humans, but in so doing, they created salient features of the landscape. In Western Australia, the wagil, a sacred serpent, meandered over the dry landscape, creating lakes and waterways, among them the Swan River. Other snakes created winding creeks and waterholes. A lizard man's stone axe would carve a gap between two hills. The eggs laid by an emu ancestress would turn into oval boulders. Stories of water creation abound, always with mythic beings involved. One such story tells us that back, in the first time, when everything was new, a hunting band camped on a mountain in a drought. The band's water sources ran dry. Two greedy members of the group stole the last of the water and ran away with it when everyone was asleep. The elders found the tracks of the two thieves, and the band hunted them down. Spears were thrown. One punctured the water carrier, which began to leak. Eventually, the two men were captured. Strong punitive magic turned one into the first emu, the other into the first blue-tongued lizard. But a wonderful thing had happened. Wherever the water had leaked onto the plains, there were now beautiful billabongs, or water-holes. There was grass and flowers and lovely water lilies, and then there were shrubs and trees. And soon the birds came, and everyone was happy, because there was enough water for everyone. In another story, two kuriyas, giant crocodiles, seized a man's two wives as they bathed in a spring. He hunted the beasts down and speared them as their tails lashed a hollow in the mud. Then he cut them open and rescued his wives. Each year the hollow, now the Narran Lake in New South Wales, fills with water. Every Aboriginal band thinks of the landmarks and water sources in its territory in terms of what the beings of the dreaming wrought. The power of the original creative beings surrounds humans on every side. Myths, songs, and ritual are powerful and vibrant forces in Aboriginal life, just as they are in other hunter-gatherer societies. The law of the dreaming revolves around reciprocity and cooperation between individuals and groups, essential in arid environments. The rights to live in and exploit a hunting territory depend on at least one member of the band having a connection with ancestors, preferably at the generation of grandparents. The social networks of each band extend over far wider areas, to the extent that people who marry into another band still retain rights to their original homeland through descent and alliance. But to exercise their rights means having some knowledge of both the territory and, most important, its spiritual landscape. These relationships based on knowledge, especially between elders, extend over long distances, far further than the regular face-to-face contacts within a band or neighbouring groups. Inherited friendships and other such social mechanisms are powerful factors in the Aboriginal relationship to water, for everyone has obligations to water from the past that extend deep into the future to their descendants. The Australian Aborigines have an intensely local identification with water sources, especially springs, in ways that contrast dramatically with the much larger-scale identities of other societies throughout the world, like barley rice farmers, or long ago ancient Egyptians, whose realms can encompass a water source far away in the mountains, or an entire great river. For the Aborigines, water and water places are constructed socially for the band through the experiences of the elders who dwell in these places, which to them are also spiritscapes. The complex and profoundly personal relationships between the Australian Aborigines and their water have deep roots in the past, and surely extend back deep into the Ice Age, although as yet we cannot prove this. The power of the dreaming resides in the waters.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Almost all hunter-gatherers live in mobile bands. They can move across the landscape in search of water. Farming communities are literally rooted in place. For them, water is a shared resource subject to the tyranny of sloping terrain. To manage any downslope flow requires careful planning and the excavation of communally owned channels. The routine of irrigation depends on reliable and equitable delivery of water to each field, whether up or down canal. Digging and maintaining channels, scheduling watering days and the amount of water for each owner, carrying out emergency repairs in times of flood. These are the kinds of details that require not administrative fiat, but complex negotiations between members of kin groups, between landholders up and downstream, often between neighbouring villages. Every irrigation system, however large and complex, works best when decision-making is flexible, as much as possible left in the hands of the irrigators themselves. If individual communities are left alone to make their own decisions, much greater stability ensues, with conflicts over delivery, and these are inevitable, settled locally. I once witnessed a violent argument between two Zambezi Valley families over access to a well. By the time the argument was over, a crowd had gathered. Relatives and neighbours joined in with gusto. In the end, the village head man settled the dispute after listening to both sides. In the past, as today, these groups were basically egalitarian societies where power lay with the ancestors, with kin leaders, and in the powerful hands of public opinion. Irrigation canals might only flow for a few miles, but their digging and maintenance lay in the hands of everyone, the only way the community could maintain sustainable life. Among the Sonjo farmers of Tanzania, for example, a man who refused to participate in canal maintenance paid a fine in goats. It's no coincidence that many such societies survive to this day in various parts of the world. They may be riven with factionalism, sometimes resort to violence, or break apart and reform in a different way, but in the long term they enjoy a level of sustainability that is unique in its flexibility. Many studies of ancient water management concern themselves almost entirely with the mechanics of dams and irrigation canals, with such devices as pumps and water wheels. In the final analysis, however, as Spanish scholar Miquel Barcelo has pointed out, everything depended on the human beings behind the technology. It was people who thought through the general design of an irrigation system, however localized. They looked at the topography, the direction and gradient of the water flow, knowing that everything depended on gravity. They selected a catchment point, carefully laid out the direction and gradient of the supply canals before digging them, sited storage reservoirs if needed, and, if they were in use, located the positions of water mills for grinding grain. The course of the main supply canal dictated the layout of the entire system, for the realities of gravity flow meant that the potential for expanding the system declined steadily the further the water travelled from the catchment point. For this reason, most irrigation systems were local and of small size. For all their human dimensions, they were ultimately artifacts, but artifacts that worked well because of the flexible social institutions associated with them. Subsistence farmers place great emphasis on kin ties and the inheritance of farming land, and on their close relationships with the guardians of that land, the ancestors. Since most village-based irrigation and water management offers few opportunities for expansion, about the only solution is for people to move and found another settlement some distance away, using other water sources while maintaining social ties. For example, in the Maghreb region of extreme northwest Africa, farmers dwelled, and sometimes still dwell, in fortified villages located just above the main irrigation canal. The irrigation terraces lay below the village in serried rows, the fortifications being a reflection of competition for farming land. Such fortified Berber villages go back to at least the 3rd century CE and also occurred in Libya, far to the east. In places like the Maghreb, Islamic Spain, Mexico, and the Andes, the long-term sustainability of water management involved an enormous expenditure of human labor, but once built, raised gardens or terraces could result in huge savings in labor, as their builders well knew. Karl Wittfogel was absolutely correct in drawing attention to the importance of irrigation agriculture to pre-industrial civilizations, but in fact, water delivery and management had a much broader spectrum. Every early urban civilization acquired water from afar, in the case of Egypt, the Indus Valley, and Mesopotamia, from great rivers whose sources were hundreds of miles upstream. Diversion ditches and earthworks, cisterns, dams, long tunnels that tapped groundwater and wells, the range of ingenious devices was enormous. No early civilization, except perhaps the Khmer of Southeast Asia, and even they had drought problems, had the benefit of inexhaustible rivers with reliable flow at all times of the year. Some had almost no access to large rivers at all. Irrigation agriculture formed part of the apparatus of sustainability and took many forms. There were irrigation systems designed to supply water to cities, towns, and villages, whose purposes were mainly domestic, and which, in the case of the Islamic world, provided water for ritual ablutions. The Romans built aqueducts at enormous expense to provide water for baths, palaces, public fountains, or military encampments. Most irrigation provided water for agriculture, for food production of all kinds. Almost always locally designed and constructed, such systems relied on complex yet flexible water technology and a detailed understanding of the local environment. For example, generations of scholars have assumed that the Romans, with their imposing aqueducts and dams, developed the water management systems of their colonies in North Africa. In fact, Berber farmers had developed their own sustainable irrigation works several thousand years before the Romans attempted to commodify water management with only partial success. Simple but highly effective Berber irrigation techniques spread into Al-Andalus with the Islamic conquest of Spain in the 8th century, and they provided the basis not only for village water management deep in the countryside, but also for the river-based systems that supplied towns and cities. The size of the irrigation system made no difference, for all of them were founded on the basic principle that water flow follows gradients. As time went on, the scale of irrigation works increased to encompass entire river valleys and landscapes. This expansion was a product of ever larger political entities and tax-hungry rulers, but also of wars and other miseries that created mushrooming armies of convicts, prisoners of war, and slaves to dig canals, drain marshes, and build aqueducts. Some of the largest irrigation works were those of the Sasanians in Mesopotamia during the 6th century CE, which expanded existing acreage under cultivation at least 5-fold. Their diversions of the Tigris were extremely high risk and involved massive investment in manpower, and their irrigation works soon backfired in the face of political instability, widespread famine, and reduced yields, caused in part by rising salinity in poorly drained floodplain soils. More than a millennium was to pass before another nation engineered a watershed and reclaimed land on such a scale during the Industrial Revolution, with German works in the Rhine basin. Our ancient forebears revered water. Many small farming societies imagined that their world began in fathomless, still waters. The ancient Egyptians believed that their world had three basic elements: earth, sun, and water. Their existence began with none, the primeval waters of nothingness. Then the god Atum, the completed one, the creator, preeminent over the cosmos, emerged from the watery chaos. He caused the first moment, raising a mound of solid earth above the waters. Then the life-giving force of the sun, Re, rose over the land to cause the rest of creation. The pharaohs believed that the life-giving waters of the Nile came from a subterranean stream that flowed in the underworld. Invariably, water was a gift of the gods. The book of Revelation, in the New Testament, speaks of the angel of the river of the water of life, as clear as crystal, flowing from the throne of God. In the Old Testament, Psalm 63 links rivers with the Lord. You care for the land and water it, you enrich it abundantly. The streams of God are filled with water to provide the people with grain, for so you have ordained it. You drench its furrows and level its ridges, you soften it with showers and bless its crops. Water enjoyed sacred properties in many ancient societies as the source of life. The Holy Quran teaches again and again that, with water we made all living things. Throughout Islamic domains, water devices of all kinds were far more than mere artifacts. A bubbling fountain celebrated the sacred mysteries of water and provided spiritual solace. Allah's throne sat on the waters in the highest world of all. In Central America, Maya lords performed elaborate public water rituals atop great pyramids that also served as rainfall catchments. Their artists sometimes depicted the sacred world tree, which linked the layers of their cosmos as a maize plant rising from bands of water. Maize was the sustainer of Maya life. The water lily monster served as the symbol of a watery world of raised fields and swamps. In Bali, farmers still irrigate their terraced rice fields on a schedule dictated by gods and goddesses residing in mountains and lakes high above the fields through a hierarchy of water temples. Much of this reverence revolved and revolves around the close connections between fertility, human life, and abundant water, around water as life. But where did it come from? Almost all ancient societies believed that water flowed from the depths of the earth. The Nile appeared to emerge from an utterly arid desert. The ancient Greeks considered springs to be sacred gifts emanating from the underworld. Few Europeans believed that rain and snow could provide water, at least until Leonardo da Vinci suggested it. Few people believed him. Eventually, during the 17th century, the English astronomer Edmund Halley and, quite independently, the French architect and scientist Claude Perrault used measurements of the catchments of the Thames and Seine rivers to prove da Vinci correct. Today, we know that water, like living organisms, has a life cycle, a circulation. It falls to earth as rain or snow, some on land, much of it at sea. Much of that descending on land drains into the ocean above or below ground. The remainder evaporates back into the atmosphere either directly or through vegetation, absorbing water from the ground and releasing it into the air as vapor. Vapor from both land and sea condenses into new rain-giving clouds. The world's oceans are, as it were, a huge reservoir. So much of this water is salt. Only the water temporarily withdrawn from the ocean is fresh. Only about 8.6 billion cubic miles, 36 billion cubic kilometers, of fresh water is on Earth. A mere 30% of that circulates relatively fast. The remainder is trapped in polar ice sheets, or is under the surface, in aquifers, or as groundwater. Some stays below ground for thousands of years. The amount of fresh water on Earth varies considerably, as does the speed at which it circulates. During warmer periods, evaporation rates increase, there is less ice, and more water circulates. The opposite is true during colder periods. Fresh water circulates through the world and through human lives in a never-ending cycle that operates in a multitude of ways. I've hiked glaciers on New Zealand's South Island, where you walk beside fast-moving torrents of cold meltwater running in milky riffles heavy with fine sediment. In Durango, Colorado, you can kayak through the city down a mountain stream where rapids menace and you capsize with disturbing frequency. Rivers pass through raging cataracts, then flow lazily through wide reaches, the current barely discernible. Rowing in a Victorian skiff down the Thames River from Oxford to London is one of the great civilized pleasures of modern life, for the gentle river does the work for you. Sometimes the contrasts are dramatic. During the dry season in Central Africa, I've swum in a deep, calm pond a few feet from the edge of the Victoria Falls, where the long, placid, wide Zambezi plunges abruptly into a narrow gorge over a mile-wide front. The spray, the smoke that thunders, rises hundreds of feet into the air and creates a dense rainforest. Lakes, small ponds, limpid springs, a multitude of streams and dry waddies where flash floods can sweep you away in seconds. Water passes through our lives in many ways, freezing, vaporizing, shaping the land, creating every kind of ecosystem and environment imaginable. We have tried to subdue water, to master it, and have come a long way from a simple dependence on lakes, rivers, and springs. Now we have probed the depths of the earth, where 60 times more water lies than on the surface. But with deep pumping, there is still not enough water to satisfy our accelerating demands. We are finally at the point where we have to admit that our only weapon is to use our ingenuity to devise ways of consuming less of the most precious finite commodity of all. We're at the point where our existing way of life cannot be sustained by promiscuous pumping of this resource. Profound changes in our attitudes toward and uses of water are unavoidable. Chapter 2. Farmers and Furrows. The Euphrates Valley, 12,000 years ago, early summer. The young girl and her mother sit by the riverbank in the warm afternoon sun, full waterskins at their side. Long shadows fall. Spring floodwaters swell the normally quiet river, yellow-brown, swirling in large pools, overflowing onto the sandy plain. A few boulders form natural pools where clear water can be found, newly refreshed by the inundation. The girl kneels at the edge of one calm pond, gathers a drink in her hands, lets the water flow down her arms. She laughs delightedly, casts a pebble into the calm pond. Ripples move quietly to the pond's edge. Gentle waves briefly overflow on a sandbar at the far side. Soon the girl is on her knees, digging with her hands, coaxing the deeper water into a shallow channel. A gentle stream passes down the defile, but soon evaporates into the sand. The girl digs deeper, forming a steeper gradient, and the water flows again. The mother remembers her grandmother telling her of better days, when oak forests covered the valley floor and rich harvests of pistachio nuts and acorns sustained her family through the winter months. She has heard tales, too, of the great gazelle hunts of spring, when villages from miles around cooperated in the mass slaughter of the small desert antelope as they moved into the fertile valley. Her mother and grandmother have long since departed for the realm of the ancestors, the guardians of the people and the land. Both of them lived through year after year of faltering rainfall, through almost entirely dry years when the forest retreated and the Euphrates flood was at best a shadow of its former self. Every household turned to wild rye for sustenance. When the shoots withered in the drought, they started to plant wild seed to obtain more food. Now they all depend on the crops they grow as much as they do on wild plants and game, and their entire lives depend on water, on rainfall, as never before. How did it begin? When did people first do more than merely collect water in skins or drink from their hands? Almost certainly, the idea of diverting water to nourish growing crops is as old as farming itself. Agriculture sounds like a dramatic invention, but it was not. All foragers knew that plants germinated, grew, and reached maturity. They arranged their lives around the brief harvests, moving from stand to stand of wild grasses as they ripened, camping near oak groves when acorns matured. To plant seeds to amplify existing growth was a natural progression for people experiencing food shortages. In so doing, they were not trying to invent a new lifeway, but to increase natural food supplies. Our woman's aged mother may have lived through the entire changeover, which seems to have occurred during a mere half-century or so. Within a few generations, hunter-gatherers became full-time farmers, and humanity's relationship with water changed radically. These transitions unfolded during a period of major climatic changes. For thousands of years, the Near East had been dry and cold at a time when great ice sheets mantled the Alps and Scandinavia. The Sahara Desert was hyper-arid, its margins extending deep into West Africa. As global warming accelerated, beginning 15,000 years ago, ice sheets retreated and sea levels rose. Warmer and wetter conditions descended on the Euphrates Valley and the Sahara. Hunter-gatherers lived in a proverbial land of milk and honey over a broad swath of country between the eastern Mediterranean coast and southeast Turkey. Small bands of lightly equipped hunters preyed on antelope on semi-arid grasslands that now extended deep into the Sahara. Plant foods of all kinds abounded in the oak and pistachio forests close to the Euphrates Valley. Water was rarely a problem. Rainfall levels were considerably higher than today. The irregular but marked warming at the end of the Ice Age came to an abrupt close about 12,900 years ago, when a huge influx of fresh water from a glacial lake in central Canada cascaded over the northern North Atlantic and virtually shut down the Gulf Stream. Near glacial conditions returned to Europe for 1,000 years until the Gulf Stream reasserted itself. Now, intense drought gripped the once well-watered river valleys of the Near East. As the drought intensified, the hunting populations of the region turned to wild grasses and less palatable foods that were still within easy reach of their villages. Dry years persisted. Soon these alternative foods proved inadequate for a growing population, so the villagers took the next logical step. They started cultivating wild grasses to supplement the natural stands that could be harvested each year. For better or worse, it was the consequences of deliberate planting that changed human life and our relationships with water. With startling rapidity, in perhaps just a few generations, genetic changes in wild emmer wheat, barley and rye turned foragers into full-time farmers. Within mere centuries, the fundamental dynamics of human life changed profoundly, largely because people were now anchored to their land in entirely different ways. No longer did they wander over large hunting territories or freely exploit the game and wild plants of such exceptionally rich and diverse environments as those in the Euphrates and Jordan valleys. Their new worlds were smaller, more tightly encompassed by the plots of carefully selected, fertile soils where they planted and harvested cereal crops, and by the patchwork of grazing and browsing areas where they tended their flocks of goats and sheep, and later cattle. Above all, they had to live in places with sufficient rainfall to water their crops, or close to rivers and lakes where they could use gravity to divert water to their fields. If you visited a village of the day, you would find yourself in a maze of narrow alleyways and adobe walls with just enough space for goats, sheep, or a laden farmer to pass. The only traffic in late afternoon would be women and girls carrying goat skins full of water for their families. The hamlet might look deserted, but you would know that there were people all around you behind the buff walls. A man and a woman arguing passionately, women laughing, the sounds of children playing, and, above all, the steady scrape, scrape of stone grinders preparing the evening meal. Noises would assault you on every side, mingled with the scent of wood smoke, sweating bodies, and rotting garbage. Such villages were small, enclosed worlds. The closely packed adobe dwellings had flat roofs and were separated from one another by small courtyards and the narrow alleyways. Families and kin lived at close quarters, without the flexibility of hunter-gatherer societies, where it was relatively easy to move away when tempers flared and violence threatened. In the close-knit universe of farming villages, you were always tied to kinfolk in your own settlement and further afield, to the surrounding land and the crops that grew there. A tapestry of ancestry and kin ties controlled access to the fields and the manner in which they passed from one generation to the next. Inevitably, there were quarrels over inheritance and land ownership in landscapes where rainfall was unpredictable and careful soil selection was the secret to good harvests. With agriculture, the equation of survival changed fundamentally. Farmers might live near a lake, river, or spring, which would provide drinking water as it always had. They might still eat wild plant foods or hunt gazelle, but their primary living came from cereal crops. A wet year might produce abundant harvests or flood young shoots out of the ground. Droughts and cloudless skies withered crops in the fields. The new equation was brutally direct. People were now dependent on the productivity of their fields, rather than on broad hunting territories, and those fields would only produce food if they received adequate rainfall. The sedentary farming villages lived from harvest to harvest. Their survival depended on the precious food surpluses that guaranteed not only enough to eat, but also enough seed for next year's planting. Even the best watered areas experienced hunger and malnutrition at some point, especially in the bleak months of late winter and early spring, when food was always short. At first, during the earliest millennia of farming, every village had a safety net to fall back on in its herds of goats and sheep, and in game and wild plant foods. However, as livestock stripped the land and village populations grew, the expanding fields began to eat up the land, permanently transforming the natural environment. In the days before farming, the number of people the landscape could support was small. Now, with growing populations after the same wild foods, both game and plants rapidly became scarcer. Gazelle migrations tapered off, and stands of wild grasses disappeared in the face of the digging stick cleaning fields. The potential for hunger in a much drier world was now much greater. Every hunter knew that water flowed downstream, down steep defiles, through fast-flowing rapids, then idled serenely through meandering valleys. Anyone who could fashion a deep pool by damming a small stream with a stone weir or clay could catch fish. And every child living near a river had spent happy hours digging channels to divert water and create new streams. This collective knowledge of generations must have been the catalyst for the first modest efforts to divert water from rivers and streams into shallow furrows that carried it to strategically placed fields, where the water could be spread with one's feet and hands, with judicious use of digging sticks. Like farming, these first small-scale water diversions had momentous long-term significance. Communities that lived on fertile soils close to perennial flowing water could free themselves, at least partially, from the tyranny of capricious rainfall. Thus was born furrow irrigation, the simplest form of water management, a technology so effective that subsistence farmers in many places still use it today. Now, humans not only used water, but also began to manage it, at first presumably along permanent watercourses, but soon in higher-risk situations where streams flowed for only a few days or weeks, or only after sudden storms. The epochal drought caused by the implosion of the Gulf Stream lasted about 1,000 years. Around 9,500 BCE, the Gulf Stream was back to normal. Warmer conditions returned to Europe, much hotter and somewhat wetter conditions spread over the Near East. Mixed farming, agriculture and stock breeding now flourished in places like the Wadi Fainan in southern Jordan, about 25 miles, 40 kilometers from Petra, famous as a major center of the much later Nabatean civilization. Today, the Wadi is a desolate landscape, but there was more water when farmers first settled by a spring on a junction between the surrounding mountains and the main valley. They also founded villages near other springs on the better watered uplands. Here they cultivated wheat and barley, using the Wadi itself for hunting and herding. The settlements on the uplands flourished. Local populations swelled. By the 6th and 5th millennia BCE, the main arable tracts had shifted into the Wadi itself. A major village rose at Wadi Fainan at a time when the climate was significantly wetter than it had been in earlier times, or was to be in the future. The village lay by a virtually perennial stream, whose seasonal floodwaters supported most cultivation in a routine that was simplicity itself. Each family planted its crops in the damp soils on either bank of the stream left by the receding floods. The same practice was commonplace among early farming communities along the Nile and persists along rivers like the Zambezi into modern times. About 6,000 years ago, the climate became progressively drier throughout North Africa and the Near East. In the Wadi Fainan, the landscape was now increasingly steppe-like. Virtually all farming activity was now concentrated at lower elevations. The shift came at a time of profound social change throughout the Near East, with, among other developments, the first appearance of metallurgy, a massive expansion of trade networks, and the appearance of the first much larger communities, towns, if not near cities, most of them near major rivers. The Wadi contains rich copper deposits, which soon attracted attention, especially after 3500 BCE. With the increased desiccation, the Wadi's farmers could no longer rely on well-watered locations. Instead, they began to develop new strategies for living in a much drier environment. They turned to floodwater farming. The elders live with their ears cocked during the rainy season. Day and night they listen to the wind, watch gathering clouds, and are alert for the soft rattling of water-washed stones in the dry streambed in the nearby gully. Sometimes the noise is subdued, transitory, as a brief freshet cascades downstream for just a few minutes. Then there are the late afternoons and evenings when massive rain-filled clouds crowd over higher ground. A flash of lightning, crashes of thunder, only a few heavy drops fall on the village, but the men are already at the crude stone dam and terrace walls they reinforced during the hot summer months. A loud concatenation of rumbling boulders and a tumbling surge of sand-coloured stormwater wash against the dam and its terraces as the torrent submerges them. The elders watch silently as their relatives pile boulders to reinforce weaker terraces. Minutes later, the clouds lift upstream. The mellow light of the evening sun sparkles on the now falling waters. Long into the night, the villagers watch the flood. As the check dam, built to collect floodwater, reappears and the stream recedes, young men prowl immediately downstream, plugging leaks with stones and clay. Behind the crude barrier, a large pool of floodwater stands ready to fill the nearby stone cisterns and water the nearby fields. Studying ancient irrigation systems is never easy, especially in places with a long history like Wadi Fainan, where the irrigation works of centuries lie atop the small-scale efforts of the earliest inhabitants. All that remains are field boundaries, stone alignments from long-disused terraces, and large boulders that formed the foundations of check dams. Thousands of years of cultivation have swept away small dwellings and goat enclosures, the delicate traces of human occupation, such as charcoal-filled hearths, that enable us to date farm works. Landscape archaeology is a laborious task of field survey and mapping using GPS devices, computers, and in the case of more elaborate field systems, aerial photographs. This costs money and consumes many field seasons. The Wadi Finan Landscape Survey involved a multidisciplinary team from more than 17 universities. The Landscape Survey was able to decipher the imprint of farmers on Wadi Finan during the 4th and 3rd millennia BCE. The villagers lived in irregularly built stone dwellings close to field systems marked with stone boundaries. They built check dams and crude terrace walls across the shallow floors of tributary wadis. In this way, they trapped and collected floodwater in circular and oval storage cisterns up to about 20 inches, 51 centimeters deep. In some places, they laid out terraced fields along the direction of water flow. Simple, but apparently effective for many centuries, the Wadi Finan check dams and terraces involved no elaborate organization. Nor did they require social mechanisms for deciding who got water for their fields and how much. But their simple efforts to divert water onto fields were the prototypes of much larger and more tightly controlled irrigation works in later times. Like floodwater farming, check dams persist to this day, especially in Africa, where one can achieve some understanding of the basic yet highly effective ways in which village societies manipulate water and the acreage it feeds. Village irrigation remained a foundation for some of the most complex pre-industrial civilizations on Earth. I'll never forget driving northward through northern Zambia in late September and October. The gravel road passed through mile after mile of savanna woodland, dipping occasionally for a shallow, dry watercourse. It was a dull drive at the best of times, especially at the end of the dry season, when the farmers burned off their gardens. Dark, low clouds of ash-filled smoke clung to the treetops, masking the sun, swirling through clearings. A thin cloud of wood ash covered our tents each morning and winnowed into our coffee. Everything was pale and washed out, even the sky, as the farmers prepared for rain. Poor soils, uncertain rainfall. One expert has estimated that about 40% of sub-Saharan Africa's soils are marginal for subsistence agriculture. The classic model of such African farming is swidden or slash-and-burn farming, well documented in a series of classic anthropological studies conducted before and after World War II. Slash-and-burn involves just that. Village farmers clear savanna woodland, burn the resulting timber and undergrowth, then hoe the ash into their new gardens. After a number of years, sometimes as few as 2 or 3, but occasionally after as many as 7 harvests, crop yields fall rapidly. The farmers move on, leaving the exhausted soil to lie fallow. They clear new gardens, often as a series of concentric rings even further from their dwellings. After a generation or so, the village moves to be closer to growing crops. If there is plenty of land, it may shift some distance into deserted bush. In most cases, however, and especially in places where population growth has crowded the landscape, the village will move in a gradual circle as farmers take up land that has lain fallow for several years. If you map the population of East Africa, you find that the density varies greatly depending on such complex factors as altitude, rainfall, soils, and the nature of the societies that occupy the very diverse environments. Enormous tracts of open, dry country support pastoralists and their herds. Swidden farmers depend on seasonal rainfall over vast areas of the savanna. Bananas are a staple in low-lying areas with abundant rainfall. One would think that the density of human settlement would be a simple consequence of generally adequate rainfall or shallow groundwater. In practice, however, many other factors are involved. People move as a result of overcrowding, because of endemic raiding and warfare, or because tsetse flies have expanded their range and are killing their cattle. The term shifting cultivation covers an enormous range of African farming practices. Generations of anthropologists and historians assumed that African agriculture had changed but little over the centuries, that slash-and-burn farming with its generally low crop yields, had long been the norm. Nothing could be further from the truth, for many innovations took hold over time, including many elaborations on Swidden farming. The most innovative areas, especially in East Africa, are those where altitude, rainfall, and topography allow permanent, not shifting cultivation, supported by all manner of practices, among them intercropping, mulching, ridging, manuring, and furrow irrigation. These areas include the slopes of northeastern Tanzania's Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Meru, higher altitudes in that region, and the Kenya highlands. One staple crop is bananas, which have been cultivated for at least 1,000 years, and probably longer, but it is cereal agriculture, the growing of sorghum, finger millet, and in recent centuries maize, that demonstrates the remarkable effectiveness and flexibility of simple irrigation in environments with diverse topography and uncertain rainfall. Such agriculture involves investments in land and water management that go far beyond the need to survive from one harvest to the next, capital investments that masquerade in the technical literature behind a rather strange expression, landesque capital. The term is misleading, because the kind of irrigation and water management described in this chapter does not involve massive, one-time investment by large numbers of people. Rather, long water channels and field systems develop gradually, the cumulative result of household and village labour over sustained periods of time. Agriculture, constructing irrigation works, and maintaining both channels and fields are activities that blur one into the other. Land and water are, effectively, part of the same resource. There are none of the armies of labourers associated with later Mesopotamian and Chinese water projects. Village irrigation in East Africa is a gradual, long-term investment in the landscape, which develops over many generations and is controlled by families, households, and kin groups who contribute labour to enable an irrigated environment to come into being. The return on investment is cumulative and slow. These were very ancient practices that continue today. Long before the arrival of Europeans and colonial settlement, the irrigation societies described in this chapter were self-sustaining for many generations. The best-known examples are in East Africa, but there are furrow farmers in Ethiopia. They also once flourished in the highlands of eastern Zimbabwe. And huge complexes of terraces, field boundaries, and water channels can be seen in South Africa's northern Drakensberg Mountains. In the past, as there are today, there were, effectively, islands of more intensive agriculture in East and Southern Africa, some of which supported fairly large populations for long periods of time. These societies were less fragile in the face of drought and social unrest than surrounding groups who relied on herding and dry agriculture alone. Dry agriculture relies solely on rain. Such enclaves, with their simple irrigation channels, offered protection against hunger. In 1940, a colonial officer writing in a famine year remarked of the Marakwet of northern Kenya, described in Chapter 3, that they have been saved by their furrows. What is remarkable is that nearly all of this irrigation farming flourished over long periods of time without being controlled by powerful chiefs or hierarchies of nobles and officials. Instead, village farmers controlled their own destinies, largely because of land rights that were vested in lineages and clans, in the intricate ties of kin that linked family to family, village to village. The same lineages and clans dug, owned, and maintained water channels and controlled water distribution, for land and water went hand in hand and were, effectively, the same thing. The one could not exist without the presence of the other. It's no coincidence that the same social mechanisms that settled decisions about land and water management also played a central role in marriage negotiations. Land, water, and society were as one. Africa's islands of agriculture existed in isolation, but were closely tied to the worlds of their neighbours through all manner of formal and informal contacts and exchanges. Fortunately, research on more than 5 centuries of irrigation tells their still-in-progress story. The Great Rift Valley cut through East Africa with a giant tectonic slash, deep, with precipitous escarpments in places, and blessed with a few lakes and huge tracts of arid, semi-arid, and often very hot landscape. This was one of the playgrounds of the very first humans, more than 2.5 million years ago. It is one of the very few places where you can still get an impression of the Africa of ancient times. To witness a wildebeest migration on Tanzania's Serengeti Plain is to experience a nearly vanished Africa, where a magnificent bestiary and legions of predators once caused farmers and herders to be ever watchful. Altitude means everything here, for rainfall is more abundant, if still variable, on higher ground, whereas the wide valley floor is dry for most of the year. An unlikely place for farming at the best of times, you might think, yet a few people manage to thrive off irrigation agriculture alone here, or to combine it, at least partially, with dry farming. This is the story told by Engaruka, home to the earliest known furrow farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. The site of Engaruka lies by the eastern escarpment of the Rift in northern Tanzania, at an altitude of 3,280 feet, 1,000 meters, above sea level, a low altitude for this part of East Africa. It's a dry and dusty location, with unreliable, variable rainfall, a place where evaporation rates are high, the heat is often extreme, and the rainfall is no more than about 16 inches, 406 millimeters, in an average year. Archaeologist John Sutton was lucky here, for the ancient irrigation works lie exposed and intact. Behind Engaruka, the escarpment climbs to around 6,500 feet, 2,000 meters, or higher, to highlands with 2 or 3 times the amount of rainfall that occurs in the Rift. Successive groups of pastoralists have herded cattle, sheep, and goats on the highlands, the most recent of them being the Maasai. No farmers have cultivated the higher ground, but the runoff that descends the escarpment through deeply cut gorges allowed Engaruka's inhabitants to farm a landscape that would never have supported dry agriculture even in the best of years. 3 spectacular gorges incised the base of the escarpment, over 5.6 miles, 9 kilometers, behind Engaruka, and bring water to the lowlands. Only the Engaruka River brings water year-round, a shallow, fast-moving stream. The other watercourses are more unpredictable. Cumulatively, however, they have created large outwash deposits of tillable soil. Their waters enter the valley at a commanding altitude, with the terrain falling away sharply on either side, in the case of the Engaruka River for more than 1.2 miles, 2 kilometers. Permanent water and the topography combined to create an exceptionally favorable location for irrigation farming in a landscape where any form of cultivation would otherwise have been impossible. About 4,942 acres, 2,000 hectares, of ancient irrigation canals and fields lie at the base of the escarpment and spill over onto the plain. The farmers faced serious obstacles in a terrain dominated by stone. Thousands of stones had to be removed before a single crop could be cultivated. Many of them went into the crude stone walls used to demarcate the small fields. Their owners levelled the plots with simple revetments and shallow terraces. They used still more rocks and scree to line their canals and feeder channels. What then to do with the remaining stone from the fields? The solution lay in compact, well-built, square and angular cairns that stood up to 6 feet, 2 meters high, and dotted the fields, each with a rubble core. In this way, as much land as possible could be cultivated without the back-breaking labor of carrying heavy baskets of stones considerable distances. Circular enclosures of thick, rubble-filled stone walls, up to 33 feet, 10 meters across, also lay among the fields. One would have thought that these were protected houses, but they were probably used for cattle, who were stall-fed, there being inadequate pasture land anywhere nearby. The beasts provided not only meat and milk, but also manure that could be spread on the surrounding fields. Their owners dwelled in 7 large villages situated on the scree of the escarpment, above the irrigated area but close to adequate water supplies for domestic use. Had you visited the fields at night, you would have found men and boys watching the cattle, perhaps huddled by fires, alert for marauding lions. The combination of cattle herding and irrigation agriculture at Engaruka is by no means unique. There are historic examples of such practices among modern-day people like the Sonjo, who live on better watered land about 62 miles, 100 kilometers to the north. Some farmers in southwestern Ethiopia live in stone-walled villages in a region of unpredictable seasonal rainfall. They draw water from stone-lined wells and irrigate fields in narrow valley bottoms with narrow furrows linked to perennial streams, which are, however, vulnerable to severe droughts like those of recent years. Like these people today, the Engaruka farmers probably cultivated sorghum, a common cereal crop in sub-Saharan Africa, which has the advantage of being both drought-resistant and tolerant of irrigation. They may also have grown finger millet, which has excellent storage qualities. John Sutton believes that this may have been grown without irrigation, then stored both as a famine food if need be, and for brewing beer. Various pulses, such as beans, served as secondary crops, and provided valuable nourishment for the soil. Successful farming depended on gravity, on water fed through shallow furrow canals from springs or mountain streams. Arid and stony Engaruka is an extreme farming environment, which is perhaps why the inhabitants lavished such care on the details of their fields, enclosures, and cairns. The first settlers must have farmed on a small scale, with their canals and fields confined to the easiest areas to cultivate, immediately downstream of the Engaruka Gorge. As the population increased, the people expanded their fields onto higher, rockier ground. The farmers invested cumulatively in their waterworks. The main feeder canals ran from the highest possible points in the gorges along the base of the escarpment. Temporary stone walls and other devices diverted water from the streams and must have been replaced at frequent intervals, especially after flood surges. Using stone linings and carefully shaped embankments, the farmers steered the canals around small hills and through their field systems. The gradients of the feeders were sedulously level, both to control the water flow and to prevent erosion and breaching of the sides. You can imagine the diggers shaping the floor of the canals with hoes, digging sticks, and their hands, shaving the ground as the first water flowed down the new defile. Even a few fingers' worth of soil would make all the difference. The stakes were high, for careful attention to the gradient also ensured that water reached the largest area possible. Sutton mapped the canals and found that most of them fell at very shallow gradients. No sophisticated engineering was involved, just a combination of experience and trial and error. The longest of the Engaruka feeder channels extends over as much as 1.8 miles, 3 kilometers, and is up to 6 feet, 2 meters, wide, with, of course, a much narrower bottom. A gravel embankment supports the artery as it descends the escarpment. At the foot, it swings abruptly at right angles toward a small, isolated hill. The builders had to maintain the gradient, so they carried the canal across a narrow valley on a stone embankment, effectively an aqueduct up to 9 feet 3 meters high. At the hill, the canal divides into contour furrows that follow each side of it, in places apparently once bolstered with wooden scaffolding, where hollowed-out logs carried the water even further. Hollow logs were also used elsewhere in efforts to carry the water further still, through an irrigation system that was becoming seriously circumscribed. Engaruka's irrigation system could never nourish more than a relatively finite area, for gravity-fed water could only flow so far along even the highest and longest canals. There were limits to the number of people who could be fed off the tightly packed field systems, even with the careful use of cattle manure and meticulously supervised crop rotation between cereals and pulses. The farmers' options were few, for they could not afford to shorten the fallow period in their fields, which would have rapidly exhausted the soil and caused uncontrollable erosion. At lower elevations, redeposited soil could flow down onto terraced fields, with catastrophic results. The irrigation works were under even more stress, owing to a decline in rainfall at higher elevations relatively soon after first settlement. As the flow from the Engaruka, the main water source, faltered, the farmers tried to adjust their canals. They did this in ingenious ways that give an impression of adept flexibility. More likely, however, they were desperate. As less and less water flowed off the escarpment, the people dug feeder canals off lesser streams and even off some that flowed but sporadically. These works came into use when rainfall was somewhat higher than today. Some, now only occasional streams, still carried water for considerable periods after highland storms, in great enough quantities that field systems could depend on them. At Engaruka, generations of cumulative investment faltered after initial success. The first settlers had cultivated a limited area with relatively simple irrigation methods. The villages prospered, and the population grew, perhaps at a time when the annual rainfall was slowly declining. The farmers responded to less predictable river flows by expanding their canals and furrows to the maximum extent possible, until about 4,950 acres, 2,000 hectares, of intensely cultivated land depended on water from higher elevations. Even a slight decline in water volume made a significant difference, especially when every square foot of cultivable soil was planted to the full. Even with manuring, soil quality declined as the farming season shortened. Eventually, there came a point when the Engaruka villages were no longer viable and the people moved elsewhere. Judging from the state of the surviving channels and field systems, the move was a relatively abrupt one. Engaruka, with its total dependence on irrigation agriculture, had become too specialized, too closed in to survive independent of other settlements. The inhabitants moved away, but their fate remains unknown. Conceivably, they moved to the Sonjo region, where several villages still flourish on the escarpment, west of Lake Natron. Here, the inhabitants cultivate fields fed by local springs, and also grow sorghum and finger millet by irrigating nearby river valleys. They do not depend exclusively on irrigation, as the people did at Engaruka. The rainfall is higher, so the Sonjo's irrigation works tend to be less well developed than those of their former neighbours. Nor do the farmers own cattle, which were an integral part of the closely organised Engaruka regimen. But the similarity of the compact villages and their agriculture hints at some as yet unstudied historical relationship. It was not until the 20th century that a new community of irrigation farmers came to Engaruka, to fields further downslope than the ancient settlement. For thousands of years, channels, furrows, check dams and terraces have helped define the close relationship between people, their land, and their water. As Engaruka reminds us, when the channels and furrows falter, so too do the societies that depended on them. The only recourse is to try again elsewhere. As the East African societies described in Chapter 3 remind us, it's a fatal mistake to put all your eggs into one proverbial basket or clay pot. Chapter 3. Whoever has a channel has a wife. Resuming our way, we were almost baffled in our attempt to descend, owing to the excessive steepness of the way. I here noticed the employment of canals for irrigation, many of them being conveyed with surprising judgment along the most unexpected places. The men camped beside one of the artificial canals employed to bring water from a great distance to irrigate the ground at the base. In camping here, we found we had simply delivered ourselves into the hands of the Philistines. The natives at once put the screw upon us to extort a large hongo bribe. Seeing us hesitate, they quietly retired, and the water with them, for they could easily divert it in its upper course. This was quite sufficient to produce the desired effect. We humbly paid up, and immediately, as if a modern rod of Moses had struck the rock, the water began to flow. The rod of Moses. Victorian explorer Joseph Thomson led a Royal Geographic Society expedition through East Africa's Masai land in 1883 to 84. On the Elgeyo escarpment, northwest of Lake Victoria, he learned the power of the furrow, or rather, that of those who control it. Thomson spent but one night among the irrigation works, then moved on to Lake Baringo. He also tried and failed to climb Mount Kilimanjaro in northern Tanzania, but constantly remarked on the spectacularly varied East African terrain. Thomson travelled through arid grasslands and up steep escarpments and visited higher altitudes where heavy rainfall nourished lush vegetation. Living conditions and ways of life changed dramatically within a few miles or 1,000 feet of altitude. Thomson must have passed by other irrigation schemes, though it was only when he camped in the midst of one that he mentioned it. Irrigation has a long history in the arid and semi-arid regions of East Africa. We're not talking here about fields planted in damp soils left by receding river floods, as was the sporadic case in places like the Rufiji River in southern Tanzania, but about larger-scale efforts that involved diverting streams and digging long furrows. 3 clusters of such irrigation works flourished in Kenya and Tanzania before the arrival of Europeans. One encompasses Engaruka and the Sonjo in northern Tanzania's Great Rift Valley between Lakes Manyara and Natron, already described. A second cluster surrounds Mount Kilimanjaro, where the Chaga people and others draw water from mountain streams and storage ponds with an extensive furrow network to cultivate bananas and cereals such as sorghum. Some of these communities used irrigation to grow surplus food to supply slave caravans during the mid-19th century. The third cluster lies in the spectacular Rift Valley landscape of the Kerio region of northwestern Kenya. Here, furrows draw water from streams at 9,000 feet, 2,743 meters, and carry it down slope to more than 6,000 feet, 1,829 meters, above sea level. Also, there was once extensive furrow irrigation near Lake Baringo, to the northwest, again to supply slave caravans. The word irrigation conjures up misleading images of wider checkerboard landscapes, bisected by canals, large and small, where watchful officials scrutinize every planting, every crop. The reality for furrow farmers like the Marakwet and Pokot farmers of the Rift Valley is very different. Here, dozens of subsistence farming communities still water their fields using the same kinds of general practices as those used by much earlier farmers in Jordan's Wadi Fainan and at Engaruka. They use their furrows and canals not to grow food surpluses for distant lords, but as a reliable safety net in times of drought and possible food shortages. And there's another daily necessity. Thirsty cattle need water at least once a day. It's worth taking a closer look at Marakwet and Pokot water management, a notable example of the effectiveness of a small-scale irrigation. The water still flows steadily down narrow earthen furrows in northwest Kenya, ebbs around hillside boulders, through hollowed tree trunks. You climb up steep hillside paths, follow the gradually sloping defiles from the river high above, through a patchwork of small gardens and growing crops. In places, men with iron hoes are clearing silt and piling it up down slope from the carefully graded channel. A small group of villagers gathers around a recently felled and hollowed-out tree trunk. They are arguing about its length and where to divert the water as they replace the older wooden aqueduct. As their crops ripen, and just as they have for centuries, the farmers gather to argue over water allocations for crops and cattle. They still depend on consensus and public opinion to manage water brought from a distance, just as farmers have done since the earliest days of village farming. In Kenya's Eldoret region, water cascades down steep hillsides from the Cherangani Hills into the Kerio Valley, more than 3,280 feet, 1,000 meters below. The Marakwet people of the Kerio have developed an impressive expertise in taming these fast-flowing waters. The farmers themselves see nothing unusual in irrigation, in the many miles of canals, furrows, wooden aqueducts, and scaffolding that bring water to their fields. They call it kieber, to water the land. They also speak of kekwatber, to level the land, the most important element in any form of gravity-fed irrigation. Irrigation is part of the daily fabric of Marakwet life. When the Marakwet, or their predecessors, first began furrow agriculture is unknown, but judging from Engaruka, such practices date back many centuries. Perhaps they developed as a response to growing population densities, but in the case of the Kerio Valley, irrigation may have come into use as a convenient way of growing crops, and then resulted in locally much higher population densities. Marakwet farmers live in a world of highly variable rainfall from one year to the next. Each year, too, climbing temperatures lead to high evaporation rates. Here, farming would be a high-risk proposition without irrigation. From the beginning, irrigation was part of the Marakwet subsistence farming system, a specialized part, it is true, but valuable because it made farmers less dependent on unpredictable downpours. Once they had invested heavily in canals and furrows, each family and household became closely tied to the land in ways that were not necessarily the case with farmers who cleared plots, cultivated them each rainy season, then moved on to clear new land when the soils became exhausted. Along permanent rivers, larger communities with stable populations flourished for many generations as the scale of the canals and furrows expanded. The ties between the people and their irrigated land were reflected in much closer links between different families and descent groups, the kin that determine inheritance of fields. Landholding descent groups constructed the channels, with everyone contributing labor. If you needed to get water to your land, you had to contribute labor to constructing and maintaining the irrigation works. Every member of the community was involved. They had to be. There was no problem recruiting labor for canal digging or maintenance. Your genealogical status gave you a share in specific furrows. This guaranteed access to land and water to all members of society. The social equation was simple enough. Those who fulfilled their obligations of communal labor that helped keep the furrows in good repair were guaranteed water. Those who did not were excluded, despite continual negotiations over exactly where water went. Digging and maintaining the furrows was not a hardship, but a festive activity, despite the labor involved. We can imagine a group of men with hoes, digging in a row, singing as they swung their arms, the soil swept away with deft flicks of their tools. The work would begin in early morning, cease during the heat of the day, then resume as the shadows lengthened. No one was in any hurry. They would work perhaps 2 or 3 days a week under the direction of several elders who scraped and contoured the bottom of the new channel with the careful eye of long experience. The Marakwet were far more than just hill furrow farmers. They had a long tradition of herding, especially in the lowlands. Cattle were a source of pride and wealth. Acquiring livestock was an opportunity to move on to the plains and become full-time herders. Both anthropologists and colonial officers remarked that the Marakwet preferred pastoralism over the hard work of farming, but this is a misleading stereotype of a people who are very flexible in their relationships and economic activities. In recent years, population growth has made it increasingly difficult for the Marakwet to maintain such flexibility, especially in an era of overcrowding and constant land disputes. The first furrows must have led off the lower reaches of the rivers and streams, dug by small villages, even individual households. As the population increased and the farmers began to construct much larger and longer furrows higher up the rivers, the labor involved expanded. Someone had to survey the route with meticulous care and anticipate exactly where water would flow around large boulders and down slopes. There were gullies to cross, embankments to be constructed, potential landslides to be factored in, all of this apart from the brutally hard labor of clearing bush and building passages through rocky scree shared by communities the length of the waterway. There was always the risk of failure. of months of work being abandoned to the bush when the furrow was unsuccessful because of too loose soil. Anthropologist Wilhelm Östberg of Stockholm's National Museum of Ethnology describes how, in the 1970s, 5 elders of the Talai clan surveyed the route for a new 8-mile, 13-kilometre furrow from the Embutut River that would not only irrigate the clan's fields, but also provide water for 4 schools, 2 churches, a dispensary, a trading centre, and all the households along the way. When the survey started, the people said that the elders had gone to negotiate some marriages. When water comes home, it is a marriage. Whoever has a channel has a wife. They compared owning a furrow to possessing livestock as a way of attracting women. Marriage prospects improve. You will not have to talk long to a girl before she agrees. Women want a place with water where mangoes grow. By the time the furrow was well underway, 98 people were labouring on it, up from the original team of 22. People living many miles from the river desperately wanted water and were prepared to dig 2 or 3 days a week, despite interruptions caused by attacks from neighbouring Pokot bands. The channel building took years. The larger the scale of furrow agriculture, the more organisation is required, which in the case of the Marakwet came from their kin-based land ownership. The same pattern of cooperation applied, whether the Marakwet were arranging a marriage, clearing new land, preparing for defence, allocating water, or resolving disputes, and it still does today. Repairing a canal can take several weeks, as people work for a few days, some hours, and the number of men working ebbs and flows. But eventually the work is completed, as it always has been.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Everyone had something to say that hot African afternoon in the meeting that I attended in the Gwembitonga village, deep in the Middle Zambezi Valley in Zambia. An argument to make, a case to be advocated, a pearl of experience or wisdom to share. We sat in exquisite discomfort on wooden stools or the ground, sweat dripping from our brows. At times, everyone tried to speak at once, until the loudest voice prevailed. The meeting concerned the contested ownership of a plot of cultivated land nearby, a dispute between fellow kin that affected several other landowners in the area. What began as a concatenation of angry voices turned into a litany of reminiscences and stories about the recent ancestors of those who claimed the land. The only time the gathering became silent was when an elder spoke. Then everyone listened, apparently out of respect for a voice of experience, even if they didn't necessarily consider it to be one of reason. Eventually, the heat prevailed. The argument mellowed into a conversation that ebbed and flowed across the crowded meeting. As the tempo of the voices slowed, 2 elders spoke at length. They were eloquent, long-winded, but calm. With the benefit of precedent and hindsight, they mediated the dispute in a way that left everyone, if not completely satisfied, at least with something gained. Attending village meetings is part of an archaeologist's life in sub-Saharan Africa, but I'd forgotten just how important they are in communities where decisions are made collectively, with a careful ear attuned to public opinion. There may be shouting, tempers raised, and eloquent argument, but in the end, the decisions are made and accepted by the group. It may be messy, at times chaotic, but the results are remarkably egalitarian. The crux of many disputes at the meetings I attended was land, for these were farmers who practiced dry agriculture. In many societies like the Marakwet, however, the same process of decision-making extends to people who share canals and their water. The gatherings that centered on water in Ngaruka are long lost to historical oblivion, but the ways in which the people there distributed this most precious of resources must have involved endless argument and negotiation. Almost everywhere, every initiated male in the community has a voice in village affairs. The actual process of decision-making varies considerably once all voices have been heard. Some groups, like the Sonjo of northern Tanzania, described below, who may number descendants of Engaruka farmers among them, leave the decisions to a council of elders who claim direct descent from Kahambaguyu, a supreme being and cultural hero whose position is akin to that of God. In earlier centuries, powerful rituals and intercessions with revered ancestors and divine beings were always part of the process, but these have largely passed into history. Ritual, communal ownership of the land, and collective use of water were always intricately entwined. There is much more to this than councils and collective decision-making. Access to water, land, and food, in times of need, is a fundamental daily reality and a critical factor in arranging marriages. The Marakwet follow marriage rules that allow polygamy and make everyone marry outside their own immediate settlement, even excluding neighboring people. They know that the more numerous they become, the better use they make of land and water, and the less vulnerable they are to marauding wildlife and raids. Furrow farming is relatively secure, especially in poor rain years, when there is hunger among those who depend on rainfall for their crops. Outsiders can join the irrigation system, for the extra labor is often welcome, and there are well-established rules for allocating both land and water. Over generations of at times irregular growth, the furrows have expanded, and the system has constantly reinforced itself. Inevitably, though, with population growth in recent times, it has come under stress. There has been an explosion in lengthy disputes over land and water, as well as what can only be called deceitful dealings. Stealing water at night to water one's field is a common offence, especially in drier years. Nevertheless, the system is flexible enough to accommodate historical irregularities, while upholding the ancient legal and moral code upon which Marakwet farming depends. For all their apparent security, the farmers rely on livestock, especially goats and sheep, as currency, acquired and dispersed as part of the daily traffic of living, for marriage negotiations, as a way of buying water rights, for fulfilling social obligations, and, of course, for their meat and hides. The small stock requires little maintenance and feeds on crop residues during the dry season. Animals were once part of elaborate exchange networks that linked highlands and lowlands and provided a means of trading grain surpluses and other commodities with other groups, an additional form of security against hunger. Marakwet irrigation developed over many generations as farmers, hemmed in by neighbours, began expanding away from major rivers on the west side of the Kerio Valley. In the end, more than 40 channels watered nearly 9,900 acres, 4,000 hectares, of farmland. There were distinctive building blocks for the system. The central role of descent groups made labour available. Decision-making involved everyone. The flexibility and expansive nature of these kin ties made it possible for the Marakwet to build elaborate and lengthy irrigation channels. As Wilhelm Östberg remarks, it was not only the Marakwet who made the furrows, but also that the furrows were instrumental in forming the Marakwet. Most of the ancient rituals that lay behind furrow irrigation have long vanished in the face of Christianity, so we know little about them. Fortunately, the Sonjo, who live in the Lake Natron region and may have had some relationship with the inhabitants of Engaruka, preserve some of their traditional beliefs. These farmers herd goats and sheep and cultivate cereal crops, relying on both seasonal rainfall and water from permanent springs and streams. Carefully maintained channels pass water onto the irrigated fields in a flat alluvial valley. Just like the Marakwet and the Pokot, the Sonjo use irrigation to amplify their farming as an important cushion against famine. The streams periodically flood the valley and provide moisture for the fields, but the springs, each considered sacred, flow year-round. A council of 17 hereditary elders, which meets almost daily in one of the village plazas, controls irrigation and water allocation. Sonjo farmers dwell in close proximity to one another, in a harsh environment of constant water shortages, where the potential for conflict abounds. For this reason, they value calm, judicious behaviour, which is why the Council of Elders is of such importance for adjudicating disputes over the contentious issue of water rights. The assembled elders decide who gets water, for how long, and when. They also levy fines for failing to work on communal tasks, and for quietly stealing water at night. The penalties are invariably modest, with repeat offences commonplace. This builds a nice flexibility into a system of water allocation that favours both the elders and other more privileged members of society. It is as if water stealing is a form of institutionalised conflict. Every decision made by the council is in the name of the mythic founder and leader Kahambagiu, who is said to have established the perennial springs. Kahambagiu died and now resides in the mountaintops, the all-influential supreme being. It is he who opens the sluices of Belwa, a legendary village in the heavens invoked in every community's water prayers. Each year, ancient ritual still entwines with the routines of water management. Between October and December, the solemn Masi festival unfolds at each village in succession, just after the irrigated fields are planted, for in coming months, water will assume great importance in village life. The name Masi has no known significance. This is when Kahambagiu visits each community in turn. A trumpet sounds in a closed hut near his shrine in the plaza and proclaims his arrival. The villagers, dressed in traditional leather garments, gather near the fenced-off temple at dawn and offer goats and other gifts to the priests for the visiting divine. As the sun climbs overhead, young men assemble in the plaza. They form a circle, singing and dancing, rotating counter-clockwise toward Kahambagiu's shrine. After a break at midday, the dancing continues until long after dark. One can imagine the humming and undulating movements of the dancers as they take small steps, their hands intertwined behind their backs. Fine dust rises from the plaza. There's a scent of sweating bodies, of wood smoke and goat blood. The dancing and drumming continue for 4 days. In the intervals between the dances, the people gather around the shrine. An elder chants a prayer to Kahambagiu. Father Kahambagiu, bless us and open the sluices of Belwa. As the chant echoes across the plaza, the trumpet sounds repeatedly, as if the god is listening to and granting the petitions embodied in the prayers. All agricultural work ceases during Masi. Only irrigation continues, according to long-established routine. Another example amplifies the picture, this time that of the Pokot, whose homeland lies nearby to the north. The Pokot are still furrow farmers, for this simple and highly effective form of irrigation allows them to increase productivity beyond that of dry agriculture, and, above all, permits them a flexibility that was not afforded the farmers of Engaruka. Pokot farmers live in the Cherangani and Seka hills at a higher altitude than lowland Pokot, who are predominantly cattle herders. Anthropologist Matthew Davies recently lived among Pokot farmers who inhabit the north-central Cherangani hills, especially the low-lying Waiwai Valley. Nearly 10 miles, 16 kilometres long, and about 3 miles, 5 kilometres wide, the Waiwai has steep sides and generally fertile soils. The slopes, with their spurs, known as karoks, and numerous seasonal and perennial streams, provide the background landscape for delivering water to the fields on the valley floor. The karoks also form political and social units for subdividing local Pokot society, an important consideration in an often densely irrigated valley. Rainfall varies greatly in both time and space during a single rainy season from March to August, with over 47 inches, 120 centimetres, falling at higher elevations and much less at lower altitudes. Today, the Pokot rely heavily on maize, sorghum, and finger millet. The latter arrived in the area as early as 2000 BCE, but maize, being a New World import, has only been grown on a large scale since sometime during the 20th century, with strong encouragement from former British colonial authorities. Sorghum and finger millet were the earlier staples, the former requiring at least supplementary irrigation during dry intervals of the rainy season and regular water during the dry months. Maize is grown at higher, wetter elevations, and does not normally involve irrigation. This may be why the Pokot have moved to higher altitudes over recent generations, a shift that has somewhat lessened their dependence on irrigation. However, the furrow agriculture practiced by the Pokot reflects agricultural methods that go back some distance into history, perhaps several centuries. Unlike many subsistence farmers elsewhere in tropical Africa, the Pokot, like their Marakwet neighbours to the south, invest heavily in their land and the infrastructure of their farming. Not for them the regular shifts to uncleared land, a pattern that results in the movement of entire villages every generation or so, and often more frequently. The Pokot terrace their land and irrigate it with an elaborate system of hillside and lowland furrows that take advantage of the varied and strategically useful topography. Not that this necessarily results in a static farming landscape where the same families and households cultivate the same fields for generations. Rather, the irrigation is part and parcel of a constantly changing, highly flexible agricultural environment. The Pokot know every foot of their irrigation channels from daily use. Matthew Davies mapped the defiles with a GPS device, about 44 miles, 70 kilometres of them. Some were only a few hundred feet long, others extended over several miles. The longest furrow of all covered 3.1 miles, 4.9 kilometres, stitched together from two branches. Some now disused channels may have been even longer. Like all furrow systems, the Pokot channels are gravity-driven, the steepest gradient being about 1 in 3, just under 30%, the shallowest a mere 1 in 70 to 80, less than 1.5%, an impressive feat of careful engineering. Hill furrows run off the seasonal streams that descend the valley slopes. The intake is a small mud and brush dam that raises the water level and allows gravity to divert water into the waiting furrow. Now the channel is contoured out of the stream gully with considerable ingenuity. The builders carefully revet the watercourse close to the intake. Then they lead the water along a twisting route around and over rock faces, avoiding large boulders. Occasionally they use a hollow log as a simple aqueduct. As the gradient eases, construction becomes easier. Now the furrow is a small gravel-lined defile cut into the hillside, sometimes reinforced with an artificial embankment. A furrow is no more than 2.6 feet, 0.8 meters wide, and 1.5 feet, 0.5 meters deep, sometimes twisting and turning around as many as 3 karuks. At the end, it cascades down the crest of a spur, which allows the furrow to serve farmers on either side of the spur, as well as maximizing the amount of irrigated land. Generally, the land on either side belongs to no more than 2 clan sections, which makes for relatively straightforward management. The furrows that lead from the major rivers on the valley bottoms are wider than those on the hillsides. Large brush, mud, and stone dams divert water into the channels, which are normally stone-lined, especially close to the intakes. They are longer as well as wider, and sometimes as much as 3.3 feet, 1 meter deep, with much shallower gradients that promote sediment buildup. In the long term, the effect is like that of river levees, the banks climbing above the level of the surrounding terrain as the owners of the furrows deepen them. Valley furrows are much easier for small groups to construct and maintain, which makes for considerable flexibility in terms of ebb and flow irrigation farming. Earthen feeder canals lead from both hillside and valley channels into the surrounding fields. Their owners simply plug or unplug the intake from the main channel with brush and stones as needed. A series of small feeder channels disperses the water to individual fields. The water runs through a small channel above each plot. All the farmer has to do is breach the low embankment in several places. He then disperses the water across the plot with his hoe. Usually the major feeder canals run down slope through a series of low terraced fields, where the smaller channels disperse the water along the terrace lines. Given that much of their agriculture depends on rainfall rather than water transport, the Pokot appear to place less importance on irrigation than the Engaruka farmers once did. Hill furrows, with their associations with Kuroks and involvement with one or two clan sections, are a relatively straightforward management problem. Valley furrows are another matter, for they flow through the lands of numerous clans. The Pokot administer both hill and valley furrows through institutions known as Kukwa, councils of circumcised men. The Kukwa meets irregularly, its membership drawn from fellow kin and village members. The members vary in number, but a Kukwa concerned with irrigation comprises the users of the furrow it administers. Hillside Kukwas tend to encompass both irrigation beneficiaries and political units, which means that members know each other well, having no illusions about each other's abilities and individual needs. This makes for relatively straightforward decision-making. Maintenance parties are quickly organized, and members exchange information about crops they intend to plant and their status during the growing season. Irrigation water comes in units of a day, distributed on a rotating basis. At least this is the ideal, but the negotiations continue month in, month out, as individual needs change. All of this makes for a flexible allocation system, which works well, since fairly small numbers of people are involved. Valley furrows involve more complex administration in the hands of irrigation Kukwas, not politically based ones. A much more diverse group assembles, few of its members related by ties of kin. General decision-making about allocations is more constrained, with each block of land owned by a village receiving an equal allocation, the water then being distributed after discussion between individual users and Kukwa members who do know one another and often share ties of kin. Everything depends on the knowledge and gravitas of respected elders, as well as long-established rules of etiquette and precedent passed from one generation to the next. Davies calls this a subtle form of oligarchy, an apt description of a formalized political process that leads to efficient communal decision-making. The Kukwa functions because of these established rules, and on the assumption that peer pressure from fellow kin will ensure participation in communal maintenance and proper use of water allocations. Again, this is the ideal. In theory, everyone receives equal treatment and the same allocations. In reality, other factors come into play. A skilled orator at Kukwa gatherings may argue a persuasive case and receive more water. Strategic gifts of beer, milk, goats, or sheep for feasts and ceremonial occasions can bring more water. Sometimes a farmer will purchase more water by contributing labor to neighbors or by bartering some of a current allocation for part of a future one. The system is in a state of constant flux and individual negotiation, especially when there is plenty of water and communal needs are low. Pokot irrigation works well because of this flexibility, and also because the maintenance required to keep the furrows in good working order is much smaller than one might think. Twice a year or so, Kukwa members work on repairing the intakes and clearing the main channel. Individual sections assume responsibility for bank repair and fixing breaches that may occur in heavy storms. The Kukwa appoints someone who lives close to the intake to monitor it on a daily basis, diverting water away during storms and maintaining the critical early reaches of the channel. This furrow man receives gifts of beer and goats during important feasts. It would be a mistake to think of Pokot irrigation as a static, self-sustaining entity. It has endured for many generations, but its durability comes from its very flexibility, its ability to expand and contract in the face of social changes, different forms of government, tribal warfare, and climatic shifts. Engaruka reached the limits of its irrigable land and available water supplies. Neither the Marakwet nor the Pokot have ever faced the spectre of starvation triggered by a rising population, a shortage of agricultural land, or a shortage of water. The Pokot have responded to change by shifting their villages to adjacent land or higher elevations. They have never confronted a totally degraded, effectively waterless landscape like that of Engaruka, whose people had to move away. The Marakwet saying about irrigation channels and wives is a wonderful way to define their relationship to water. Their furrows are simple but carefully constructed, never static structures, modified constantly as the farmers expand a patchwork of fields, abandon sorghum plots, or clear new land to accommodate rising numbers. But the cultural equation is far more complex than this. The hydrological solutions may be relatively straightforward, but they are based on hard-won experience and the subtle cross-currents of public opinion. This is one of the reasons why reverence for the ancestors is of such great importance in subsistence farming societies everywhere. Those who have come before are the symbols of the unfolding rhythms of the fields, planting and birth, growth and harvest, the fallow months of the off-season that symbolize death. Their experience, the complex, ever-shifting realities of kinship, carefully arranged marriages, conflicts over inherited allocation rights, these and many other subtle cultural traditions, values, and institutions form a complex partnership with the seemingly straightforward task of delivering water to near and distant fields. The Marakwet and Pokot systems are just two examples of the small-scale irrigation that still flourishes among subsistence farmers in many parts of the world. But what happened when the scale of water management and delivery expanded exponentially, when irrigation-dependent farmers found themselves packed into landscapes where self-sustainability depended on elaborate canal networks and equitable water delivery to thousands of people? The Hohokam farmers of the extremely arid and hot Sonoran Desert and the water temples of Bali, a land of abundant monsoon rainfall, provide two fascinating and contrasting examples. Chapter 4. Hohokam, Something That Is All Gone. October 2008. The statistics bubbled in my mind as our prop jet trundled along above the Arizona desert. Over 1,800,000 people in Phoenix itself, a further 22 cities surrounding it in the Valley of the Sun, forming the largest metropolitan area in the United States. About 7 inches, 17.8 centimeters a year in rainfall, average summer temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, 38 degrees Celsius, for 3 months a year, with occasional peaks as high as 120 degrees Fahrenheit, 49 degrees Celsius. I gazed out at the arid reaches of the northwestern Sonoran Desert, not a tree in sight, only dry watercourses zigzagging across sandy wastes. After a while, I dozed off, mesmerized by the monotonous engine noise and the endless dry landscape. The engine pitch slowed. I woke abruptly as we descended from wilderness into an almost surreal urban landscape. The sun was setting behind us, casting long shadows and softening the glare, but Phoenix shimmered beneath us. Broad streets led into the far distance, a palimpsest of huddled apartment buildings and carefully ordered subdivisions scattered over arid terrain, the margins stopping suddenly in undeveloped sand. High-rise office buildings towered incongruously over the desert. Everything was yellow or buff-colored, except for occasional splashes of green, golf courses and parks, irrigated farms that seemed to have sprung without notice from the dry landscape. Dozens of blue swimming pools adorned suburban yards. Over to the left, the long, straight line of an aqueduct ran to the distant horizon. I remembered that all of this urban sprawl depended on finite water supplies pumped from deep beneath the earth, or delivered from afar. Coming from a California in the midst of a multi-year drought, I idly wondered just how long it would be before promiscuously expanding Phoenix imploded in the face of chronic water shortages triggered in part by a culture of urban excess and waste. We descended gradually, bumping gently in the late afternoon turbulence, and passed over the meandering Salt River, its waters yellow-brown in the hazy sunlight. Then I recalled the Huhugam, something that is all gone, ancient people known to archaeologists as the Hohokam, who had farmed this inhospitable desert for more than 1,000 years. In 1882, Smithsonian anthropologist Frank Hamilton Cushing entered the Salt Valley in the northeastern reaches of the sweltering Sonoran Desert in what is now Arizona. He climbed to the top of an earthen monument and was astonished to find himself in the heart of a long-abandoned Indian settlement. He wrote, "It was one of the most extensive ancient settlements we had yet seen. Before us, to the north, east, and south, a long series of house mounds lay stretched out in seemingly endless succession." Cushing was by no means the first outsider to explore the valley. A small town rose near the Salt River in 1860. 5 years later, the United States Cavalry established Camp McDowell in what is now Maricopa County, centered around Phoenix. Enterprising visitors to the camp observed not only the nearby eroded mounds of what were once adobe structures, but also the remains of extensive irrigation canals that had once brought water from the Salt River to wide tracts of now abandoned maize fields. In 1867, Jack Swilling, a former soldier and jack of all trades, established the Swilling Irrigating and Canal Company. The company flourished, for its canals often followed those of the ancient farmers. Farming prospered, despite the extremely hot summers. On October 20, 1871, a mass meeting of settlers appointed a committee to select a town site. After considerable debate, committee member Darrell Dupper proposed the name Phoenix, for a city rising phoenix-like on the ruins of an ancient civilization. Phoenix and its surrounding communities have paved over much of the Hohokam universe. But the long-vanished farmers reappear with persistent frequency under the foundations of modern buildings raised for new development, in the pathways of expanding interstates, even in backyard gardens. For the most part, the traces of their presence are inconspicuous, requiring careful dissection with spade and trowel. Only a few more notable adobe structures still lie above ground. Today's inexorable urban sprawl makes it hard to believe that the Salt Valley was the most populous and agriculturally productive valley in the southwest before 1500 CE. The land looks barren and utterly dry, yet it has fertile soils and lies near major drainages. Between 450 and 1500 CE, the Hohokam, living near the perennial Salt River, adapted brilliantly to this seemingly desolate environment, refining their agriculture and water management from one generation to the next. Over more than 10 centuries, they built vast canal networks up to 22 miles, 35 kilometers long, and irrigated large tracts of arid land up to 70,000 acres, around 28,000 hectares in extent, all of this without the elaborate panoply of state government or highly centralized management. Archaeologists identify the Hohokam by their buff to brown potsherds, which abound in the basin floors of southern Arizona. If we use such vessels as a criterion, then we can trace the extent of the Hohokam over more than 30,000 square miles, 78,000 square kilometers, of southern Arizona, an area larger than South Carolina. How meaningful the term Hohokam is in terms of cultural identity is uncertain, for there was great variation from one community to another. In general terms, Hohokam groups shared a common ingenuity as farmers, a superb ability at irrigation agriculture, and an architecture of adobe dwellings. There were none of the elaborate multi-story pueblos of Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde here, but rather a distinctive ceremonial architecture based on adobe platform mounds and ball courts, the latter apparently an import from Mexico. Platform mounds served as foundations for elite residences and rituals. There were common understandings and, above all, profound values of reciprocity, of mutual obligation. It cannot have been any other way in a world where rainfall was at best sporadic and usually highly localized. This was a desert landscape, inhabited by people in a constant state of social and political flux, reflected in the great ethnic diversity of the region's Native American populations today. For all this instability, everyone must have paid close attention to kin living near and far, for in a world where everything depended on careful water management, you were to a great extent dependent on the labor of your kinfolk and others. As far as we can tell, for most of the Hohokam's tenure in Arizona, there were no great leaders who supervised water harvesting, canal construction, or allocation of water to the fields. Everything functioned at the village level through the same ancient mechanisms of family and kin as we have seen in East Africa's Rift Valley. A summer dawn unfolds 1,000 years ago, the first flecks of grey on the eastern horizon. The people are already hard at work in the cool of morning. Rows of men, with wooden digging sticks and stone-bladed hoes, dig into the sandy soil along a canal line drawn carefully from the riverbank into the desert. Women and children line up with baskets and heft the loose sand up a short slope to form earthen embankments on either side. As the men dig, clad only in loincloths, they chant and sing to give rhythm to the back-breaking labour. The sun rises, and sweat pours down their backs. They pause to drink water from cool gourds, knowing full well that thirst is deadly. The day will be too hot for prolonged work, so they'll come back after the midday heat to dig. Hohokam canals flow outward from the salt river like the tentacles of a giant octopus. They bifurcate and bifurcate again, once full of gently flowing water, transported for mile after mile by the forces of gravity. Omar Turney, a city engineer for Phoenix, mapped the ancient Hohokam irrigation systems during the 1920s. He walked over the river basin and consulted old maps and historical records to reveal what he called the largest single body of land irrigated in prehistoric times in North America. The lower Salt Valley, where downtown Phoenix now stands, supported mile after mile of irrigated fields and dozens of farming communities. The scale of the irrigation works boggles the imagination. In the downtown area alone, 300 miles, 483 kilometers, of canals formed 14 irrigation networks that watered 400 square miles, around 7,700 hectares, of fertile river basin soils. The Gila River to the south, with its 4 irrigation networks, watered nearly 19,000 acres, 7,690 hectares, of closely packed fields 1,000 years ago. In the heart of this carefully engineered landscape, on the second terrace of the Gila, stood the 250-acre, 101-hectare Snaketown site with its ceremonial ball court. 6 miles, 10 kilometers, of irrigated land and smaller settlements lay upstream and downstream. The dense cultivation extended as much as 2 miles, just over 3 kilometers, from the riverbanks. The Gila and Salt rivers received their water from highland watersheds. The river flow varied from season to season and from year to year, but provided generally reliable water supplies for the Hohokam's fields. Away from the great rivers, farmers relied on both summer and winter rainfall. They would trap the occasional tributary flood, use terraces and small dams to trap other water, and place their crops with meticulous care to avoid extremes of heat or cold. There was nothing the Hohokam did not know about farming in arid landscapes, which they supplemented with hunting and plant foods. The canal systems began at the river, where a weir raised the water level and directed the water into the canal. A head gate regulated the amount of water passing into the system. From there, the water flowed along large distribution canals that were up to 85 feet, 26 meters across, and 20 feet, 6 meters deep. The size of the canal diminished away from the river, a technique that ensured an even water flow. A steady flow ensured that too rapid a current did not erode the earthen sides. If, however, the current was too slow, it would deposit silt and clog the defile. Control gates lay at intervals along the main canals. When closed, they caused the current to back up, creating a head of water and allowing the farmers to regulate the flow down canal. Feeder channels carried water through wicker and stone gates along long branches off the main canals, in turn leading to much smaller defiles that fed grid-like field systems, each with its own water supplies constrained within banks like a crowded chessboard. The amount of communal labor required to construct and maintain these irrigation works was enormous. Reconstructions of ancient canals suggest that as many as 28.25 million cubic feet, 800,000 cubic meters, may have been excavated to construct one major canal system alone. If a single worker removed 106 cubic feet, 3 cubic meters of soil a day, it must have taken more than 25,000 person days to build many of the canals, a process that must have taken years. The Hohokam's irrigation systems produced bountiful crops and often supported multiple harvests year after year. We know of their success from the long duration of their canal networks, which began on a small scale but expanded and remained in use, as tree rings and radiocarbon dates tell us, for 1,000 years. But to construct and maintain the canals, weirs and gates, and to allocate water and resolve conflicts between communities and individuals, required a complex social and political structure that developed over many centuries. Hohokam cultural roots go far back into the past, but the group's origins remain somewhat of a mystery, except for a general impression that their farming began further south in the desert. Like Phoenix, present-day Tucson to the south lies on much earlier human foundations. As early as 1500 BCE, and perhaps earlier, farmers were cultivating small fields alongside the Santa Cruz River. Many of their plots lay along floodplains where tributaries joined the river, or where subsurface boulders or impermeable sediments caused groundwater to back up closer to the surface. Like early cultivators in the Near East and elsewhere, these maize agriculturalists were expert at selecting the best soils for their crops, which they irrigated with short gravity-fed canals dug into the floodplain. The result was a checkerboard of small irrigated plots, carefully laid out in close juxtaposition to make maximal use of both soil and water. Such farming continued for about 1,000 years. This is hardly surprising, since people had been cultivating maize in the region since at least 2000 BCE, when this staple crop passed northward into the southwest from northern Mexico. An expertise in arid lands farming with careful water management was already well established. Like agriculture itself, irrigation was not a dramatic invention. Every farmer knew that water flowed down slope and that it could be diverted with some digging and careful use of gravity. Irrigation in the Santa Cruz Valley was a simple extension of long ago acquired farming expertise in a demanding, drought-prone environment. This basic form of irrigation was transitory in the sense that the farmers engaged in it dwelled in at best semi-permanent villages. They lived in circular wicker shelters, staying close to their crops during the summer growing season, then moving on to higher ground and across the surrounding landscape in search of game and wild plant foods during the rest of the year. For many months they followed the ancient hunting and gathering practices of much earlier societies. There was none of the great elaboration of irrigation agriculture that was to follow in later centuries. The Santa Cruz settlements are nothing much to look at, their excavation revealing numerous small circular hut depressions surrounded by storage pits cut into the alluvium. The effect is just like impressions made in flour dough. It is as if someone went wild with a set of cookie cutters, writes archaeologist Henry Wallace, who has unrivaled experience with these pit house sites. About the time of Christ, the short-lived hamlets dropped out of sight. We have no idea why, but the Santa Cruz and other southern Arizona rivers were down-cutting their beds sharply into deep channels. The farmers' irrigation canals now stood high above the river flow and were bone dry. This may have been when many ancestors of the Hohokam moved northward into the Salt and Gila valleys, where large-scale irrigation began in about 450 CE. Inevitably, a new, but still little-known, society emerged from much earlier foundations, one where the control and organization of irrigation works was a priority. A village at Valencia Vieja, near the Santa Cruz River south of Tucson, tells part of the story. A cluster of 5 to 10 houses rose here in about 425 CE, a hamlet typical of dozens of others in the region, probably in a hitherto unoccupied area, where the people had to dig new irrigation canals. In about 500, Valencia Vieja suddenly doubled in size thanks to an influx of newcomers. The hamlet became a village. A plaza flanked by at least 8 larger adobe structures rose around the open space. The excavators, Henry Wallace and Michael Lindemann, believed that these housed an important lineage or clan leaders who now lived permanently at the village, with the houses of kinfolk behind them. A group of kin leaders, more permanent settlement, more mouths to feed. This may have been a settlement ruled by a village council. Wallace and Lindemann think that two forces brought the villagers together. They needed to dig increasingly large irrigation works ever further from the river. This would have required large numbers of diggers to work on a communal enterprise that benefited everyone. Then there was the issue of who controlled the land and irrigated water at a time when the local population was growing rapidly. By now, people were developing large field systems that effectively locked them into the landscape. For the first time, land ownership and water rights created a sense of collective identity and a social order that revolved around the common interests, water and land. This same consolidation, the appearance of permanent villages tied to field systems and irrigation canals, appeared at Snaketown to the north at about the same time. The plazas at Valencia Vieja and elsewhere proclaimed a reorganized society. For the first time, people lived in the same communities for centuries, where they acquired collective identities based firmly on their kin affiliations. Each plaza became a public arena where leaders, some of them perhaps shamans, performed and served as symbolic links to the supernatural realm where the ancestors dwelled. Burials appear in these open spaces as if the ancestors were buried in the heart of the community, in places where rituals bound together the living, the dead, and the supernatural forces that controlled human existence. Hohokam culture, as archaeologists know it, appeared around 450 CE, at the moment when plazas first came into existence. New pottery forms also came into being, and improvements in grinding technology made food preparation somewhat easier. More diverse cooking vessels now allowed mothers to wean their children earlier and feed them on soft foods. At this juncture, too, new varieties of maize appeared in Hohokam fields. All these changes fueled population growth at a time when much ritual activity still focused on the irrigation cycles, the times of planting and harvest, and ceremonies that helped bring summer rain. As we shall see below, the heart of Hohokam beliefs was the notion of bringing rain to water the crops, fill irrigation canals, and encourage the growth of edible wild plants. Unfortunately, we know nothing of the rituals that accompanied the irrigation cycles or the planting and harvesting of crops. We do know, however, that water rituals, described below, had a central place in ceremonial life. Nor can the modern-day Oodam people who followed the Hohokam in the region throw any light on irrigation rituals. They believe that the Hohokam, Huhugam, were their predecessors. Daniel Lopez, a Tohono Oodam elder, writes, "We just say that we go back to the Huhugam. We are here today, but we know that sometime in the future we will be called the Huhugam." There are still landmarks and sacred places that remind the Oodam of the Hohokam, among them a cave where Litoi, the creator, dwelled when he was on earth. Whenever people were in danger, he came to help, as well as destroying dreadful monsters like the Eagle Man and Hooki Ox. Casa Grande, or Siwanwaaki, the largest site, figures in Oodam legend, and people still go there to pray and sing songs to Huhugam spirits. As we breathe the holy air that gives us life, we can feel the power of the ancestors. When we see the stars at night and hear the owl, some of us feel strongly that we are part of the ancient past. Most Hohokam families lived in small single-room houses built of pole and brush and covered with hardened clay. Groups of dwellings lay around small courtyards, suggesting that extended families lived close to one another. The size of Hohokam courtyard groups varied considerably. One at the Grui site on the Hila River had as many as 24 houses, covering 6,500 square feet, 600 square meters. Courtyard groups and the irrigated fields and gardens along the canals associated with them passed from one generation to the next. Thus, the household, in the wider sense of an extended family, was the primary mechanism for both controlling land ownership and the use of irrigation water over long periods of time. Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport lies on the Salt River floodplain. When archaeologists surveyed the land under the runways and airport buildings, they found extensive tracts of once irrigated land, as well as large and small houses built alongside the fields. Here, people camped during the growing season, sleeping and cooking in the larger structures, which had hearths, and using the smaller ones for storage and other purposes. These were casual, temporary structures, rebuilt again and again over the centuries, but this very rebuilding confirms that the same households farmed the same plots of land over many generations. Early permanent villages founded along the Gila and Salt Rivers coincided with the construction of the first large-scale canal system. If the Oodam are any guide, those who participated in canal construction had the first pick of the best land. Later arrivals would have occupied less desirable acreage. Over time, the first-comers, who enjoyed the best access to prime irrigated land, would have acquired wealth and status, in part because of their more productive fields. In later times, Hohokam communities varied greatly in size. Some, like those on the Gila River south of Phoenix, ranged along single canals that lay parallel to the river on either bank. Such communities may have covered 15 square miles, 39 square kilometers, and contained as many as 2,550 irrigated acres, 1,031 hectares. Salt River communities lived amid branching canal networks that traversed the Phoenix area. Suzanne Fish, who has studied Phoenix Basin communities of 1100 CE and later, estimates that community territories averaged 15 square miles, a very similar figure to that from the Gila Valley. Who then controlled the distribution of water through these ever-growing irrigation systems in a society where reciprocity, sharing, and community were all important to survival? At the Gruy site, the excavators looked for the largest houses, which they assumed were those of the wealthiest families. They found that these clustered in a few courtyard groups and were occupied much longer than smaller dwellings. Perhaps these particular households were able to maintain their advantageous position in local society over several generations. But were the people who lived in such households authoritarian leaders who competed for power and prestige and acted as village leaders? Were they the individuals who transformed Hohokam life over many centuries? Or did their influence never extend beyond domestic concerns? After excavating Gruy, Douglas Craig and Kathleen Henderson believed that households were key players in the power equation. They discovered a communal cooking area with dozens of pit ovens cut into the soil. This lay on one side of a crowded residential area where hundreds of dwellings stood close together in courtyard groups. On the other side was a public plaza with a ball court. Craig and Henderson think that the nearest groups, which included the largest and wealthiest, controlled activities in the cooking area and sponsored the feasts that were prepared there, a way of acquiring prestige and social status. At the same time, the events reaffirmed property rights held by the richest households, as well as fostering a sense of communal identity. There are signs, too, that the same households also subsidized craft production, the manufacture of items that were traded to other groups in the region. These would have included cotton, textiles, finely made pottery, shell jewelry, and stone tools. Judging from the distribution of craft tools, finished tools, and manufacturing detritus, the artisans responsible for their making lived in small courtyard groups on the margins of those of the wealthy. Interestingly, people living in courtyard groups outside the Phoenix Basin appear to have moved more frequently. In the Tucson Basin to the south, Hohokam households irrigated their fields from the Santa Cruz River. However, the river channel shifted constantly, the floodplain changed character, and the farmers were constantly adjusting to new hydrological circumstances. In contrast, the Gila River floodplain remained relatively stable throughout the 600-year life of the Gruy settlement. This meant that each household could reasonably assume that it would cultivate the same irrigated fields year after year. This stability contrasts with the experience of the Oodam farmers along the Gila during the 19th century. They used the same irrigation methods as the Hohokam, but had to move their villages much more often. The household lay at the core of Hohokam irrigation works and of society as a whole. Its members helped build and maintain a sophisticated canal network. They provided the intensive labor needed to sustain an intensive agriculture regimen for nearly 1,000 years. How did this system work, with all the close cooperation that it required? Judging from historic practice among the Oodam, individual households held claims to plots of land that passed from one generation to the next. However, just as in East Africa, rights to irrigation water belonged to the community as a whole, the water being allocated to each household according to the amount of land it cultivated. Households shared water rights. Thus, they had an interest in protecting these rights and protecting their investment in the canal works that brought water to their fields. Craig and Henderson point out that there must have been a dynamic tension between the individual interests of the households and the collective ones. The two tension points were always in play, balancing one another out over years, generations, and centuries. Neither side won, but the resulting balance enhanced the long-term stability of a society that depended heavily on canals to bring water to soils that were otherwise useless. On this wider scale, we can think of Hohokam society as a series of what the archaeologist David Doyle once called irrigation communities. He imagined Hohokam irrigation in terms of canal networks branching from a single river intake. These networks connected an array of interdependent villages whose households shared the labor of canal construction, maintenance, and management in a peaceful manner. Doyle identified at least 6 such irrigation communities along the longest Phoenix Basin Canal network. By 1100 CE, these larger agglomerations each comprised a prominent village with communal structures such as a ball court, a plaza, or a platform mound, and outlying smaller settlements and farms, the whole surrounded by carefully laid out and intensely cultivated farmland. A web of secular and ritual relationships connected every individual in Hohokam society with a wider world. Ritual plays a central part in all the human societies we visit in these pages, for it is the glue that holds society together. The Hohokam were no exception. Each season had its rituals, its commemorations of impending rain, planting, the harvest, the ancestors, and the powerful forces that presided over the fate of humanity. Ritual provided explanations of the cosmos, of the realities of the world, of human existence. And in a society that depended on communal labor, ritual provided the critical links between those who presided over ceremony and ritual observance, and those who labored on the communal irrigation works that sustained human life. Ritual provided the context for the latter endeavors, reflected in 2 remarkable architectural features that were the backdrops of later Hohokam society, ball courts and platform mounds. One form of Hohokam settlement centered on what another archaeologist, David Wilcox, called ball court communities. Wilcox observed that ball courts were spaced at relatively even intervals along Hohokam canal networks. These basin-like structures were arenas where people from the surrounding countryside would gather for feasts, trading activities, and all kinds of social interaction, as well as ball games between different villages. We can even go so far as to delineate, at least provisionally, the boundaries between different ball court communities along the Phoenix Basin canals. But it's interesting that ball courts also occur in other areas of the Hohokam world, where irrigation works were on a much smaller scale. Some of them even stand in places where there was no irrigation whatsoever. This suggests that Hohokam communities far outside irrigated areas also shared common beliefs and ideals, a need for rituals that reinforced the need for cooperation with others. Ball courts and the ball game associated with them are an ancient tradition among Central American civilizations that endures in modern times. In the game's most flamboyant form, the players endeavored to shoot a rubber ball through a stone hoop high above the ground with their hips without using their hands or legs. Elaborate ceremonials and vigorous betting accompanied Maya and Aztec ball games. It is said that the losers were sometimes sacrificed to the gods. There's no reason to believe that Hohokam ball games involved such high stakes and achieved such elaboration, but ball courts are a pervasive feature of the larger communities. We know of more than 200 of them, large and small, shallow depressions with plastered or stamped earthen floors, surrounded by shallow banks, where up to 700 spectators could witness the games. We can imagine the crowd gathering in the cool of late afternoon, standing cheek by jowl, in places overflowing onto the earthen floor. Young men jostle one another, pushing for a better view. Dogs scurry, children cry, the scent of wood smoke drifts through the still warm air. Below the teeming watchers, the brightly painted players from neighbouring communities careen into one another, keeping the rubber ball in play with their hips. The sweating crowd shouts and chants, drums are beaten and rattles sound as the setting sun bathes the court in deep shadows. Major ball games were special occasions, sometimes attracting people from miles around. The largest courts were up to 250 feet, 76 metres long, and 90 feet, 27 metres wide, dug up to 9 feet, nearly 3 metres, into the subsoil. Ball courts are oriented in various directions, as if different courts were used to commemorate specific events during the year. Hohokam communities built ball courts between about 700 and 1100 CE, when they abruptly gave way to entirely new ritual structures, platform mounds. Quite what form the ball game itself took remains a mystery, but there is no question that it originated in Mexico, where commoners played a version of the contest that required each side to cast a rubber ball back and forth without its touching the ground. 3 such balls have been found at southwestern sites. Judging from historical analogies, the contests were the culmination of days of feasting, trading, and social interaction that enhanced the sense of communal identity. No Hohokam canal system could operate without input from dozens of small communities, the farmers who used the defiles to water their fields. As far as we can tell, the administration and planning of earlier irrigation works lay in the hands of villagers and their kin leaders, with planning, construction, maintenance, and water allocation a matter of carefully worked-out consensus, just as it is in East Africa to this day. But the appearance of ball courts hints at new styles of leadership and a greater emphasis on communal rituals, even social inequality, where the kin leaders of earlier times now became more authoritarian, perhaps a function of higher population densities and the need for more closely organized water supplies. Ball courts may have been part of this process, a form of ritual observance that commemorated the passage of the seasons, the coming of river floods, and new growing seasons. After 1100 CE, the courts gave way to platform mounds, elevated structures filled with earth to form a higher place, an ancient form of Hohokam architecture that now assumed much greater importance. Between 1250 and 1350, platform mounds grew dramatically in size, standing higher than a person and composed of thousands of cubic feet of fill that involved communal labor on an impressive scale. More than 120 platform mounds have been found at over 95 sites, most of them in the Phoenix Basin. Some are over 12 feet, 3.5 meters high, built within an adobe compound, with as many as 30 rooms on the summit. These were enclosures of limited access, unlike the ball courts of earlier times. It is as if Hohokam society became more hierarchical, with only a few individuals having access to the precincts within the enclosures. That these people controlled and managed water supplies seems unquestionable. Part of this management appears to have involved public rituals, perhaps an elaboration of earlier ball court ceremonials. Everyone agrees that the platform mounds were places for ritual performances, but did a small number of privileged people or families live there, separated from most of the population? Certainly, the mounds were built so that the activities atop them could be seen by large numbers of people. Public performance was an integral part of fostering a common identity, of linking leaders with the general population, of providing the context for the arduous communal labor that brought water to the fields. The mounds were also trade centers, and the places where leaders would distribute food and other commodities, and where outsiders were greeted. The dynamics of water management were now more competitive and were vested in social status in ways unimaginable even a few centuries earlier. Territorial markers and displays of prestige and power, the larger the platform mound, the more labor required to build it, and the greater the status of the individuals or group responsible for its construction. Perhaps as many as 50,000 person-hours went into erecting the mounds and mound compounds at Pueblo Grande and Mesa Grande, the largest mounds in the Phoenix Basin. By this time, Hohokam society had developed in elaboration unknown in earlier times, with the emergence of powerful leaders who inherited large tracts of land, controlled elaborate canal systems, and commanded the loyalty of hundreds, if not thousands, of people. The platform mounds may mark another significant change in Hohokam society. Ball courts were open depressions, accessible to large numbers of people. Platform mounds reached for the sky, stood out on the landscape, and were accessible to only a few. The shift in ritual architecture may have coincided with a change in the Hohokam's relationship with the supernatural world. Ball court construction peaked about a century before platform mounds became commonplace, at a time of widespread drought throughout the American West, documented in tree rings. It was as if a few members of society elevated themselves in both material and spiritual terms above everyone else, whereas in earlier times the relationship between the living and the ancestors, with the underworld where humans originated, had been more important. Now, perhaps, the close spiritual relationships were between a few individuals with unusual powers and the water deities of the supernatural realm. We will never know. We have no means of fully deciphering the complex ritual beliefs of Hohokam communities. However, we can reasonably surmise that many of their beliefs revolved around rain and water, around bringing water to nourish growing crops. Unlike most Native American groups, early Hohokam culture had many features that recall Mexican societies, among them pit houses, pottery designs, and figurines. Elite goods, such as copper bells, mirrors, and tropical bird feathers, arrived from western Mexico, as did architecture such as the ball court. Why not, then, ritual beliefs, such as those of the rain cults associated with the Central American rainstorm earth god, Tlaloc? Ancient Mexicans believed that Tlaloc dwelled in the mountains, from whence rain came, the origin place of streams, rivers, and lakes, the realm of lightning and thunderclouds. Mountains were water containers, as well as passages to great caves, where maize was born. The metaphor carried over to flat-topped pyramids and mounds with temples atop them, conduits to the underworld. It may well be that the Hohokam adopted part of the symbolism of the ancient Mexican rain god. There were ancient symbolic connections between water and ceramic vessels, for, after all, mixing earth and water forms clay. This symbolism extends to the decoration that adorns Hohokam vessels, water birds, fish, snakes, turtles, and other creatures that live near water. Even geometric motifs, such as scrolls representing waves or serpents, symbolized the connections between the realm of the living and the underworld. Stephanie Whittlesey, who studies Hohokam pots and the ritual behind them, points out that the plain vessels glitter in the sun, as if depicting the sparkle of the sun on water. The glitter comes from the schist of Gila Butte, a double-crested peak that towers 500 feet, 150 meters, above the Gila River. The river curves around the butte, and Snaketown lies only a few miles west, a focal point of the Hohokam world for many centuries. The main irrigation canal for Snaketown lay at the foot of the Gila Butte, where the hard bedrock raised the water table, creating the impression that life-giving water flowed from the mountain. It may be no coincidence that Snaketown was a major center of pottery manufacturing. Every vessel that left its workshops contained some of the schist from Gila Butte. Whittlesey writes, "We can imagine that rituals performed with such containers were enhanced, prayers said over them were more effective, and the stored food and water the vessels contained were considered blessed." The links between artifacts, ball courts, and platform mounds, as well as farming and ritual, were deeply embedded in Hohokam life. A strong and enduring society combined the sacred and the secular, in a lasting partnership based on an ancient ideology, in which everything had multiple meanings and contributed to the long-term survival of a people for whom water defined life in unique ways. Between 1150 and 1450, after almost a millennium of relative stability, profound changes occurred in Hohokam society. These 3 centuries were a time of unstable environmental conditions. The instability coincided in part with the major droughts of the medieval warm period, which descended on the southwest and contributed to the abandonment of Chaco Canyon and its great houses, and later large pueblos at Mesa Verde and in the nearby Moctezuma Valley. In the desert, this same period may have been a time of flash floods that altered river channels and undermined canal systems. Sometimes also prolonged droughts caused lengthy water shortages. We know little of these environmental perturbations, but we do know that Snaketown lost population. Meanwhile, other communities, such as Casa Grande, consolidated formerly separate canal systems into a single irrigation network based on the 21-mile, 34-kilometre canal that watered 15,000 acres, 6,000 hectares, of fields. 5 villages, each with its own platform mound, lay along the canal. Another irrigation community in present-day Mesa had 21 miles, 34 kilometres, of canals that watered 14,000 acres, 5,600 hectares, of fields. By any standards, this was irrigation on a large scale, with the largest Phoenix Basin communities each supporting between 6,000 and 10,000 people. Consolidation led to fundamental changes in Hohokam society, to walled compounds and higher platform mounds, to a more closed society where the social order had apparently become more exclusive, more privileged. More than 100 platform mounds and other structures now served as temples, elite dwellings, and symbols of power. There may have been changes in property rights too, as control over irrigation became more centralized and the leadership consolidated its power. As the social order changed, environmental pressures appear to have intensified. Just how, we don't know, but the massive irrigation systems no longer produced the food surpluses to support a now much more elaborate Hohokam society. The collapse came around 1450, probably a rapid dispersal, household by household, as people moved away to settle with kin or farmed on a much smaller scale. Their successors were the Akimel O'Dam, probably their descendants, who built their more modest irrigation works atop those of earlier times. And in 1867, the Swilling Irrigating and Canal Company used the inspiration of long-vanished irrigation farmers to found small-scale farming communities that would develop into today's mega-city built on the foundations of one of history's most brilliant irrigation societies. One wonders what Hohokam canal builders, fresh from scraping the desert for months to provide a trickle of water for their fields, would think if they were to fly over modern-day Phoenix, with its sparkling blue swimming pools and sprinklers bathing impossibly green golf course freeways. They would probably be horrified.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 5. The Power of the Waters. Some Balinese irrigation terminology. Agama Tirtha, the religion of holy water. Bedugal, a small shrine at the point where irrigation water enters a farmer's land. Subak, a complex of rice fields receiving water from a single irrigation conduit made up of one or more tempeks. In human terms, a subak is an association with both secular and religious functions. Subak members carry out maintenance on canals and temples. Tembuku, a wooden water divider that defines a tena. Tempek, a block of rice fields. Tena, the amount of water that will irrigate a set unit of land, usually within a fixed period of time, measured in the tembuku at the upstream end of the field. Tika, the calendar of cultivation cycles followed by subaks, usually kept on painted sticks, a grid of 37-day weeks. The Balinese also have a linear lunar calendar. Tirtha, holy water, the common element in all Balinese temple rituals. The terraces unfold across the landscape, masking hillsides, following contours, crowding one against the other in an orderly array. New rice shoots poke through translucent, shallow water, soon to grow into tightly packed fields of vivid green. Here and there, a farmer walks carefully along a narrow path between the plots, perhaps balancing with outstretched arms. Terraces, hillsides, gullies and water channels, the densely cultivated paddies and groves of palm trees extend toward the distant mountains, an irrigation landscape centuries in the making. High above the rolling fields, the Pura Ulun temple stands serenely on the shore of Crater Lake, Lake Bratan, the realm of the goddess Dui Danu. The main temple, with its 11-story Meru Tower, a symbolic world mountain, and the shrine to the goddess, lies amid the water, the place where the power of the waters resides. Mountain peaks and towering clouds form the mystic backdrop for the great pagoda. Morning mist hovers close above the quiet water. It is here that the irrigation systems of Bali begin, self-sustaining systems that are bewildering, yet logical in their complexity. In Bali, the task is not to eke a living from an arid landscape, but to manage a dizzying abundance of water. Dozens of inches of rain fall here in the monsoon season. That memorable and often controversial anthropologist, Margaret Mead, once wrote of Balinese villagers that their lives were packed with intricate and formal delight. As part of this delight, they live with and manage water in a complex melding of practical agriculture and social behavior that epitomizes the complexities of the human relationship with a priceless resource. The same complexity extends to village temples, which lie at the center of Balinese life. Each village has at least 3 temples, a shrine that revolves around ancestor worship, a death temple, which handles death and the evil forces associated with it, and a water temple, arguably the most important of all, a shrine concerned with the spiritual oversight of irrigated rice fields. With water, as with everything else in Balinese life, ties of ancestry and the forces of the spiritual world are of paramount importance. They come together in an intricate mosaic of rice terraces and irrigation works that have flourished for more than 1,000 years. Bali lies south of the equator in the Indonesian archipelago, a few miles east of Java. A curving line of volcanoes forms the backbone of the island, for Bali is part of the Ring of Fire. This makes for a rugged landscape, where minor eruptions constantly rearrange the topography with fresh lava flows and ash falls. Most Balinese live within a south-facing natural amphitheatre created by these volcanoes that measures no more than about 50 miles, 80 kilometers across. It is here that irrigation supports thousands of subsistence farmers. When the Balinese look upward toward heaven, they see cloud-mantled Mount Batur, the volcano that dominates their lives. Its crater contains high-altitude Lake Bratan at 4,038 feet, 1,231 meters, far above the elevation where one can grow rice. The lake covers 4,250 acres, 1,720 hectares, an immense natural reservoir whose springs and rivers provide irrigation for all of central Bali. Balinese priests describe the lake as a sacred mandala, universe of water, fed by springs lying at each wind direction. The still active caldera, with its clouds of smoke, represents the mandala's zenith. The depths of the lake, its nadir. Each of the springs around the lake is considered the origin place of waters in different hydrological regions. The priests call the lake a freshwater sea, filled with life-giving water, a sharp contrast with the ocean far below. First is the god who reigns in the Ulun Sui temple, who cares for the life in the rice terraces. Balinese water management lies in the hands of the deities. The offerings and rituals in their temples along the rivers that flow from Crater Lake are central to the successful irrigation of thousands of acres of rice terraces. Dui Danu, the goddess of the lake, makes the waters flow. Those who do not follow her laws may not possess her river terraces. Legends tell us that she and her male counterpart emerged from an erupting volcano and took possession of the land and waters of the island. Dewi Danu rules Mount Batur and the lake, while the god rules the highest mountain, Mount Agung. The goddess has no political associations with Bali's many kingdoms. Her congregation comprises several hundred subaks, who make regular pilgrimages to her lakeside temple, the second most important religious centre on Bali, after that of the god of Mount Agung. Unlike local water temples, Pura Ulun, or the Temple of the Crater Lake, is always open, perennially manned by 24 priests, selected in childhood by a virgin priestess. A single high priest, the Jero Gadi, leads the priestly hierarchy and is believed to be the earthbound representative of Dewi Danu. Like his subordinates, the Jero Gadi is chosen in infancy after the death of his predecessor. A virgin princess goes into a trance. Possessed by the voice of the goddess, she names the new Sanglingan, or lightning-struck, another name for the Jero Gadi. The new high priest assumes his office while still a boy and undergoes purification rituals. Throughout his life, the goddess guides his conduct and decisions. He makes sacrifices to the goddess on behalf of the subaks and receives guidance from her in his dreams. The Jero Gadi wears his hair long and always dresses in white, the colour of purity. His domain is the water temples, sanctified by his relationship to the goddess of the lake, which gives him a unique authority over irrigation water. The anthropologist Stephen Lansing, who has made the definitive study of Balinese irrigation, quotes the Jero Gadi, "It is only she, the goddess of the lake, who can properly give water. She already incarnates water, which she gives to her subaks from the lake." The Jero Gadi has authority over water allocation. He bridges the living or visible world and the realm of the intangible, residing high above the irrigated landscape and symbolizing the vital relationship. The Jero Gadi represents primordial divine power that goes back to and precedes creation. As Lansing remarks, he is not only the first human, he is also an icon of the temple itself, the social world that continues to originate from the ever-flowing rivers of the lake. Every high priest comes from an ancient mountain lineage known as the Pasex of the Black Wood, which traces its origins back to the time when the supreme deities took possession of Bali. Balinese water management depends on a close interdependency, a hydrologic, if you will, between water temples and the subaks that visit them, composed of the farmers, who are the goddess of the lake's congregation. The Jero Gadi's authority stems, ultimately, from the complex internal logic of the water temple system. He is, quite simply, the summit of central Bali's water temple system. He symbolizes the power of the waters. How then does the irrigation supported by the lake work? The uppermost rice terraces are about 25 miles, 40 kilometers, from the ocean, so the area of intensive cultivation is remarkably small. Clifford Geertz writes of this densely settled area, "If ever there was a forcing house for the growth of a singular civilization, this snug amphitheatre was it. And if what it produced turned out to be a rather special orchid, perhaps we should not be altogether surprised. This is a land of rivers, about 80 of them in the rice bowl alone, fed by springs and heavy monsoon rainfall. Several hundred inches of rain fall on most of Bali during the monsoon season. Dense tropical forest mantled much of the island until it was cleared for rice terraces, and now only survives in the western third of the island, which is unsuitable for irrigation. The torrential monsoon rains and floodwaters have cut deep into the soft volcanic rock, carving channels that flow as much as 200 feet, 61 meters, below the surrounding terrain. It is here, in this dissected terrain, that rice farmers have transformed the landscape for more than 10 centuries. The history of Bali's farmers goes back much further than that, to a period of maritime settlement that brought rice agriculture to the Southeast Asian islands from southern China and Taiwan, perhaps between 5,000 and 6,000 years ago. The newcomers, often called Austronesians, were farmers and fisherfolk who were expert seafarers. Most of their descendants settled other islands and eventually colonized the offshore Pacific. But those who arrived on Bali turned inward and developed their own distinctive culture while trading extensively with their neighbors to the east. Their trade routes brought metallurgy and new ideas to the island over many centuries, which were an important factor in the development of the first Balinese kingdoms. Quite when rice agriculture began on Bali is an open question. The earliest radiocarbon dates for rice husks date to about 2,600 years ago, but the plant may have arrived much earlier. The few radiocarbon dates are for sites occupied perhaps 1,000 years before the development of irrigation works. People then grew rice in swamps formed by monsoon rains rather than on paddies fed by irrigation. Rice appears to have arrived before metallurgy, which is not surprising, given that neither copper nor tin occurs on Bali. By the late 1st millennium CE, farmers were making common use of metal, especially to make the digging implements that sliced through the volcanic rock and allowed them to excavate the tunnels needed to carry water from river channels to their fields. We know that such tunnels were in existence by the 8th century CE, when royal inscriptions refer to such activity, as well as to rice harvests. Did Balinese irrigation, in fact, begin with tunnel construction, a seemingly laborious way to acquire water for one's fields? Probably not, for the first rice irrigation was, most likely, a logical extension of earlier rainfall-dependent farming. In south-central Bali, a spring named Tirtha Empul produces several hundred gallons of fresh water a second, which flows freely down a valley. By channeling the waters of the spring, farmers could irrigate several hundred acres of carefully terraced landscape in a valley just north of the settlement of Pejeng. It may be no coincidence that the landscape around the village abounds in archaeological remains, for this region may have been the site of the first kingdoms to develop on the island. Pejeng is also home to a gigantic elongated kettle drum over 6 feet, nearly 2 meters high, often called the Moon of Pejeng. The drum recalls great bronze drums from elsewhere in Southeast Asia and may be as much as 2,000 years old. According to Balinese legend, the drum was the wheel of a chariot that pulled the moon through the sky. It came loose as it passed over the village and fell to earth, glowing as brightly as the moon before cooling and becoming a still revered sacred object. Whatever its origins, the sacred associations of the Moon of Pejeng supports the hypothesis that rice irrigation began here first, then became elaborated as the local population grew, perhaps over more than 1,000 years. The demand for rice, the staple of local diet, was such that the farmers had to expand their fields and, inevitably, the waterworks that supported them. How, then, to enlarge the water supply for farming? Thanks to periodic influxes of nutrients to the fields from incoming river water, Balinese rice cultivation is unique in that the same field systems have remained in use for many centuries, without the gradual loss in productivity that results from decreasing soil fertility and rising soil salinity, such as occurred in Mesopotamia. Here, irrigation is dependent on seasonal river flows and springs at higher elevations fed by heavy monsoon rains. Virtually all of Bali's rivers flow not at low elevations near the ocean, where irrigation would be an easy matter, but at higher altitudes, in deep channels. The only way to reach water is by building earthen and timber weirs, then diverting river water into tunnels dug laboriously through the rock. The tunnels emerge at lower elevations, often as much as 0.6 miles, 1 kilometer, or more downstream. Then the water flows through open aqueducts and canals to the summits of terraced hillsides. After centuries of farming, the irrigation systems are a veritable maze of tunnels and canals that pass water through blocks of rice terraces. Just accessing the water is a major challenge, for the farmers also have to work with monsoon rain cycles, during which rivers can carry as much as 10 times more water than during the dry months. Furthermore, the irrigation works have to be flexible enough to cope with everything from flash floods to mere trickles of water at the end of the dry season. They must also be capable of connecting to neighbouring systems from different weirs, so that unused water can be passed to another terrace system or returned to the river. All this requires extraordinarily precise water management, to the point that there are distinct pulses of water sent through the system from upstream during the dry months. These pulses carry doses of nutrients, providing a major advantage over irrigation systems where the nutrient supply is constant and unchanging. The result is far higher productivity. Stephen Lansing tells us that the water pulses change the pH value, acidity, of the soil and create cycles of aerobic and anaerobic conditions that circulate mineral nutrients, foster the growth of nitrogen-fixing algae, and determine the activities of microorganisms. Weeds are inhibited, the soil temperature is stabilized, and over the long term, nutrients are not leached into the soil. For instance, both potassium and phosphorus content, essential for rice cultivation, benefit from water pulses. Balinese farmers mainly grow rice, but their paddies also produce important animal protein, such as eels, frogs, and fish. Large populations of ducks thrive on the terraced fields, but they have to be managed carefully, as they adore young rice shoots. After the harvest, the farmers drive them from field to field, where they devour leftover grain and eat some of the insects that could attack the next rice crop. The farmers only harvest the seed-bearing tassels, often leaving the stalks to rot and decompose in the water, thereby adding more nutrients, if they do not cause the field to dry out, which carries the danger of losing nutrients. The irrigation systems only thrive if all the farmers in the area cooperate throughout the year. They have to coordinate the harvests, making decisions about draining fields and controlling pests, and decide how much acreage will be left fallow and for how long, a critical decision that depends on the kinds of pests found in the fields. Balinese rice farming depends on far more than just synchronizing harvests. It involves careful management of irrigation cycles and water supplies to control pest populations. Much larger social units than a single family or a village are involved when such fundamental issues as pest control through carefully coordinated fallowing and water distribution come into play. Obviously, no individual subak can set schedules and cropping patterns for every one of them, and it is here that water temples have a role. Lansing cites the example of the Air Jeruk temple, which lies among river terraces below the village of Sukawati. This community receives water from 3 dams on 2 rivers that irrigate other terraces upstream before water reaches Sukawati and its nearly 1,000 acres, 403 hectares of terraces. Altogether, 13 subaks receive water, divided into 3 groups that are irrigated in rotation. All of Sukawati's farmers are members of the Air Jeruk Temple's congregation. All decisions about planting, water distribution, and fallowing for pest control are made collectively when the subaks assemble at Air Jeruk. Once the dates are fixed, the decisions are promulgated in the smaller water temples maintained by each subak. Time controls every element: water, planting, and the fate of rodents. The 3 groupings of subaks plant rice at least once a year during the rainy season. The rotation system takes hold during the dry months. One group is guaranteed a second rice planting, the second can grow vegetables that receive water every 5 days. The third group plants either the one or the other, depending on whether enough water is available for rice cultivation. In this way, the temple optimizes water sharing, while also ensuring that many fields are left fallow as a way of reducing pests. Each farmer relies on a basic unit of Balinese irrigation, the tena. This is the amount of water that will pass through a wooden water divider called a tembuku, measured at the upstream corner of the field where water flows into the terrace, usually within a fixed period of time. A tena is not only a unit of shared water, but also the amount of water that will irrigate a tena of land. If the farmer plants a tena of seedlings, he will grow a tena of rice. A series of large dividers lying above each field measures out larger shares of tena. More important, there are diversionary gates and side canals that handle floodwaters from major storms and other unusual events, for excess water is, if anything, a more serious problem than too little. An entire crop can be washed out in hours. Blocks of terraces form tempecs. The farmers within each block share responsibility for maintaining its irrigation works. Effectively, they are secular work groups with no ritual powers. One or more tempecs form a subak, which has responsibility not only for its irrigation works, but also for the well-being of its rice terraces and their continued productivity. The offerings and rituals in a Subak's water temple promote growth and fertility, giving the Subak important spiritual as well as practical responsibilities. The Sukawati system is relatively simple compared with some others, among them one administered through the water temples of Kedawatan, halfway up Mount Batur. Here 7 Subaks share water from a single large canal that flows from a major weir 2.5 miles 4 kilometers upstream. Ulun Sui, or head of the rice fields, is a major temple located at the point where the waters of the canal enter the terrace system. Just downstream, the canal splits into 2. A lesser temple stands by the upstream branch canal, and another one lies about 0.3 miles, 0.5 kilometers downstream, at the point where another branch canal enters a second set of terraces. Each of the Subaks is a member of one of the 2 temples. All of them form the congregation of Ulun Sui upstream. At the time Lansing carried out his study, 1,775 congregation members irrigated 1,379 acres, 558 hectares, of rice fields. During the rains, the entire congregation planted the same variety of rice to ensure a universal fallow period after the harvest. Here, each Subak temple chooses what crops to then plant and administers a rotation of irrigation if need be. Each Subak takes turns undertaking maintenance work on the irrigation works and performing the annual rituals that unfold at the temples. Thus, the daily management of irrigation works is deeply embedded in an intricate social milieu and a hierarchy of water temples. In Bali, irrigation does far more than supplement the water that comes from rainfall. Here, the farmers use carefully managed water as a way of constructing an artificial pond ecosystem that imposes very severe restrictions on water management. As Lansing points out, the cycles of wet and dry phases govern the fundamental biochemistry of the paddy ecosystem. The 172 Subaks along the Oos and Petanu rivers use water obtained from rivers and streams flowing through rugged volcanic terrain. Very few of them can farm successfully with only one weir, and those that do live at the highest elevations. Almost all depend on supplies released by neighbours living upstream for much of their irrigation water. Lansing refers to this as hydrological dependency. For the survival of the complex water delivery systems, with their weirs, canals, tunnels and aqueducts, depends on a system of control that extends far beyond the boundaries of a single Subak's rice fields. This control system links watershed and river to weir, weir to tunnel and canal, and village to village in a web of interconnectedness that can only be maintained by intricate social controls. In Bali, as in many other subsistence farming societies, agriculture is both a social and a technological process. At the very foundation of this process lies water. The traditional rulers of Bali were divine kings. Each was what Clifford Geertz once called a universal monarch, the core and pivot of the universe. There was no supreme leader, but dozens of them, all claiming divinity, each with their royal rituals. Balinese kings were all-powerful, and yet they were not, for the rituals of the water temples lay far from the realm of politics and the sedulous recitations of court priests. Water temples lay in the background, inconspicuous, buried in the shady haze of village rituals and folk stories. However, Balinese agriculture and water control were anything but hazy, lying firmly in the domain of the practical realities of subsistence agriculture. Balinese institutions of all kinds, from households to entire kingdoms, have their own temples and shrines, where offerings are made to the deities concerned with their affairs. For instance, all Balinese markets have temples dedicated to the goddess Maya Si, the mistress of illusions, but also to other divines like the rice goddess Dui Shri. In a similar way, water temples boast an array of shrines with anthropomorphic deities that define the cosmological and social role of the temple. Lansing points out that the rituals performed at a water temple define its role in local society, in daily agricultural life. The regular ceremonies conducted within its precinct are the way in which the congregation forms task forces to carry out essential tasks, like maintaining weirs, or to decide what crops will be planted and when. In other words, the temples foster voluntary social cooperation between different villages and within society as a whole. Their decisions and rituals are the bedrock foundation of daily life, of short and long-term survival. Think of the water temples as links in a chain that connects different parts of the natural landscape with the human groups who seek to control them. Each shrine or temple has an association with some component of the irrigated landscape. The chain begins with a spring or a weir in a river. Both yield water, which is diverted into a tunnel or a canal. This is where the first shrine lies. All the farmers who use this particular water source are the temple's congregation. The presiding deity is the Bahatara Empalan, or the deity of the weir. There is also Duidanu, goddess of the lake, who, the farmers believe, makes the water flow. The irrigation canal reaches a complex of terraces, perhaps just over 0.5 miles, 1 kilometre downstream. This is where Ulun Sui, or the head of the rice temple, lies, sharing the same congregation as the weir temple. The influence of the god Aida Baharata Pura Ulun Sui, the deity of the Ulun Sui temple, extends to all the terraces watered by the canal. There is not much to see, simply a walled courtyard with a shrine where the farmers make their offerings to the presiding divine. The offerings at the Ulun Sui temple are an acknowledgement that the farmers depend on the water that flows into their terraces and on the links in the chain further upstream, the waters that come from the weir and the river flow that fills it. Everywhere, water temples lie upstream of the water systems that they control. There are shrines at locations seen to influence every aspect of the terrace ecosystems, from weirs to fields. They provide the link between the people and their subaks, for the gods worshipped in the shrines control the irrigation systems and their water supplies. For instance, the weirs are humanly constructed, but become parts of the physical landscape. The weir god is an anthropomorphic being whose image draws attention to the critical link between humans and the artificial landscapes that they have created. In a real sense, the weir, the realm of the gods, is a social unit presided over by the weir god, a permanent institution that transcends the transitory lives of the individual farmers who obtain water from it. There's a second pervasive relationship too, for the hierarchy of temples is interdependent along the length of the irrigation system. Thus, when major annual festivals take place at the head of the rice temple downstream, the deity of the weir and the gods of other upstream temples are invited downstream to receive offerings. Every temple has shrines that commemorate symbolically the gods from other temples, so offerings at each one can celebrate the interdependence between them. The hierarchy of shrines descends to individual fields. Every farmer maintains a small shrine, a bedugul, at the point where irrigation water enters his land. This is the sacred part of his holding, the place where he makes offerings to the rice god, symbolized by his crop. Upstream and downstream temples have different symbolic functions. Upstream water nourishes the land and is considered a gift from the goddess of the lake. Downstream water cleans and purifies and washes away pollution. Upstream, temple priests collect water in sacred vessels, treating it as holy water, as befits a gift from a deity. The downstream flow remains in the system and washes away ashes from sacrifices and other impurities, such as sewage, which the rivers transport to the ocean. There is enough flow to allow the collection of pure drinking water from springs upstream. Some human waste undoubtedly ends up on irrigation fields, where it serves as fertilizer, while platoons of Muscovy ducks waddle across the thinly flooded fields before planting, eating anything they come across. There is powerful symbolism surrounding the waters. Those upstream are the life-givers, while those at lower elevations have important associations with dissolution and regeneration, whereby the human detritus, carried down by the rivers, enters the sea and is dissolved, returning to the wild, natural state. The gods in the water are agents of purification. They control the routes by which they nourish and then purify the irrigated landscape delineated by water temples that extend right downstream to the borders of the ocean. However, the relationship is more complicated than merely that of unchanging rivers and fixed irrigation systems. The Balinese call their religion Agama Tirtha, or the religion of holy water. Tirtha, holy water, is common to all Balinese rituals, whether performed in water temples or not. Every act of worship culminates in a blessing of holy water, which is sprinkled on one's head. The worshipper also drinks a few drops of it. Libations of Tirtha are poured over offerings, sacrifices, buildings, and irrigated fields. As Lansing points out, holy water links upstream and downstream, for it is both a blessing and a purification. Upstream is preferable to downstream. Every irrigation farmer knows the advantages enjoyed by those whose fields lie upriver or up canal. Tirtha acquires its holiness from its position on the river. Every Balinese water temple has its own holy water, endowed with unique qualities that define the temple, its deity, and the congregation. And this water comes from upstream, eventually from the weir where wild water enters the irrigation system and becomes subject to human control. One can imagine a priest from the weir temple collecting cupfuls of Tirtha from the waters above the weir. He places them before the weir shrine, making offerings to the god to sanctify the holy water. Once sanctification is achieved, the priest stores the cups carefully, for the Tirtha retains the sacred qualities of the waters immediately upstream. At the Ulu Sri temple on the Patanu River, farmers from Subaks downstream come to ask the priests for holy water from the Bayad weir. They make offerings, receive the water from the altar near the weir, then carry it back to their own temple. There they mingle the newly acquired holy water with water from their own temple and sprinkle it on their offerings. Each temple has its own unique holy water. But water from the Bayad weir is of no interest to farmers cultivating along a different channel of the river. The holiest water comes from far upstream, water so sacred that it is treated like a god, and may even represent the divine that created it at offerings outside the temple. Tirtha creates a complex web of relationships between social groups that becomes ever larger as one travels upstream. Holy water flows down the irrigation systems and defines the origins of each such group, as well as the relationships between water temples. At the pinnacle, as it were, lies the temple of the crater lake, on the volcano's rim, where the entire process begins. The 10th month, March, when the rainy season ends. It's time for preparation of Tirtha for the farmers' fields, for the pregnancy of the rice. Clouds mantle the volcano's cone as the grey dawn gives way to the rising sun. A solemn procession of Crater Lake priests wends its way along the steep path up the volcanic cone toward the summit. Brightly coloured figures appear and disappear in the drifting grey, the clouds merging with the steam issuing from the vents at the summit. The delegation prays and makes offerings to request holy water. Meanwhile, the senior priest collects water droplets that have condensed on the nearby rocks from the steam. With reverent care, the functionaries carry the filled cups of the most sacred holy water down to the temple of the crater lake, where they mingle it with holy water from the 11 streams around the lake. Later in the 10th month, large crowds gather. Delegations from over 200 subaks arrive, each with its own sacred vessel. They offer prayers and make offerings. The temple priests pour about a quart, 1 litre, of Crater Lake Tirtha into each vessel. Each group of delegates carries its share home with great care, then mingles it with the waters of its own regional water temples. Finally, the local priests distribute small samples to individual farmers, who sprinkle them at the upstream edge of their fields. In this way, each farmer and his fields enjoy a close symbolic link both to upstream temples and to the ultimate water source. Tirtha has strong associations with upstream, the place of origin. In the hands of priests and subaks, it flows downstream to the fields and villages. Holy water provides a set of symbolic connections, as do offerings to the gods, those of the villages associated with all the temples, ancestral deities, and the Ratu Naura, Lord Protector of the Earth. These wider connections are important, for they define the interdependent relationship between irrigation and wider society. Every decision about planting and other agricultural concerns begins in the water temples, where the subaks that form their congregations meet. As the village head of Sukawati told Lansing, every new planting season there is a meeting. If the planting schedule is not to be changed, there is no meeting. Of course, the ceremonies held here go on regardless, a 1-day festival every 6 months, and a 3-day festival every year. This place is the home of the spirits of those who have preceded us, who built this temple. A Balinese farmer's year unfolds in a sequence of field rituals that mark such events as water opening, transplanting, flowering, and harvest, but the productive cycle is more complex than this. About every 10 years, the Ulun Sui temple organizes an opening of the waters ceremony. On the appointed day, representatives from each subak in the congregation bring offerings to the temple. One can imagine the clouds of incense and the chanted prayers as the temple priests invoke Dui Danu, the goddess of the lake, the deity of the temple of the crater lake, and the deity of the Maseti temple of Payangan. Payangan lies upstream of Ulun Sui, a focal point for another cluster of subaks, whose cropping sequence affects water flow to Ulun Sui. As the prayers continue, a small group of subak representatives walks along the banks of the main irrigation canal to the altar by the river weir. There they lay out more offerings, both for the visiting divines and for the god of the weir. Excitement mounts as holy water from the temple of the crater lake is poured into the entrance gate of the main irrigation canal. Thus, every 10 years or so, the subaks use holy water to acknowledge their reliance on the weir, their Payangang neighbors upstream, and the temple of the crater lake. Everything fits into a series of cycles, defined by a cyclical calendar known as the tika, what Lansing calls a wheel within wheels view of time. The farmers prepare their fields, then transplant the rice seedlings into the fields, each of the subaks setting a 7-day period for its members to transplant, a process that has to be coordinated with the flooding of the terraces. Each farmer has his own cycle of planting and harvest, which interlocks with the subak's collective cycle. The aggregates of these cycles mesh with those of larger temples. The tika is a wooden or painted calendar that defines a grid of 37-day weeks, with other elaborations that allow farmers to synchronize the timing of water use and planting. All the farmers know its sequence of days and weeks by heart. The Balinese live in an engineered landscape that has taken shape over many generations, a world where society and nature have grown interdependent. Each generation has managed the engineered landscape, and the process of management has shaped social relationships for each one. The advent of Dutch colonial rule, and especially of the Green Revolution, which came to Bali in 1971, brought in new practices, including the widespread use of chemical fertilizers, major shifts in cropping practices, and at one point a prohibition on traditional rice varieties. Many of these innovations coincided with a push for self-sufficiency, and they led to abandonment of the tika cropping calendar. Continuous cropping effectively removed control of irrigation and farming activities from the temples. The inevitable result was chaos in water scheduling, an explosion of pests, and a constant race between farmers and pests, centering on the latest pest-resistant rice forms. Now a centralized bureaucracy controlled, or rather tried to control, irrigation agriculture, and it simply did not work. The traditional practices are still in use and work well. Balinese farmers look at their environment and their farming through the prism of the interlocking cycles of the tika. Mesopotamian rulers centralized control of their farming, and Chinese emperors unleashed thousands of workers on flood control projects. But in the case of Bali, such centripetal administration could not have worked. The Balinese prefer a complex orchestra of meshing cycles that worked with brilliant success for many centuries. It was no coincidence that Balinese rice farmers achieved self-sustainability. They believed that the deities were on their side, and they still do today. Part 2. Waters from Afar. Labour, Power and Early Water Management, in which we explore the beginnings of larger-scale irrigation that gathered water brought by rivers from afar. Part 2 describes the village farmers and early cities of Mesopotamia, the flood irrigation of the Egyptians, and the increasing complexity of Assyrian and later water management. The Greeks and the Romans built on the expertise of earlier civilizations, with aqueducts and urban water systems. In the end, water begins to become a commodity, even if the gods provided it. Chapter 6. Landscapes of Enlil. Northern Iraq, 7000 BCE. Grey clouds, heavy with rain, hang low over the mountains. Their ragged edges swirl across forested ridges as shower after heavy shower advances across the jagged peaks. Fierce thunder showers have buffeted the high ground for days, but only a few sprinkles have fallen on the plain. Down in the village, the people listen to the runoff flowing down the nearby wadi. At first the sound is soft, even soothing, but the noise level soon escalates. Pebbles, stones, and then boulders roll downstream. Tree trunks from far uphill roll down the ravines like giant spillikins. The din of the flash flood is like music to the farmers' ears, a portent of water for their fields. They've prepared for this moment for months. As the flood waters rise, the elders move upstream to the place where the village has tended stone and brush check dams since long before they were born. A barrier of water-worn boulders extends across the wadi, capped with dense brush piled thickly on the upper side. Here the water is deeper and pools for some distance upstream. Two shallow channels divert floodwater from the deepening stream as the rising torrent turns the dam into a weir. A group of young men stand waist-deep in the water, casting boulders into a weak spot on the dam. Without warning, a rapid surge of floodwater sweeps downstream. Large boulders rumble menacingly along the riverbed. The youths scramble for dry land. One of them falls in deep water as a jagged rock knocks him senseless. Before anyone can move a finger, a breaking wave sweeps the unconscious young man over the submerged dam. His limp body vanishes with the inundation as his companions chase along the bank, to no avail. Hours later, the badly smashed corpse grounds far down the wadi, almost unrecognizable. The older men follow vainly and shake their heads. They have known years when the boulders gave way and their carefully nurtured pool vanished in short order. They also remember other storms when young men tried to stem the flow and were washed downstream, knocked unconscious by rolling boulders. Every year they warn a new generation, sometimes to no avail. This time the rocks hold, as they have most years after generations of siege from upstream. Without a further word being said, the elders follow the edge of the rising water and watch their sons as they keep water flowing into the channels leading to the fields. The farm plots lie slightly downslope. They are square or rectangular, each carefully laid out with a minimal gradient, enclosed with low earthen embankments piled highest at the lower end. The floodwaters pass smoothly down the diversion channels, then on to the waiting fields, rising slowly until each is completely inundated. Young men and women stand guard over the narrow breaks that divert water onto the carefully prepared land. The older men watch the process carefully to ensure that everyone receives as much water as possible. They keep a close eye on the rain-shrouded mountaintops and an expert ear cocked for the decibel level of the flood, for they know that the water can recede as fast as it rises. This time they are lucky. The waters rise far above the dam and stay there for several hours. By the time the boulders appear above the surface and the runoff eases, the closely packed grid of square fields is completely underwater. Not that the work is over. The villagers squeeze all the advantage they can from the flood. They top up the fields as often as they can for as long as the diversion channels flow. By the time the wadi resumes its normal trickle, the soil in their plots is muddy and waterlogged. The ground steams in the sun as the waiting begins anew. The farmers have waited for water. Now they will begin planting just as soon as the soil begins to dry up and seed can germinate in the damp earth. Pity farmers who dwell in arid and semi-arid lands, where rainfall is seasonal and usually unreliable, and permanent water supplies are a rarity. Between 15 and 20% of humanity dwells in such environments, where our predecessors developed uncanny skills at conjuring water from seemingly waterless landscapes. Their expertise is even more remarkable when you reflect that they could only acquire water from two sources. They could find it within the arid landscape itself by tapping groundwater through simple wells or water holes. However, more reliable supplies usually came from outside. People living near mountain ranges and steep hillsides depended on runoff from higher ground. Then there were rivers, large and small, among them the floods of the Indus, the Nile, the Euphrates, and the Tigris, where water that inundated natural basins could be diverted into natural or artificial channels to irrigate nearby fields. The arid and semi-arid Near East is the cradle of cereal cultivation and animal husbandry, with a history of successful farming in dry, intractable environments that goes back to as early as 10,500 BCE. Farmers dwelling here lived in a world of many months when the land was dry, then a few precious ones when the landscape came to life and featureless plains turned green with native scrub and wildflowers thanks to sporadic rainfall. The growing season was brief and magical, the work, people believed, of powerful supernatural forces. The Sumerian Dispute Between Summer and Winter, written in the 3rd millennium BCE, dramatizes the moment. Summer founded houses and farmsteads. He made the cattle pens and sheepfolds wide. He multiplied the stacks of sheaves in all the arable tracts. At their edges he made flax ripen. Even the earliest farmers linked their fields and their harvests to the benevolent and malevolent forces of the cosmos, interceding with the supernatural through the intermediary of revered ancestors whose figurines and skulls lie in the heart of their villages. But while they might invoke the power of ancestral guardians, there was little they did not know about the properties of their soils and about obtaining water to nourish them. They used natural seeps and springs, and were well aware that water flowed down slope and could be diverted onto nearby fields. Like farming itself, simple gradient irrigation on a small scale was not a revolutionary invention. The major changes came when village farmers began to depend on irrigation water and virtually nothing else. When and where did such village irrigation farming begin? The answer lies in the natural landscapes of the Iranian Plateau and northern Iraq. In environments where standing water is a precious rarity, you can get water by dipping your hands or a container into a river or lake. Or you can tap groundwater lying near the surface by digging water holes and shallow wells. Water holes are the oldest way of acquiring water and were in use by hunter-gatherers thousands of years before farming began. Australian Aborigines and other hunters living in dry environments knew well that water could be obtained by digging into dry streambeds or at often inconspicuous locations visited for many generations. Most farmers' water holes were little more than irregular pits excavated by hand or with digging sticks, extending a few feet below the surface. As opposed to wells, which were carefully dug and usually lined with bricks, stones, or even wickerwork, such small pits were informal ways of tapping groundwater, used by village farmers long before irrigation came into widespread use. Water holes worked well in areas where groundwater was relatively accessible, but required laborious watering of fields by hand, which immediately limited the acreage that could be cultivated. Apart from water holes, the primary source of water for many subsistence farmers in the northern Near East was groundwater, provided it was close enough to the surface to be accessible in the absence of pumps and other lifting devices. The commonest sources of groundwater are alluvial aquifers, which, for the most part, lie relatively close to the surface. They occur along major river valleys at the edges of higher ground. Stream flow percolates along floodplains and across the top of alluvial fans, where coarse gravels are to be found. An alluvial fan is a fan-like deposit formed when a fast-flowing stream reaches a flatter gradient. The water slows, then spreads out, depositing gravel and sand, usually at the base of a canyon as it debouches onto flatter terrain. Such fans often occur in desert and semi-arid areas that are subject to flash flooding from thunderstorms on nearby higher ground. Water percolates through the fan, then flows downstream when it reaches a more impermeable layer, emerging at the base of the fan as a spring or a seep. Most of the groundwater recharge takes place between February and May, when mountain ranges lose their snowpacks, which flow down rivers in well-defined, if irregular, pulses that produce higher water tables at the tops of alluvial fans. Actual rainfall at lower elevations is not a major factor in the build-up, for much of it is lost to evaporation. Every farmer must have known about alluvial fans, for these are places where water seepages are to be found. For thousands of years, nearby villagers would have tunneled back from the base into the loose gravel of the fan to concentrate the flow in one place, in a pool. In time, the diggers would have started tunneling to follow the water back to its source. Digging such tunnels was hazardous at best. Within seconds of excavators hitting an exceptionally waterlogged gravel layer, the roof would collapse, burying them without warning. One can imagine two boys tunneling into sand and loose gravel on their hands and knees, digging into the slope with their bare hands and short digging sticks, kicking the soil back behind them. Water percolates alongside their sweating bodies as their father offers encouragement from outside. Suddenly, the ceiling collapses in a torrent of gravel and groundwater that buries the diggers in an instant. The father darts forward, grabs each boy by the ankles, and drags them clear. The elder one wriggles frantically and sticks in the narrow entrance. He begins to choke, but is pulled clear just in time. Next time, they'll try digging in another place. Tunnel digging must have been, at best, a chancy way of locating groundwater. Many centuries were to pass before the diggers tried another tactic, sinking a vertical shaft to locate the aquifer before tunneling horizontally down slope through the fan. If the gradient was correct, the village lying down slope of the tunnel would have a comparatively reliable water supply that might fluctuate through the year, but was not dependent on annual rainfall. No one knows when such well and tunnel digging began, but as we shall see in Chapter 8, these simple constructions developed into the kanat, one of the simplest and most enduring inventions of history. If you cannot locate water close to where you live, then you have to bring it to you by diverting it from lakes, rivers, and streams. Almost invariably, farmers in the northern Near East, using groundwater, also relied on irregular rainfall, limited amounts of water diverted from streams, or seasonal runoff from higher ground. They could store surplus rainfall or excess runoff in underground cisterns, dammed riverbeds, or natural flood basins. The storage pools behind them were normally tapped from the top. Silting and shallowing became a problem, and they were soon abandoned. Numerous abandoned dams littered most arid landscapes where they were used. Many communities also relied on the simplest form of irrigation farming, inundation agriculture. Inundation farming is exactly what the term implies, flooding fields and letting the water and its nutrients soak into the soil, then planting your crops in the damp earth as it dries. This simple and effective technique was a staple of ancient Egyptian agriculture and dates back to the earliest days of farming. The discoveries at Wadi Fainan in Jordan, described in Chapter 2, tell us that many small communities made use of runoff from short-lived storms and flash floods to inundate their fields, which enabled them to sustain small-scale farming for many generations. Inundation worked well in environments where seasonal rainfall was relatively predictable in most years. Strictly speaking, irrigation agriculture is something distinct from relying on receding, diverted floodwaters, for it involves much more work, storing, distributing, and then draining water for each field system, not merely allowing water to soak into the ground. However, the two form a continuum, with the one probably developing from the other in or around Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers, between the Euphrates and the Tigris, in what is now Iraq. The Euphrates and the Tigris were defining rivers in the history of early civilization. A century ago, many scholars called the territory between them the eastern horn of the Fertile Crescent, a great band of flat and mountainous terrain that arced between the Nile and southern Mesopotamia, the cradle of the earliest civilizations. Southern Mesopotamia refers to present-day southern Iraq between the two rivers. Few people talk about the Fertile Crescent anymore, but there's no denying that mountains, plains, and rivers helped define the societies that arose there. Rugged mountain ranges formed barriers and fostered cultural and ethnic diversity. Plains and rivers made communication easier and channeled it in clear directions, nurturing early civilization. When the Assyrian king Sargon II visited the mountains around Kudidag, traditionally the resting place of the biblical ark in the 8th century BCE, he leapt from rock to rock like an ibex, and then sat on a rock and had a cold drink. The mountains, then mantled with thick forests and teeming with wild beasts, filled Sargon and other lowland monarchs with awe. Their domains lay in wide open spaces, on plains that extended from the Zagros range to the Persian Gulf, dissected by the great rivers and their tributaries. The northern plains on either side of the Tigris form rolling, often broken terrain, with occasional patches of alluvial soil and wadis. The topography militated against any form of irrigation, so the farmers depended on rainfall and shallow groundwater. By 6000 BCE, agricultural communities flourished over a wide area, delimited to the north and east by the foothills of the Zagros and Taurus mountains. The southern and eastern limits of dry farming varied considerably from year to year. Barley, the major staple, required about 9 inches 20 centimetres of annual rainfall, wheat about 10 inches 25 centimetres, fruit trees considerably more. In practice, about 12 inches 30 centimetres of dependable rainfall was needed, provided that adequate amounts fell in 3 years out of every 5. So the southern limit of dry agriculture was an irregular line that shifted with even minor changes in rainfall. South of this tattered frontier, irrigation agriculture reigned, even when more rain fell upstream, as was likely in the past. The lands to the south of modern-day Baghdad form an austere floodplain landscape, almost devoid of rainfall. Extreme forces of nature confront you here on every side. Some of the hottest summer temperatures on earth, bitter winter winds and tumultuous storms, sudden river floods that can sweep away a village in moments. Here, nature and the gods were often malevolent, and in later centuries the region's rulers were given to despotism. The Sumerians, who developed the first urban civilization in the south, worshipped ancient gods, among them Enlil, who was father of the gods and presided over this realm. It was he who made the day dawn, and he who established plenty in the land. Without the great mountain Enlil, no city would be built, no settlement would be founded. No carp-filled waters would flood the rivers at their peak. In the sky the thick clouds would not open their mouths, on the fields dappled grain would not fill the arable lands. The floodplain between the Euphrates and the Tigris seems flat, but is never entirely so. Under natural conditions, the rivers would meander over the landscape, and sometimes change course when they burst their banks during major floods. The Euphrates has shifted its lower reaches time and time again without warning, transforming the natural and humanly altered landscape in fundamental and sometimes catastrophic ways. Dense vegetation once grew close to the rivers, but as the fresh groundwater of the rivers tailed off, the trees gave way to desert and sand dunes, landscapes where the remains of old river channels, abandoned canals, cities and villages can be seen, shrouded in wind-blown sand. As the Victorian excavator Austin Henry Layard wrote of Babylon in 1853, the plains between Khanizad and the Euphrates are covered with a perfect network of ancient canals and watercourses, but a drought is upon the waters of Babylon, and they were dried. Their lofty embankments, stretching on every side in long lines until they are lost in the hazy distance, or magnified by the mirage into mountains, still defy the hand of time, and seem rather the work of nature than of man. An unlikely environment for farming, one might think, but appearances are misleading. Simple gravity-based irrigation provided river water to patches of arid but fertile soils and small farming villages many centuries before the first cities appeared by the Euphrates during the 4th millennium BCE. The landscapes of Enlil had deep roots in the past. There was never any question of a fully irrigated floodplain where closely packed, regularly watered fields stretched to the far horizon. The flat topography meant that any large-scale irrigation works would have required a massive human investment far beyond the resources of a Sumerian ruler or his immediate successors. The gradient of the floodplain changes by a mere 98 feet 30 meters over 435 miles 700 kilometers, which makes any form of gravity flow irrigation canal, even just the process of enlarging a natural channel, a challenging undertaking. Estimates of the amount of arable land at the time are at best approximations. Only 19,700 square miles, 51,000 square kilometers, of land were either cultivated or cultivable. Yet there was only sufficient irrigation water for about 1,600 square miles, 4,143 square kilometers, by the most optimistic estimates. The actual figure may have been closer to 3,100 to 3,800 square miles, 8,000 to 10,000 square kilometers of arable land. Large tracts of the river floodplain were uncultivated and formed a mosaic of marshes and lakes, desert, sand dunes and flood basins, as well as date palm groves. Where the water could not escape, it collected and formed marshes, especially in the extreme south. The wetlands teemed with fish, turtles, and waterfowl. Extensive tracts of reeds made invaluable building material. To farm in the south required not only hydrological skill, but also constant vigilance against the ravages of capricious rivers. Both the Euphrates and the Tigris flowed down very low gradients, which resulted in progressively less water, in part because of irrigation upstream and also because of evaporation. Farmers living in the central part of the plain focused their efforts on the slower-flowing Euphrates, which was easier to control. The river entered the floodplain at a higher gradient than the Tigris, and also carried more nutrients than those deposited by the latter. As soon as it entered the plain upstream of Baghdad, the Euphrates split into at least 2 branches that also provided opportunities for diverting water downstream. The Euphrates deposited its silt load and formed well-defined levees on either bank. These provided raised strips of coarser, more permeable soil close to the river, and the slopes provided slightly better drainage that helped prevent rising salinity in standing water. Judging from today's practice, even the earliest farmers would have planted vegetables and fruit trees along the levees, using land away from them for more tolerant cereal crops. When the river rose, the water spilled over the levees, sometimes causing it to change course to a lower level, a process known as avulsion. Some of these avulsion events were opportunities, others were potential catastrophes. When mega-floods raged downstream, such as those that occurred along the Euphrates during the 2nd millennium BCE, the banks burst on a large scale, clogging major channels with silt and vegetation and causing havoc, especially at points upstream on the floodplain, where the flow was strongest. In extreme flood years, the farmers left weirs and flood regulators open to carry as much water away as possible. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes how the storm god Adad caused a great tempest with roiling floods, but all was well. Ninurta, the god known as Lord of the Earth, lets the water flow through the regulator. As a result of numerous avulsions, some caused by floods, others by human action, elongated channels flowed from north to south along the Mesopotamian plains, many of them simply branches of the main rivers, others excavated channels, others a combination of both. If they were natural, they would only need cleaning at strategic points where sediment build-up was unusually fast, or at key bifurcations. Much early Mesopotamian irrigation resulted from localized ad hoc diversion of river water using natural channels. Many centuries passed before any rulers invested in irrigation works on a large scale. They couldn't afford it, for they had neither the people nor the food surpluses to issue as rations. Irrigation in southern Mesopotamia relied on water from far away, carried downstream from upland catchment areas by rivers, the largest of them being the Euphrates and the Tigris. The sources were perennial, though the flow varied through the year. The lowest water levels came in autumn, when farmers were carrying out the initial watering of their fields. Exactly where an irrigation system began depended on the gradient, which had to be just right. If the bed was too steep, the water would flow too fast and erode it. Too shallow, and silt would accumulate and rapidly fill the channel. Controlling the gradient meant following even minor contours so that the water flowed across a slope at the correct angle, sometimes at a shallower and slightly higher altitude than the nearby river. Even the most basic of irrigation systems were useless unless they were sustainable and easily maintained. For the most part, early irrigation works used natural channels that took the path of least resistance through the alluvium. They carried both silt and water, and soon became clogged with reeds and sediment, as did side channels dug into their banks to lead water to nearby fields. For this reason, many communities tapped rivers during the low water months, when the reduced flow carried less silt and debris. How much work was involved in maintaining such waterways is unknown, nor do we know whether neighbouring villages drawing water from the same channels would collaborate with one another when the time came. Even routine maintenance must have been a brutal task in intense summer heat. We can imagine small groups of men wearing little more than loincloths, wading knee-deep in soft mud. They work silently and steadily, using both hands to rip out tall reeds from the bottom. When the vegetation is gone, they use their hands to fill baskets with nearby liquid mud and heft them laboriously onto steep piles along either bank. One young man pulls on some reeds too hard, and the roots give way without warning. He topples backward into the muddy water. Everyone pauses for a moment and enjoys the sight of the victim sprawling in the mud. Then there was another difficulty: salt build-up. The salt came downstream from distant mountains and was usually washed away through the permeable soils. Away from main watercourses, soils are less porous, especially when irrigated, so the water table rises and capillary action brings salt to the surface. Ancient farmers combated salinization by planting salt-resistant barley and also by fallowing. Irrigated fields support a water table about 20 inches, 50 centimeters, below the surface. Nutrient-rich wild plants grow thickly on harvested fields and prevent wind erosion. However, they also draw moisture from the soil, which dries out the subsoil, a process that continues if the field is not planted once again, preventing the water table and salt from rising to the surface. Once the field is irrigated anew, the water leaches salt from the surface and carries it underground, where it is harmless. This fallow system works well for a long time, until the subsoil trap fills and rises toward the surface. Then the ground has to be abandoned for up to a century. However, as the farmers knew, to shorten the fallow period is to court disaster, as happened in later times. There was far more to irrigation systems than merely diverting water and allowing it to flow into artificial or natural channels. Controlling the outflow down the irrigation system went hand in hand with maintaining an adequate supply upslope. Many systems made use of storage basins, blocked by brush or reed weirs, which could be readily breached when water was needed, then easily rebuilt. Such temporary barriers would not, of course, hold back torrential floodwaters, but they appear to have been effective when river levels were lower, during the major watering seasons of autumn and winter. As irrigation became more formalized in later centuries, people turned to baked brick and bitumen regulators. The branching and often sinuous irrigation channels passed into the fields. 4th millennium survey texts have survived, which show that fields were rectangular, square, or delineated in long strips, but their boundaries, presumably low silt banks, have long since vanished. By that time, the custom of bounding fields was already long established, probably using very simple geometry. The watering itself presented different challenges than those faced, for example, by the Egyptians, who relied on the retreating waters of the summer flood. Their Mesopotamian contemporaries had to inundate their fields in the fall, when the rivers were at their lowest. Thus, efficient use of every drop of water was a necessity, with careful attention paid to fair allocations for all. There must have been times when there was not enough water to go around. Fortunately, cereal crops need only 4 to 6 thorough waterings during the growing season, so some system of equitable rotation would have provided sufficient supplies for all. This made the task of coordinating inherited water rights and the fair rotation of precious supplies especially important. Many Mesopotamian communities lived with the constant threat of water shortages, but they also had to accommodate excessive flow for their irrigation needs. Usually the overflow passed beyond the field system, often ending up in nearby marshes or rejoining the main river downstream. When it did not, the landowners had to drain off surplus water from their fields to prevent the rising of the water table and salinization. The routines of irrigation changed little from year to year, century to century. Cities rose and fell, were conquered and rebuilt. Rulers boasted of their invincibility, then vanished from history. Armies marched and countermarched. But here, as elsewhere in the world, behind this tapestry of stirring but transitory deeds, lay the world of the village farmers, which changed but imperceptibly over the generations. They shaped the landscapes of Enlil long before teeming cities rose along the Euphrates.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Studying ancient irrigation requires a constellation of skills and strong legs, for you are studying not just single sites, but entire artificial landscapes, when you can find them. Only shreds and patches of very early irrigation survive, thanks to thousands of years of flooding and silt accumulation, to say nothing of intensive farming activity. The clues come in many forms: aerial photographs and satellite images, as well as GPS readings taken from sites on the ground, reveal subtle concentrations of inconspicuous ancient farming villages along riverbanks. Unusually green vegetation may mark the twists and curves of long-abandoned river channels and canals. None of this early irrigation was on a grand scale. It was confined to the surroundings of small villages and was often transitory, as floods shifted and alluvial fans developed new seeps. It's probably no coincidence that the known early irrigation works clustered around such fans where groundwater could be tapped. During the 6th millennium BCE, the village of Chogamami, east of the Tigris in eastern Iraq, lay on an alluvial fan within a small oasis near the Ganjia River, a place where the rainfall is about 8 inches 20 centimeters a year. The first settlements lay up and down slope along natural watercourses created by the fan. At first, the farmers merely channeled the water flowing down the main slope. As the population rose, the inhabitants started manipulating both seasonal floods and the river flow along the fan. Later, before 5000 BCE, they dug irrigation canals that followed natural contours over wide areas of the surrounding plain, which enabled them to water fields some distance from the river, even if increasingly brackish water made cultivation difficult. In the Daulatabad region of arid southeast Iran, the local farmers could not rely on rainfall, but had to make use of water flow and runoff from ephemeral wadis. Fortunately for science, the ancient landscape survived almost intact until the 1980s, owing to a lack of later settlement. Archaeologist Martha Prickett surveyed low mounds, fields and water channels that developed on gravel fans deposited by the Rud-il-Gushk River above a dry lake depression. The small irrigated fields were up to 2/10 of an acre, 6/100 of a hectare, in area, bounded by low stone ridges. In the northern fan area, where the best soils lay, the irrigated land covered some 740 acres, 300 hectares, in a place where the soils would retain moisture. The farmers prospered. By the mid-5th millennium BCE, fields had appeared in the middle fan area, where water came from both local floods and the inundating river. Prickett recorded 2 possible canals that may have been artificial, but more likely were natural drainage channels, eroded into the gravel fan, perhaps straightened by the farmers. Irrigation canals proper were shallow depressions up to 33 feet 10 meters in length. They probably received their water from temporary stone dams that deflected water to fields further downslope. This simple but effective irrigation economy produced crops of barley, millet, and wheat for many centuries, until the 4th millennium BCE, when a shift in the pattern of monsoon rains, described in Chapter 8, caused what may have been a more verdant landscape to dry up. The Daulatabad landscape shows us how the earliest irrigation may have worked, the farmers using alluvial fans and a combination of simple irrigation and seasonal floods to water their crops. Even the most developed systems were of modest size, the channels rarely longer than about 3.8 miles, 6 kilometers. Each community relied on the simplest of methods, channeling water down existing slopes or natural gradients produced by alluvial fans. In the case of Chogamami and Daulatabad, alluvial fans formed the earliest irrigated landscapes for small villages that probably numbered no more than 50 to 100 people, linked by ties of kin. Chogamami and Daulatabad flourished during times of higher rainfall, which were soon to end. During the late Ice Age, before 15,000 years ago, the Persian Gulf was still dry land. Global sea levels were some 300 feet, 90 meters, below modern levels. The Tigris and the Euphrates flowed through deep valleys into the Gulf of Oman, about 500 miles, 800 kilometers, south of their present estuaries. As sea levels rose during the subsequent warming, the newly formed Persian Gulf caused massive silt buildup in the Mesopotamian plain. Deep-sea cores from the Indian Ocean tell us that summer temperatures were higher and rainfall was greater than in earlier millennia between 10,000 and 4,000 BCE. Precipitation may have been between 25 and 35% higher than today, much of it falling during summer monsoon storms. More predictable rainfall, especially in the spring, was a huge boon to farmers the length of the great rivers. In the north, farmers could rely on better crops from fields nourished by more predictable winter and spring rains. The longer rainy season had even more significant benefits in the south. Here, the rains lasted well into early summer, providing an extended growing season, helped by the timing of the summer inundation. Today, the Euphrates flood, controlled by rain and snowfall in Turkey, arrives too late in the parched southern summer to be of any use for watering crops. Before 4000 BCE, the growing season was later and longer, so the arrival of the flood often coincided with the time when water was most needed. Each community flourished amid a mosaic of local environments that included natural flood basins, marshes, and levee areas with fertile soils that were subject to irregular flooding. This palimpsest of different environments provided an important safety net, to the point that if crops failed, the villagers could become virtually full-time herders, or could fall back on fish, waterfowl, and other marsh foods. Satellite images hint that many early farming communities near the Euphrates may have lain on natural rises in the plain amid marshes. In many cases, inhabitants may have watered their fields with the help of small canals or channels linked to breaks in nearby levees. These breaches were a natural way of leading water onto the floodplain, to be steered by local communities toward their fields, though such practices carried the risk of much larger breaches caused by unusually high floods that would produce uncontrollably large quantities of water. The fields watered by these simple diversions produced crops of barley and wheat. Irrigation resulted in higher crop yields per acre, even if the physical effort involved was greater. The increased yields also came from genetic changes in barley, which has 2 rows of grains in its uncultivated form. Irrigating the seed led to selection in favor of a 6-row variety, which rapidly came into use throughout the Near East. 6-row barley produced at least 50% more grain, one of several factors that led to much higher crop yields, and to people living much closer together and subsisting off less land than when they relied on rainfall alone. All this farming activity was on a small scale, based on ancient methods that relied on receding floodwaters and simple gravity canals, with very little systematic investment on the part of the villagers. Decisions about canal maintenance and diverting water to individual fields were made within the community, perhaps on the basis of kin ties. We can only speculate. These were centuries, too, when rainfall was greater than today, when a combination of summer monsoon rains and higher flood levels would have inundated large areas of the poorly drained southern plains for months on end. As long as spring and summer rainfall remained plentiful, small farming villages and nomadic herders could support themselves comfortably, with plenty of grazing and easily irrigated land to go around. Then, in about 3800 BCE, Mesopotamia became significantly drier, with momentous consequences for those who irrigated its soils. Chapter 7. The Lands of Enkai. When you are about to take hold of your field, keep a sharp eye on the opening of the dikes, ditches, and mounds, so that when you flood the field, the water will not rise too high in it. When you have emptied it of water, watch the field's water-soaked ground, that it stay virile for you. A farmer's almanac of the 3rd millennium BCE from the Sumerian city of Nippur allows us to look over the shoulder of a villager as he prepares to water his land. In days of yore, a farmer instructed his son, begins the manual. The 107 lines that follow once served as a pedagogue's manual and distill the experience of centuries, passed by word of mouth from one generation to the next. Sumer, in southern Mesopotamia, was the heartland of the Sumerian civilization. The cumulative knowledge of centuries served village farmers well. Every landowner knew the local topography intimately, the subtle contours in the flat landscape, the places where floodwaters breached levees even in drier years, and the locations of the most fertile soils. Over many generations, village elders became expert at knowing when to plant their emmer wheat and barley, at identifying the strategic moment when frost would no longer menace growing seedlings. Judging from clay tablets compiled in later times, they also learned the telltale signs of potentially catastrophic floods and impending low water years. All kinds of arcane information passed from father to son by word of mouth, and eventually in tablet form. Years of hard-won experience and good rainfall produced much higher crop yields than those obtained from dry agriculture. As the centuries passed and population densities increased, the small hamlets of earlier times became clusters of rural communities located around a larger settlement. By 5200 BCE, 5 centuries after the first known colonization of southern Mesopotamia, the largest of these population clusters was a town housing between 2,000 and 4,000 people and covering about 25 acres, 10 hectares. Such communities were the exception rather than the rule. Life still revolved around the household and ancient ties of kin, which sustained small, dispersed villages, just as they had since the earliest days of farming. Household and kin were the glue that provided the labour to clean natural channels, to divert water into fields. The few larger villages and small towns were focal points for trade, for decision-making, and for ritual activities. It was there, at places like Eridu, close to the Euphrates, that the first temples appeared, dedicated to ancient patron gods and to the ancestors. Sumerian legends from later centuries tell us that Eridu was the oldest town of all, the dwelling place of the god Enkai, lord of the abyss and god of wisdom. All lands were the sea, then Eridu was made, proclaimed a long-established creation legend inscribed on a clay tablet many centuries later. Archaeology adds legitimacy to legendary claims. Archaeologists Fuad Safar and Seton Lloyd deciphered layer after layer of barely visible mud brick in Eridu's temple mound. They used digging techniques developed by German scholars at Babylon before World War I, which employed picks to feel different soil textures and identify courses of unbaked bricks. Adding brushes and compressed air hoses to their armory, Safar and Lloyd exposed a solid temple platform that had been extended again and again to add new shrines. In the end, they uncovered 16 temples on the same site, the original a small mud brick shrine erected on clean sand and dating to 5500 BCE or even earlier. The skeleton of a sea bass, caught in brackish waters near the town, still lay on the offering table. 500 years later, a magnificent stepped ziggurat stood in the center of what was now a busy city, its facade adorned with brightly coloured bricks, surrounded by a sacred enclosure at least 200 yards, 180 metres square. Residential quarters and markets pressed on Eridu's sacred precincts. Eridu and Uruk, another burgeoning urban community upstream, came into being at a time when Mesopotamian society was changing profoundly in the face of much more challenging environmental conditions. Why did hundreds of small farming villages rapidly coalesce into crowded cities? This question has fascinated generations of scholars who have invoked every conceivable factor possible. A need for defence, the appearance of new authoritative rulers, a growing population of non-farmers triggering food shortages and closer control of irrigation works, a great expansion of international trade. There are almost as many potential causes in the academic literature as there are archaeologists. What actually happened will never be known for sure, but most experts now agree that a combination of climatic change, rapidly expanding long-distance trade, and the growing power of temples and their leaders was among the tidal streams that triggered major social change. There is only one certainty in this complex equation. Without high-yield irrigation and ample water supplies, cities and civilization would never have developed in the land between the rivers. A trend toward larger, more densely populated towns and villages was well underway after 5000 BCE, but one of the catalysts for more rapid change occurred in about 3800 BCE, when the Near East and the Eastern Mediterranean region became significantly drier for well over 1,000 years. Solar insolation, the rate of incoming light at the Earth's surface, declined, a trend documented by radiocarbon dates from tree rings and lake cores across the world. The changes resulted from shifts in the Earth's angle to the Sun. Almost immediately, the southwestern monsoon that brought summer rainfall from the Indian Ocean to Mesopotamia weakened and shifted to the south. The rains faltered, began later, and ended much earlier. Now the summer flood arrived after the harvest, which meant that the near-ripe crops received much less water. At the same time, the summer inundations were far smaller than before, for rainfall and snowfall had also declined in Turkey, the source of the Euphrates and the Tigris. The climate became increasingly unstable, with prolonged drought cycles that played havoc in small communities tied to capricious river channels and diverted water. Irrigation farming had never been easy, even with a longer rainy season. Dozens of small settlements lay along meandering stream tributaries, such as are commonplace on any alluvial plain. Although we lack archaeological proof, it seems likely that the farmers who fed the growing cities still cultivated narrow bands of fields along natural levee backslopes and the margins of seasonally flooded depressions. Perhaps some larger settlements lay close to brush weirs that serviced small canals and nearby fields, but there was no central authority. As archaeologist Robert Adams, a veteran of irrigation surveys, and others have pointed out, a possible analogy comes from descriptions by 19th-century travellers who wrote of a patchwork of small tribes, all with their own irrigation works that varied in extent and shifted constantly in response to rapidly changing conditions. There was no way that anyone could invest in elaborate, permanent irrigation works in a world where stream channels shifted constantly and locally. Chronic water shortages were an endemic reality of daily life. Each tribal group was diverse in its makeup, with farmers and herders part of the community, so that decisions about shifting over to more herding and vice versa unfolded without conscious effort. There were no despotic leaders, no powerful rulers to dictate policy or allocate water or repair channels. Power lay in the hands of tribal sheiks, whose authority depended on their personal qualities, as well as traditional loyalties and reciprocal ties that linked every member of society. As drier conditions settled on the south, the villagers fell back on the traditional safety nets of their herds and the bounty of the marshes. But there were limits to the population that could be supported by such resources in a changed world where many people now lived in much larger, more densely populated communities. The towns were victims of their own success, of prosperous centuries spent diverting water from seemingly limitless rivers. The major feeder channels were like branching trees with progressively smaller boughs, which eventually became mere twigs, feeding small amounts of water to remoter fields. Obviously, the strategic points were the nodes where the main channels and levee breaches branched off from the main river, for it was here that people could control what water reached whom and when. Such control assumed ever greater importance in a time when rainfall had declined and flood levels were on the decline. The growth of Uruk, close to the Euphrates, is a barometer of the far-reaching changes that now gripped Mesopotamia. Uruk was the home of the mythic Gilgamesh, hero of the epic that bears his name. It lies east of the present-day Euphrates, on the banks of the now dry but ancient Nil Channel, which once provided not only water for irrigation, but also access to trade routes up and downstream. In its heyday, the city flourished southwest of the river, which has now shifted farther to the east. Canals separated Uruk's growing neighborhoods, so much so that some imaginative modern observers have called it the Venice of Mesopotamia. The future city came into being when two large farming villages coalesced into a single settlement, sometime around 5000 BCE. Serious growth began 1,000 years later, when two major shrines formed 2/4 of what was now a near city. Crowded neighborhoods formed of closely packed houses with courtyards surrounded the shrines, the major one associated with Gilgamesh, dedicated to the goddess Inanna, the deity of love, who was said to have planted a willow tree taken from the waters of the Euphrates at the future site of her temple. By 3500 BCE, Uruk was much more than a large town. Satellite villages, each with its own irrigation system, extended as much as 6 miles, 10 kilometers, in all directions. Some were predominantly fishing settlements, others specialized in pottery manufacture or metal artifacts. A close web of interdependencies linked village to village and villages to the city with its bustling markets. Not only was the growing city a major religious center, but its temples and bazaars served as a major trading center that linked Uruk with the far wider world. Much of this trade moved by water up and down the Tigris and the Euphrates, for the city lacked timber and metal ores, while its verdant landscapes and numerous potteries supplied foodstuffs and clay vessels to merchants far away. As the city expanded, so did the numbers of non-food producers whose sustenance came from the hinterland. Uruk also provided protection from covetous neighbors, who craved its water supplies and abundant commodities. This nascent and rapidly spreading metropolis was one of several prototypes for the flourishing Sumerian cities that were to appear in the south during the 4th millennium BCE. The trend toward city living throughout much of Sumer was pervasive. By the end of that millennium, over 80% of the population of the south lived in settlements covering at least 25 acres, 10 hectares, the first truly dense urban living in history. As Uruk grew, a spurt of rapid technological innovation transformed life in the city and also in the fields, where agricultural production soared to feed thousands of non-farmers. First came a shift along the southern reaches of the Euphrates from basin irrigation, which had been near universal in earlier times, to new methods based on furrows. Basin irrigation submerged entire fields under a shallow layer of water, which soaked rapidly into the soil. The fields were usually square and, of necessity, perfectly level. Otherwise the submergence would be uneven. A single family managed each field, which worked well in a village environment, where the local channels could be cleared and straightened on a piecemeal basis as the population grew or the need arose. Furrow irrigation was far more standardized and involved long strip fields laid out in parallel, close to one another. Every field had a slight, regular slope, the upper end lying close to the canal where the water came from, the lower portion leading to a drainage basin or a marsh. Water only inundated the furrows, irrigating the field through horizontal rather than vertical percolation. The Farmer's Almanac, quoted earlier, gave explicit instructions. When the barley has filled the narrow bottom of the furrow, water the top seed. When the barley stands up high as the straw of a mat in the middle of a boat, water it a second time. Strip field systems required far from casual organization, for they had to be laid out with great care to maximize the available terrain, and also to position them relative to the raised banks of the canal. Such systems could only come into being with very close coordination between those who cultivated them and under some form of carefully planned management. They formed large blocks of fields, laid out in herringbone patterns off both sides of a canal. No one knows when strip fields and furrow irrigation came into use, but early tablets from Uruk speak of such methods as early as 3100 BCE, and it was almost certainly much earlier than that. The same texts tell us that the fields were organized in large blocks and were centrally managed, probably by temples. Long strip fields are almost impossible to dig by hand while keeping the furrows straight, nor was it feasible to place the seed in the ground by hand. Enter the scratch plough, commonly known as an ard, basically a hooked digging stick, originally made of wood, then later fitted with stone and ultimately bronze and iron ploughshares. We don't know when ploughs first came into use, for we have no actual specimens, only crude depictions of them in the form of pictograms. 2 or 3 oxen pulled the plough, beasts that were far from easy to manage and steer straight, quite apart from the costs of feeding them. However, ploughs were ideal for grooving the soil with shallow furrows along the lengths of long fields, where far fewer turns were needed than in a square plot. They saved enormous amounts of time when compared with hoe cultivation. When the field was ready for planting, the farmer used another innovation. He fitted a funnel onto the plough to turn it into a seeder that dropped seeds deep into the furrows. Seeder ploughs, known from a pictographic sign apin, were in wide use between 3400 and 3100 BCE. They reduced seed wastage and increased crop yields by as much as 50%. The combination of a strip field, the ox-drawn plough, and channel irrigation created an economic powerhouse behind the numerous and often volatile Sumerian city-states that emerged after 3100 BCE. The innovations came at a time when the rising sea levels of the Persian Gulf had reduced gradients and increased sedimentation. The levees along rivers and channels brought water to the fields at a slightly higher elevation. A combination of animal traction and much more efficient, higher-yielding irrigation systems revolutionized agriculture in the south. The village farming of earlier centuries gave way in many places to what one can only call a simple form of mechanized farming, the ancient mode of the farm worked by family and kin, passing into history there as productivity increased, perhaps in some places by 500 to 1,000%. Uruk and later city economies were based firmly on barley and sheep, the latter providing wool for textiles. Barley had 2 benefits for farmers in the region. It matures very rapidly and is tolerant of saline soils. With the climate changes caused by the shift in monsoon rains, the grain acquired a decisive advantage in the south, where floods could threaten crops as they approached harvest in the late spring. Early reaping also avoided another hazard, locusts, which could strip a field in minutes, and salinity was a constant problem in this area of very slight gradients and higher water tables. It was no coincidence that barley covered about 90% of the cultivated land in the south in 2500 BCE, with wheat becoming more significant as one moved upstream. Barley, grown in strip fields, formed the food surpluses that fed southern cities. Much of the harvest went to the temple after a deduction for the workers' use, this over and above the corvée labor expected of them during specific periods, such as the reaping season. Corvée labor, the word ultimately comes from the Roman word corrugar, to requisition, was unpaid labor imposed on commoners by their social superiors. It differed from slavery in that the laborers were free citizens and, in Mesopotamia, it involved set periods of work for canal maintenance, harvesting, and so on. The temples lay on mud brick platforms, which raised them above floodwaters and gave them prominence amid a flat landscape. As they crumbled, they were rebuilt, rising in stages, like the famous ziggurat at Ur, and lying within walled enclosures. Sumerian temples were shrines and administrative centers, storehouses and trading centers. Their priests administered lands owned by the gods, receiving most of the produce from them as tribute, as well as the labor to produce it, thought to be a gift to the deities. Each long field was of a standard size of about 74 acres, 30 hectares, or 100 IQ in Sumerian parlance, and was cultivated by a single engar, a farmer or agricultural manager, equipped with a plough and 2 or 3 pairs of oxen. When more people were needed, corvées provided them, men drawn from the extended families anchored to the land. The seasonal workers were fed. All other costs, such as seed for the next year, representing about a third of the harvest, lay with the villages, which had to feed themselves. According to later texts, administrators calculated the potential yield before reaping took place, then took a flat amount of it before the harvest encouraged stealing and other forms of fraud. Easily stored and handled, barley was the foundation of an economic system that linked the temple and later royal palaces, the village, and temple and royal lands, but only after the investment of large amounts of human labor. Other agricultural products, such as dates, lettuces, and onions, rotted rapidly. Everyone grew their own supplies of these without restriction. Without a dramatic increase in productivity and the huge grain surpluses associated with it, cities like Uruk would never have come into being. But the process of change involved far more than a direct link between increased productivity, larger food surpluses, and population growth. The strip field systems and their densely packed furrows required a level of supervision that transcended the family and the kin group. A new social element entered the picture, some form of central authority that supervised irrigation and farming on a considerably larger scale. This was the mechanism that ensured a degree of standardization in both agriculture and irrigation, something very different from the more informal and volatile village irrigation systems of the past. One such instrument of supervision in later times was the gugalam, or canal inspector, who may also have been responsible for canal cleaning and maintenance. Despite their titles, such officials are rarely mentioned in tablet records. Almost certainly they were local people whose responsibilities were confined to community irrigation systems, where they worked closely with their fellow villagers. It's easy to speak of food surpluses and then envisage small regiments of minor officials who inventoried the harvest and took a portion of it as a tax in kind. In fact, the ancient texts mention no such taxation. Instead, the taxation came in a form of the corvée assessment that provided the labor for irrigation works and improvements to the agricultural infrastructure, as well as for building temples and other public works, such as city walls. Growing settlements like Eridu and Uruk functioned on a system of carefully issued rations for corvée workers as well as non-farmers. The crops grown on temple and palace farms supported artisans, specialists of all kinds, and officials, as well as the ruler and the priests. Everything flowed to the center, the labor being devoted to the common good and to the honor of the deities who presided over the city and their representatives. The austere, basically simple life of the village farmer began to change early on as shrines and temples appeared in larger settlements. By the time the enormous temple of Eanna rose in the heart of Uruk around 3100 BCE, the city covered nearly 550 acres, 200 hectares, with a population of between 50,000 and 80,000 people crowded within its walls. Temples like those in Uruk became potent economic, political, and social forces, the places where elaborate public ceremonies communicated powerful myths, creation legends, and religious ideologies. Such organizations were the catalysts for a sense of community, for a subtle coercion that had farmers willingly giving labor for the common good and feeding themselves along the way. For all the ideological coercion, those who fed the city remained in the nearby countryside, creating a bipartite world of cities and villages. The villages produced food, The cities were centres of exchange, manufacturing and administration, of religious ceremony. A third millennium proverb aptly remarks that the outer villages maintain the central city. A hinterland of villages extended as much as 6 miles, 10 kilometres, out from the urban core. In time, however, the rapid expansion of Uruk and other settlements like Eridu, Uma and Ur submerged many of the lesser communities nearby in a way that did not occur further north. The Italian scholar Mario Liverani emphasizes what a big step it was for irrigation farmers to move away from the strategies of self-sufficiency and self-reproduction inherent in subsistence farming and toward an existence that forced them to contribute to a much larger, more impersonal authority through either physical or ideological coercion. The farmers were the outer circle of the newly complex urban society, providing labour without receiving much in return, except the satisfaction of feeding themselves and labouring for Enlil or whatever patron god presided over the nearby city. The labour and the food surpluses of the outer circle fed the inner one, artisans, officials and priests, who served the temple and received rations in exchange. This unequal system of redistribution supported not an egalitarian society, but one where social inequality and privilege had become foundations of new city-states. A large body of what is called wisdom literature reinforced the notion of an elite and commoners who depended on one another. A proverb stresses cooperation and the need for hierarchy in society. Don't drive out the powerful, don't destroy the wall of defense. Some early Sumerian literature sets down creation legends that are firmly based in the soil, such as that of Ninurta, the son of Enlil, who averted drought and famine caused by a Tigris flood. The high water, it pours over the fields. Behold now everything on earth, rejoiced afar at Ninurta, king of the land. The fields produced abundant grain, the vineyard and orchard bore their fruit. The harvest was heaped up in granaries and hills. The image of gods and rulers carrying hoes and baskets was powerful in Sumerian ideology. So was the vision of the southern Mesopotamian landscape hedged in by 2 great irrigation channels, the Tigris and the Euphrates, and hemmed in by mountain ranges that served as embankments against disastrous floods. Thus, the burdensome labour of canal digging and agriculture acquired a value equal to that of other tasks in an unrelenting environment of startling and often under-recognized diversity. Irrigation still involved the management of natural channels, abandoned river meanders, and new drainages created by avulsion events. Cuneiform records on clay tablets tell of canal cleaning during the 3rd millennium BCE. The number of natural channels fell, but the belt of irrigated cultivation grew broader. As archaeologist Tony Wilkinson points out, in general the few major watercourses and branch canals that extended the limits of cultivation in some areas determined the landscape. Another archaeologist, Hans Nissen, writes aptly of irrigation oases threaded like pearls along the main watercourses. As human water management intensified, natural channels from major watercourses became straighter and more artificial, the straightening being accomplished as much to allow boats to pass easily as to increase water for agriculture. Most of this work was carried out piecemeal, without any form of centralized planning on the part of growing cities, which had now changed the character of human society in fundamental ways. By 3100 BCE, the southern cities had become a jigsaw of intensely competitive city-states, each with its own hinterland of villages and irrigated lands. Sumerian civilization was born. Now the nodes of Mesopotamia's water supplies fell under the rule of secular leaders, known as Ens or Lugals, who presided over trade and war, agriculture and diplomacy. An intricate and ever-changing maze of political alliances and individual obligations of friendship had linked community with community since the beginnings of farming. These volatile alliances now operated on a much larger scale, as political, economic, and spiritual power passed into ever fewer hands. Understanding the changes in irrigation and water management that accompanied these developments is a complex archaeological task, involving the use of ground surveys, geomorphology, and cuneiform tablet records. By mapping the remains of levees from old branches of the two great rivers, researchers have been able to produce a topographic framework for mapping later channels. At some point, bifurcating Euphrates channels in the north extended far eastward, so much so that they may have joined a former course of the Tigris, forming a channel filled with water from both rivers. No channel was permanent. They changed repeatedly, like one that saw the Euphrates shift its course abruptly from east of the nascent city of Nippur to much further west. On another occasion, sometime between 3000 and 2700 BCE, the Euphrates shifted from a line through Nippur, Shurupak, and Uruk to a more eastern course that favoured another city, Umma. The main settlement pattern followed the elongated levees that bounded the major channels. Many smaller settlements, some little more than hamlets of reed and mud houses, now buried under later alluvium, may have surrounded cities like Umma. Their local irrigation systems would have been nourished by small watercourses, leading off each bank of the main river, or by new channels dug from the river at a point well upstream and running roughly parallel to the main channel. In general, however, the overall layout of the fields depended on the gradient and the configurations of nearby water channels. There was little standardization. The dictates of gradient irrigation and the relatively limited numbers of people available to work on canals and other waterworks made this impossible. The same realities could dictate the layout of entire cities. Nippur lay on the left bank of the Euphrates, which flanked the western side of the city, while a large canal bisected the teeming settlement. Another canal lay to the east. Water channels for both agriculture and boat transport divided different quarters of the city, which now survive as sandy mounds. The Sumerian city of Lhasa, south of Uruk, used water channels to separate the administrative, religious, and residential areas of the settlement. The Epic of Gilgamesh tells us that Uruk was subdivided into 3 1-square-mile (2.6 square kilometre) segments. One quarter was the city, a second gardens, a third brick pits. A final 5-square-mile (1.3 square kilometre) quarter belonged to the goddess Ishtar's temple. It was not until the first millennium BCE that irrigation technology grew more sophisticated and became capable of manipulating water by reconfiguring the landscape on a considerably larger scale. In the 1840s BCE, Sin-Idinam, the ruler of Lhasa, boasted how, in order to provide sweet water for the cities of my country, An and Enlil commissioned me to excavate the Tigris and to restore it to its original bed. Deliberate waterworks could militate against the natural processes of avulsion. However, artificial canals designed to bring water to dry areas or to create shortcuts could conceivably lead to catastrophic levee breaks when the canals overflowed at times of heavy flood. Who laboured over these expanding irrigation works, which required large numbers of human hands? Yale University archaeologist Frank Hole believes that the hands belonged to the landless and destitute, those who had fled their traditional villages when rains had failed and irrigated land had become dry. To undertake large-scale canal digging would have placed a severe burden on the existing labour pool, which was fed by government rations and also built temples, city walls, and other public works. Some idea of the labour involved in building longer canals comes from information in old Babylonian mathematical texts and administrative tablets from Ur dating to about 2100 BCE. Ration budgets tell us that a canal 31 miles 50 kilometres long, 6.5 feet 2 metres deep, and between 14 and 23 feet 4.3 and 7 metres wide would have taken 1,925 men 60 days to dredge, and between 1,500 and 4,100 men 60 days to excavate. Longer, more ambitious canals would have consumed much more people power and time. Whatever the scale of the canal digging, it would have tied up the agricultural labour force for months on end and reduced crop yields to dangerously low levels. The only way to construct large-scale irrigation works was to use imported labour, such as the landless and destitute, or, increasingly, enslaved prisoners of war, a practice that was commonplace in later times. See Chapter 8. Until such labour sources were available, the only solution, other than digging the occasional large canal, was to manage natural avulsions in such a way that new channels would remain open and expand potentially irrigable acreage. The new channels would also serve as a safety valve for carrying away water in times of exceptional flood. Irrigation, then, was local, its scale limited by the vagaries of poorly drained topography and the volatility of the river regimens. These changing river systems and the concentration of settlement on major nodes, especially of the Euphrates, gave ambitious rulers numerous opportunities to provide water for their subject communities and to withhold it from their neighbours. Southern communities were poised between opportunities for rapid growth presented by channel shifts, especially if cleverly managed, and slow starvation resulting from diversion of water during political conflicts. Then there were always the sudden natural catastrophes that could wipe out entire irrigation systems in a few hours. After about 2700 BCE, walls appeared around many cities, among them Kish in the north and Nippur to the south. The Sumerian world pitted city against city in violent disputes over land and water. The most powerful cities in the south were Lagash, Ur, one of Sumer's most ancient cities, and Uruk. Volatile diplomatic relationships and quarrels over trade were commonplace. "Be it known that your city will be completely destroyed. Surrender!" The rhetoric of aggression was as shrill in 2600 BCE as it is today. Few of these raids, spats, and all-out wars have come down to us. One that has involved a long-forgotten boundary dispute when Mesalim, the highly respected ruler of Kish, far upstream, mediated between Lagash and Umma over a strip of land known as the Guadina on the edge of the floodplain. Urluma, ruler of Umma, promptly expropriated the land. Ianatum, king of Lagash, went to war on 2 occasions to recover it. He prevailed, forcing Umma's ruler to swear humiliating oaths. In fact, Umma may have leased part of the strip in return for rent and produce, then failed to pay up. There was always an excuse for threatening oratory. A later Umma ruler diverted water into the boundary channel of Ningirsu and the boundary channel of Nanshi. He set fire to the monuments. Lagash prevailed and rebuilt the levee in expensive stone to the accompaniment of harsh threats against Umma's lord. May Ningirsu, after casting his great battle net upon him, bring down upon him his great hands and feet. May the people of his city, having risen up against him, kill him there within his city. The fragmentary records of the long-festering dispute talk of raising the battle net of Enlil, for the battles were always fought in the name of the gods. Inevitably the victor set up burial mounds. One could write glibly about landscapes of power manipulated by kings, but reality was much more complicated because of the shifting configurations of the natural landscape, many the consequence of human modification of what nature had fashioned. The history of the Sumerians was one of cycles of boom and bust, of population rises and declines, caused not only by changing landscapes, but also by the gradual rise in salinization, which affected agricultural productivity. At Ur, for example, by 2000 BCE, crop yields had fallen by half from those of earlier times, despite the at least 6 major branches of the Euphrates that supplied water for the city. The villain may have been rising salt levels. Denser populations and insatiable demands for more food had led to year-round farming and the shortening of critical fallow periods that had earlier helped leach salt from the soil. The city-states of the south were the product of a long-term method of feeding people, triggered by increasing aridity, part of a unique way of responding to environmental crisis. Long-distance trade also played an important role in state formation. Cities like Ur forged networks of trading contacts that extended far up the great rivers into Turkey and as far west as the Mediterranean coast. By 2500 BCE, Sumerian lords were competing with growing cities far north of southern Mesopotamia and as far away as northwestern Syria. They attacked trade routes and annexed neighbours, but were often distracted by internecine strife and petty rivalries close to home. Inevitably, broader territorial ambitions came into play. The Akkadian cities to the north of Sumer eventually turned on their southern neighbours. In 2334 BCE, King Sargon of Agad, south of Babylon, defeated a coalition of Sumerian city-states led by King Lugal-Zaggisi of Ur. He smote Eridu and brought Lugal-Zaggisi in a neck-stock to the gates of Nippur. Sargon crafted a huge empire that eventually encompassed all of Mesopotamia and lands far to the east and west. However, Sargon's much larger domains were far more vulnerable to increasing drought than their smaller predecessors, and soon collapsed in a familiar pattern of volatility, sometimes in the face of climate change that had long plagued early states in Mesopotamia. Drought rippled across Akkadian domains with catastrophic effects. We know this from Tel Leilan, on the Habur plain west of the Euphrates, an imposing city with a citadel that lay in the heart of a tightly knit, closely organized agricultural landscape when the Akkadians conquered it in 2300 BCE. For a century, the city prospered as hundreds labored on public projects, including large-scale waterworks. These brought some protection against year-to-year fluctuations in river floods, as long as there was enough rainfall to sustain average inundations in the Euphrates. But in 2200 BCE, a major volcanic eruption to the north coincided with a 278-year-long drought that turned the Habur into a dust bowl. Tel Leilan became a ghost town. Elsewhere, thousands of herders found their summer pastures on the plains devastated. In response, they moved southward onto settled farming lands, jostling their way onto cultivated plots. The ruler of Ur was so alarmed by the threat that he erected a 112-mile, 180-kilometer wall named the Repeller of Amorites to keep herder immigration in check. His efforts were to no avail. Ur's hinterland suffered a threefold increase in population as fruit trees died, and the authorities frantically straightened irrigation channels to maximize much reduced water flow. Cuneiform tablets tell us that Ur's agricultural economy collapsed. Officials were reduced to distributing grain in minute rations. Mesopotamian civilization endured to thrive anew once rainfall returned to its previous seasonality. People repopulated the Habur and Assyria. Tel Leilan prospered once more. The ideologies and institutions of older times survived to become the blueprint for the great empires that rose on the foundations of earlier city-states. And with the new empires, irrigation agriculture became a state business, even if its roots remained in the hands of village farmers managing water and crops as they had done since time immemorial, just like it did among the ancient Egyptians of the Nile Valley. Chapter 8. I caused a canal to be cut. Mesopotamia was a world of climatic extremes and violent floods, of torrential rains and steaming hot summers, a place where political rivalries always simmered. Egypt, a unified state after 3100 BCE, known to its citizens as Kemet, the Black Land, was a linear kingdom watered each year by the rising floodwaters of the Nile. The contrast was dramatic. In Egypt, the pharaohs presided over a seemingly unchanging world. Each morning, the sun rose in a cloudless sky and, in its personification of the god Re, journeyed like a solar bark across the heavens. Life seemed to be easy here, and often it was. That inveterate Greek traveller Herodotus wrote of the Egyptians, "They gather their crops with less effort than anyone else in the world. They do not work at breaking the land up into furrows with a plough. They do not have to wield hoes. Instead, the river rises of its own accord and irrigates their fields, and when the water has receded again, each of them sows seed in his own field and sends pigs into it to tread the seed down. After that, all they had to do was wait for the crop to ripen, and then the pigs threshed the grain, or so Herodotus claimed. We have lived with a myth of effortless ancient Egyptian agriculture ever since, despite abundant evidence of a capricious, unpredictable Nile, of years when the inundation faltered, bringing famine. Just as dangerous were exceptionally high floods that swept entire villages and centuries of irrigation works before them. Despite these realities, the Egyptian relationship with the Nile remained basically unchanged for more than 3,000 years. Each summer, heavy monsoon winds in the Ethiopian highlands swelled the waters of the Blue Nile and Atbara rivers far upstream. Most of Egypt's water comes from the Blue Nile, which starts at Lake Tana in Ethiopia. The White Nile rises in the Central African lakes. The two rivers meet at Khartoum in Sudan. The silt-heavy flood surged northward, reaching its height over about 6 weeks between July and September. In Egypt, the Nile rose until it overflowed its banks under cloudless skies. During the season of Akhet, the waters of the inundation spread over the floodplain, which sloped away from the main channel. This was the time of anticipation. A pyramid text observes, "They tremble that behold the Nile in full flood. The fields laugh, and the river banks are overflowed. The god's offering descends, the visage of the people is bright, and the heart of the god rejoices." As the current slowed, the river deposited its silt, then gradually receded. The Nile fertilized and watered the Egyptians' fields, replenished marshlands and lush meadows. In a good flood year, the river valley became a vast, shallow lake. Villages and towns became islands. As the waters receded, in the season known as Peret, the farmers planted their winter crops, which thrived on the damp soil and the high water table. A combination of capillary and hygroscopic soil moisture and the high water table allowed crops like barley and wheat to grow and mature during the completely dry winter months. Each year, the inundation brought life to the fields and food to a long-lived, intensely conservative civilization. The gradient of the Nile is so shallow that radiating canal networks like those used in Mesopotamia were impracticable. Almost everywhere, the irregular meanderings of the river channel and sudden topographic changes made any form of irrigation other than simple flood basin works impossible. Each village took care to conserve and direct the floodwater. Entire communities would work on natural levees, making them higher and stronger and effectively artificial. They enlarged and dredged natural overflow channels, blocked off or joined natural drainage channels with earthen dams and sluice gates, and subdivided flood basins. They also took steps to control water access and retention in different subdivisions of the basins by using temporary cuts in levees or a network of short canals and masonry gates. The system was inadequate to cope with exceptionally high floods or deficient ones. But it fed 1.25 million people living in Egypt during Old Kingdom times, 2575 to 2180 BCE, and the 2 million dwelling there during the New Kingdom between 1550 and 1070 BCE, albeit with occasional famine years. Ancient Egypt glittered with wealth and the brilliance of the pharaoh's court, but remained a predominantly agrarian society. Food came from villages, from the labor of commoners. Their lives were remote from the realm of the kings, who taxed them in labor and produce. The ideas and ideals that legitimized the rule of the pharaohs stemmed from a carefully crafted ideology that depicted a great king, a terrestrial ruler, who symbolized the triumph of order over universal chaos. Their power came from this philosophy and also from their skillful administration of people and their control of agricultural surpluses and labor. The pharaohs manipulated these surpluses for the benefit of a tiny elite, as well as to pay many members of the general population in rations from the state's granaries. The early rulers developed a centralized bureaucracy that directed labor and collected taxes in produce and other commodities. In Egypt, the terms father, king, and god were metaphors for one another and for a form of political power based on inequality, considered part of the natural order established by the gods at the time of creation. Pharaonic rule worked so well that it survived the ups and downs of political history for 3,000 years. The pharaoh had power over the Nile flood, over rainfall, and over all people, including foreigners, in his domains. He was a god, respected by everyone, a tangible divinity who was the personification of Ma'at, best translated as rightness. Ma'at was far more than rightness, though. It was a seemly order and peace. A massive hereditary bureaucracy effectively ruled Egypt. An army of officials supervised tax collection, the harvest, and the administration of irrigation. Only a tiny number of Egyptians were literate. Then as now, information was power, and to become a scribe was to join the elite. Be a scribe. Your limbs will be sleek, your hands will grow soft. You will go forth in white clothes, honoured, with courtiers saluting you, a young man was advised. Scribes supervised every moment of the food cycle. They measured grain yields on the threshing floor, monitored the grain in transit to curb pilfering, and inventoried granaries, even the loaves turned out by bakers. There were never jostling city-states along the Nile, only a unified kingdom where the pharaohs presided over a realm of predictable cycles, from the rising and setting of the sun day after day to the Nile inundation. In Egypt, remarked the Roman author Pliny the Elder, the Nile plays the part of farmer. Its rulers knew the effectiveness of flood irrigation only too well. Their wealth made Egypt a tempting quarry for ambitious conquerors. In 671 BCE, Esarhaddon, king of the Assyrians, crossed the Sinai Desert and invaded the Nile Valley. He captured the pharaoh's capital at Memphis and most of the royal family. Egypt was sacked, and its gods were abducted, claimed the grandiloquent monarch. He installed Assyrian governors, but they soon fled in the face of a restive populace. Esarhaddon's vengeful son, Assurbanipal, descended on the Nile 4 years later and repossessed Memphis. His soldiers ransacked the temples of the sun god Amun at Karnak and Luxor at Thebes, emptied the royal treasury, and devastated the holy city. The pharaoh fled and never returned. His predecessors had long dabbled in the politics and wars of the wider eastern Mediterranean world, but their domains had always remained sacrosanct. The Assyrians did not last long, but they opened the door for other conquerors, and for new ideas and inventions from harsher environments, including some for water management. Centuries passed before later invaders turned Egypt from a self-sufficient state into an international granary. Even then, almost all agriculture was decentralized, in the hands of villages and under local control. Given the environment and the nature of the inundation, it could be no other way. For much of the second millennium BCE, Assyria, in what is now northern Iraq, had been a satellite of the more powerful kingdoms of Mitanni to the northwest and Babylon to the south. King Assurbanipal, circa 1366 to 1330 BCE, and his successors re-established Assyrian independence and founded their capital at Assur, the home of the national shrine. Assur stood above the Tigris, but was far from the major centres of population and was short of good agricultural land. A later monarch, Shalmaneser I, 1273 to 1244 BCE, founded a small town at Kalhu, modern Nimrud, near the confluence of the Tigris and Great Zab rivers. Assurbanipal II, 883 to 859 BCE, chose this obscure settlement as the site for his royal palace, with an outer wall encompassing about 890 acres, 360 hectares. An inscribed stela describes how the proud monarch threw a great feast to celebrate the completion of his residence. He claimed to have entertained 69,000 guests, among them 5,000 distinguished visitors, 1,500 officials from throughout his domains, and 47,000 people brought to Kalhu to work on site, as well as the local inhabitants. Many of the imported labourers may have stayed on to live and work in the new city, which would have created an immediate food shortage. Modern estimates suggest that, without irrigation, the land around Kalhu would have supported about 6,000 people. Assur-nasir-pal cast his eyes on the low-lying alluvial soils near the Tigris and commissioned large-scale irrigation works. He boasted grandiloquently, "I dug a canal from the upper Zab, cutting through the mountain to its summit, and called its name Poti Hegali. The meadowland by the Tigris I irrigated abundantly and planted gardens in its area. All kinds of fruits and vines I planted, and the best of them I offered to Assur my lord and to the temples of my land." Traces of this imposing canal can still be seen in a rock-cut channel along the Great Zab. A tunnel, constructed by sinking 2 vertical shafts and joining them with horizontal borings, passes through a prominent bluff. The canal itself may have originated as far as 10.5 miles, 17 kilometres, upstream, the tunnel serving as a regulator that irrigated about 9.5 square miles, 17 square kilometres. Assur-nasir-pal tells us that he devoted the land to fruit and vines, but these were luxuries. Much of the irrigated acreage must have grown barley, perhaps feeding as many as 25,000 people in Kalhu. Assyrian monarchs obsessed over conquest, control of subject territories, and tribute-gathering. Their policies depended on efficient administration, backed by force, and on the deployment of thousands of people, food supplies, and weapons when and where they were needed. If efficient government required the building of irrigation works on a large scale, then the workers to do it, usually prisoners of war and slaves, were ready to carry out the bidding of skilled water engineers, who eyed the terrain and set the line of canals and feeder channels. In many respects, Assyrian irrigation works on a grand scale were a form of conquest by forced labour, which melded well with the mindset of ambitious kings. The royal capital moved from Kalhu to Sargon II's short-lived city at Dur-Sharukin, Khorsabad, upstream of modern-day Mosul, during the 8th century. Sargon's son, the boastful Sennacherib, 704 to 681 BCE, promptly moved to Nineveh, whose dusty mounds lie across the Tigris from Mosul. There the capital remained until the Assyrian Empire collapsed and the city was sacked in 612 BCE. In its 7th century heyday, Nineveh covered about 1,800 acres, 750 hectares. We have no idea how many people lived there, but Sennacherib undertook massive irrigation works to support them, in part because of his ambitious building programs. Sennacherib's irrigation works tapped the water resources of the entire area between Nineveh and the nearby mountains. An inscription on a cliff face high above the place where the Gomel River emerges from the mountains boasts of how the king diverted water into a canal that ran cross-country to join the Khosa River, about 31 miles, 50 kilometres, northeast of Nineveh. This staggering project involved the building of a stone aqueduct across a wadi near the modern village of Jerewan. Sennacherib, king of the world, king of Assyria, says, "I caused a canal to be cut to the meadows of Nineveh. Over deep-cut ravines I spanned a bridge of white stone blocks. Those waters I caused to pass over upon it." This is the earliest known aqueduct in the world that spans a single wadi, not a series of ravines. Excavations by Thorkild Jacobsen and Seton Lloyd in 1933 showed how the engineers first levelled the deepest part of the wadi, then laid rough boulders and a flat stone pavement to support the columns of the aqueduct. The foundations and columns rose in steps until just below the canal level. A layer of concrete formed the bed for a carefully graded stone pavement with parapets over which the water flowed. Sennacherib completed the canal and aqueduct in about 695 BCE. He also built other canals and altered watercourses on a large scale. The king himself said that the Khosa River's water irrigated orchards in the hot season. During the winter, the same waters irrigated 1,000 fields for grain crops around and below the city. None of these stupendous works, nor indeed the building of Nineveh and other cities, would have been possible without conquest and the draconian ways in which the Assyrian kings maintained control of areas like the Middle Euphrates Valley and Syria. They deported people from their conquered homelands and deployed them as hostages and labourers. This was the only way in which they could undertake their grandiose building plans, for the Assyrians themselves lacked the manpower to dig long canals and build citadel walls. Thousands of deportees laboured for the Assyrian kings and provided the water to irrigate their lands. This may have been one of the ways in which Assyrian engineers learned of the Khanat. The Khanat is an ingenious and highly effective way of mining groundwater by using gravity. The name comes from the Akkadian word kanu, meaning reed. A khanat is a sloping tunnel dug into an alluvial fan or a slope with natural water seeps, driven deep into a hillside until it reaches a spring or groundwater underground. The tunnel has to run downhill so that the water flows smoothly, then emerges at ground level. The user can then divert the water into canals for domestic use or for irrigating fruit trees or fields for cereal crops. A khanat, also called a kariz, is not easy to build. A Kursani proverb from Iran remarks that snake charmers, lion tamers, and kariz diggers very seldom die in their beds. Khanat building developed into a specialized craft, carried out in historic times by Mughanis, who passed their knowledge from father to son. First, the Mughani sank a trial vertical shaft that established the presence and depth of the water table. Exactly where to dig was a matter of observing the topography, the gradient, and local vegetation that offered clues as to what lay below the surface. The builder also took into account the location of the land to be irrigated or the settlement needing water. When the trial shaft reached groundwater, the Mughani worked out whether the water flow was constant and in an impermeable layer. If all was well, the shaft became the mother well for the Khanat, the point from which the alignment and gradient of the system was established. The slope angle was critical. Too fast a current eroded the walls of the tunnel, and it collapsed. An unnecessarily shallow gradient caused the water to pool and led to a sluggish delivery. Once he was satisfied with the gradient, the Mughani then started digging a tunnel, usually about 4 feet, 1.3 meters high, and up to 3 feet, around 1 meter across, starting at the point where the water would emerge on the surface. He sank vertical shafts about 2.5 feet, 0.75 meters, in diameter from the tunnel to the surface at irregular intervals. These provided ventilation and allowed the diggers to lift soil to the surface. Digging the tunnel was a relatively straightforward, if hazardous, process, especially if it passed through gravel. Great care was needed to prevent a sudden rush of water when a digger broke through to the base of the mother well. It was not unknown for workers to drown in a sudden flood. No one knows when this simple but astoundingly effective water technology came into use. Almost certainly, Khanats were an offshoot of both well digging and mining, perhaps resulting from an accidental encounter with groundwater that flowed out of a mine tunnel. The earliest Khanats probably date to well before the 8th century BCE, perhaps the work of village farmers in the Lake Urumia region of northwestern Iran. At first, they were little more than a local solution to chronic water shortages in a semi-arid environment, until the Assyrian king Sargon II, 721 to 705 BCE, decided to march against the kingdom of Urartu in 714 BCE. He wreaked havoc over a broad region around Lake Urumia, where he admired what appears to have been a khanat built by the king of Ursa, a town near the lake, a main ditch, Palgu, which carried flowing waters. And waters of abundance he caused to flow like the Euphrates. Countless ditches, a tapus, he led out from its interior, and he irrigated the fields. Having admired the khanat, he promptly destroyed it. I blocked the outlet of the canal, Hiritu, the stream which was his reservoir, and turned the fresh waters into mud. Unfortunately, the tablets that from the air, khanat tunnels with their shafts look like lines of rings, almost like holes left by stitching. Some have as many as 300 shafts. Khanats' lengths vary greatly. Some are a few hundred yards long, others extend for 5 to 10 miles, 8 to 16 kilometers. Tunnels as long as 20 miles, 32 kilometers, are not unusual. The largest known kanat, at Gonabad in Iran, runs for nearly 22 miles, 35 kilometers. The tunnel reaches groundwater 980 feet, 300 meters below the surface, so deep that the shaft has 3 steps. Most tunnels go no more than a third as deep. The flow varies enormously. One kanat, at Sarud, 250 miles, 400 kilometers west of Tehran, produces 20,500 gallons, 76,600 liters of water a day. That is as much water as was produced by the 4 aqueducts that once supplied Roman Lyon in France. A small kanat can produce as much as 114,000 gallons, 442,000 liters a day, sufficient for a small village. Lesser flows of about 43,200 gallons, 163,500 liters a day are more common, with major fluctuations in the dry season or in drought years. Most larger kanats produce about half the discharge of a Roman aqueduct, but they served a different purpose. Unlike aqueducts that service cities and towns, often providing water for civic amenities like public baths, kanats supply water needed for subsistence and survival. Thus, founding a village started with the kanat digger. Once he had located an underground water source and dug a tunnel, a community would appear around what was, effectively, a new oasis. Kanats are so effective that they are still big business in Iran. Until 1930, Tehran's civic water supplies came from just 12 kanats. In 1961, a French water engineer calculated that about half of Iran's land was watered by kanats, with a total of about 40,000 in the country. Estimates vary. 22,000 of them produced nearly 13 million gallons, 49,210 million liters of water daily, the equivalent of a large river. Many are still in use in an era of diesel pumps, so we know quite a lot about them. Unlike pumps, kanats are gravity devices which depend on a relatively constant water table. The height of the water table controls the length of the tunnel and the amount of water it delivers. This contrasts dramatically with the much greater, usually constant water flow drawn from a deep well with a diesel pump. If the groundwater level falls, then the well can be deepened again and again to ensure a reliable flow, whereas a kanat is in trouble. But mining groundwater using a kanat is a self-sustaining operation, for the tunnel takes less water out of the ground than is replaced naturally. The lesson of history is clear. You cannot mine groundwater to expand human settlement by pumping and reasonably expect the settlement to be permanent. Pumps and wells in combination are not self-sustaining devices. Complex rules surrounded water supplies derived from kanats. Today, individuals own many kanats. The rotation of water from a kanat to different fields can be on a permanent basis or be agreed upon from one year to the next. Land at a higher altitude has the right to receive water before that at lower elevations. Shares of kanat water can be subdivided, then subdivided again, even bought and sold, which creates a fertile environment for sometimes passionate quarrels, even violence. Over the centuries, a body of law has grown up around kanats, regulating, for instance, the distance they can be built one from another. Nevertheless, they have remained a staple of water supplies over much of Iran and much further afield for thousands of years. The kanat was an Iranian institution for centuries before Sargon set foot in Urartu, and they remained virtually unknown elsewhere long after the Assyrian Empire had passed into history. Then Cyrus the Great forged the Achaemenid Empire after 550 BCE. Cyrus subdued Media, Lydia, and Babylon. His son, Cambyses II, conquered Egypt in 525, the only remaining independent state of any size in the Near East. Cyrus was an adept administrator as well as a conqueror, as were some of his successors, like Darius I, and it was under Achaemenid rule that kanats came into widespread use. They appeared in Syria, where they are still in use, as they are in Oman, where they are known as Aflaj, and Yemen, where they are called Sazij. In the Holy Land, potsherds show that qanats were in use as early as the Persian occupation, 537 to 332 BCE, and were in widespread use during Roman times. They are also found in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Achaemenid water management practices spread into Egypt, where qanats were used in the Kargo oasis west of the Nile after Cambyses' time. The device was so effective that it ultimately spread across North Africa, even into Spain, probably in Islamic hands. Spanish conquistadors introduced qanats to Mexico after the conquest, where they are no longer in use. Both the Assyrians and the Achaemenids were conquerors on a grand scale, the culmination of many centuries of usually abortive efforts to forge larger kingdoms out of what were basically tribal societies. In Mesopotamia, the Kassites, a tribe from the Zagros Mountains in Iran, gained control of Babylonia in about 1531 BCE and turned a patchwork of warring city-states into a territorial state. Kassite rulers started ambitious canal and irrigation systems in the south that were expanded by Babylonian kings who sacked Nineveh and destroyed the Assyrian Empire in 612 BCE. They continued opening up huge new areas for settlement, a process that involved parceling out acreage into large estates. The trend toward thinking big about irrigation continued after Cyrus captured Babylon by diverting the waters of the Euphrates in 539 BCE. The Achaemenid Empire controlled more than 20 nations at the height of its power, the king's domains ruled by 23 provincial governors known as satraps, who enjoyed considerable autonomy. An efficient infrastructure, including an extensive road system, fostered long-distance trade and an empire whose finances came from tariffs, tribute, and expanded agricultural production. Alexander the Great overthrew the Achaemenid Empire. At his death in 332 BCE, the Seleucid Empire rose out of the jostling for power of his generals, at its height a vast domain that extended from the Aegean Sea to Afghanistan and Pakistan. Riven by power plays and assassinations, the Seleucid domains imploded in the face of Rome's challenge, while Mesopotamia came under the sway of the powerful Arsacid or Parthian dynasty from northeast Iran, which encouraged much expanded irrigation and settlement in the valley of the Diyala River, a tributary of the Tigris. Like the Seleucids, the Parthians faltered when confronted by Rome, and they were conquered by the Persian Sasanians from southwestern Iran in 224 CE. Much larger-scale irrigation took hold in Mesopotamia during these centuries of conquest and counter-conquest, but these efforts paled against those of the Sasanians, whose abandoned canals and grid-like field systems still cover vast tracts of the land between the rivers. The Sasanian rulers created the last pre-Islamic Iranian Empire, which flourished for more than 400 years. Their domains, known as Iran-Shar, encompassed a huge area, including the southern Caucasus and Armenia, Iran and Iraq, portions of the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Peninsula, and even some parts of southwestern Pakistan. The Sasanian Empire used draconian policies that had served earlier conquerors like the Assyrians well. The central government invested massively in irrigation systems that dwarfed earlier water management efforts. They combined the construction of extensive canal systems and weirs with a deliberate policy of resettling deported populations in areas where the authorities saw potential for agricultural production. There they founded new towns and undertook mind-bogglingly large, hand-dug irrigation works to support them. Near the city of Shushtar, Shapur I, the second Sasanian ruler, built a weir nearly 2,000 feet, 600 meters long, across the Karun River. This stupendous project raised the water sufficiently for it to flow down a nearby canal. Numerous huge irrigation projects culminated in the Narawan system, built during the 6th century CE, which carried water from upstream of Samarra through the Diyala plains to the Tigris, a distance of more than 143 miles, 230 kilometers. The canal was between 98 and 164 feet, 30 and 50 meters wide. The upstream portions of it passed through hilly terrain. A combination of Narawan and Diyala water irrigated about 3,000 square miles, 8,000 square kilometers, of farmland northeast of Baghdad. The irrigation works extended west of the city, where a series of transverse canals linked the Euphrates to the Tigris. These channels delivered too much water because of sluggish drainage, so the water table rose too high. Acute salinization affected many areas between Baghdad and Babylon as a result. Many thousands of acres were abandoned. The area was almost deserted by 1500 CE. One of the best preserved Sasanian landscapes survives on the Deiluran Plain in southwestern Iran. The plain lies near the Iraqi border, about 124 miles, 200 kilometers, southeast of the Diyala region. This is a semi-arid steppe environment with irregular winter rainfall. Sasanian sites stand out in the region, clustered around newly constructed water control works in the upper reaches of the Meme and Dawaiji rivers and in the nearby Piedmont zone. In the river zones, Sasanian water engineers used a modification of the Kanat system. They ran the tunnels parallel to the deepest river channels at distances of up to 164 feet, 50 meters, collecting water as it percolated through the riverbanks into the Kanat system. Some of these tunnels ran for a few hundred feet, others for distances of up to 1.3 miles, 2 kilometers. The intervening soil acted as a fine screen that kept out river silt and other debris. Ingeniously, the Kanats collected clean water free of most particles. Fewer minerals reached the fields too, which reduced the salinization rate. Until the Sasanians came along, the arid Piedmont was largely uninhabited. Instead of importing water from outside, their engineers used low terrace walls of undressed stone on hillsides, spacing them closer in steeper terrain. These walls not only retained soil, but also conserved runoff from higher elevations, which made for efficient seasonal cultivation of terrace fields. Check dams built across drainages that ran across the Piedmont retained soils and stored runoff that soaked the relatively deep soils behind them. The terraces and check dams clustered in distinct units alongside small dwellings and what appear to be cattle pens. Calculations based on the extent of each field system hint at about 10 to 25 people living in each one, whereas between 80 and 240 individuals may have lived in hamlets practicing irrigation agriculture near the rivers. Another ingenious device that worked well on the Piedmont was a system of canals fed by a series of springs on high ground. The spring water was diverted into canals, each one carefully following the land's natural contours to maintain gentle, efficient grades. Small aqueducts carried water over deep, secondary drainages. Elsewhere, in the northern parts of the system, the engineers built tower-like masonry structures constructed against and into steep drainage banks. They stood, and stand, about 900 feet, some 270 meters, apart. The canalized water fell into the towers and dropped about 21 feet, 6.5 meters, into a continuation of the canal system. Below the towers, the canals followed carefully engineered gradients. The water served the domestic needs of the communities downstream and also irrigated land that was otherwise useful only for seasonal dry farming. But what were the towers used for? At first, the excavator, James Neely, thought that they were designed to ensure water flow. Then he excavated one and found that it was a simple water mill for grinding grain, a type now commonly known as the Aruba penstock. Such devices deliver water through a narrow orifice at the bottom of the tower, which drives a milling wheel by means of a jet of water under pressure. These are particularly useful in places where stream flows are limited, as they are over much of the Near East. The power developed is proportional to the head of pressure in the drop tower, which makes efficient use of smaller volumes of water. Across the Deiluran plain, Sasanian villages lay in strings along irrigation canals, with households dwelling in bands on either bank. Neely estimates that about 75,000 people lived on the plain during Sasanian times, or about 75 people per 0.25 square miles, 1 square kilometre, which is roughly consistent with the known carrying capacity of the land and a testimony to water management of the day. Sasanian irrigation systems in Mesopotamia itself involved large-scale public works that transformed the landscape. The Assyrians, with their aqueducts and tunnels, had started the process, and it continued under later empires, especially the Sasanians. The Sasanian kings used prisoners of war to labour on the projects. Shapur I defeated the Roman Emperor Valerian at the Battle of Edessa in 260 CE. The emperor died in captivity. Many of his captured soldiers laboured on irrigation canals. During a short period in the 6th century CE, a series of Sasanian kings undertook enormous irrigation works between the Tigris and the Euphrates. Archaeologist Robert Adams has calculated that the realities of low river levels during the fall planting season meant that only about 4,000 to 4,600 square miles, 10,400 to 12,000 square kilometres of land could be brought under cultivation annually using the waters of the Euphrates. The Sasanians brought an area at least 5 times larger than that under at least sporadic cultivation. Even allowing for fallowing, the cultivated area was at least double that of earlier times. The only way they could do this was by planning a comprehensive irrigation system that tapped the waters of the Tigris on a large scale, as well as earlier Euphrates sources. Ambitious works were expensive, but imperative for a state whose revenues came mainly from land taxes. Usage of the Tigris was never continuous, for the river is dangerous during the high flood months. Fall and early winter were the times when Tigris water could be more readily diverted. As the flood rose, farmers along its banks made little use of it except to water their fields on the back slopes of the levees. Harnessing the waters of the Tigris on a large scale was a high-risk venture, made even harder by the swift and variable current. The Sasanians never dammed the river, but their comprehensively planned diversions involved huge canal investments like the Narawan Canal system in the lower Diyala region, already mentioned, which carried water long distances before irrigating arid flatlands. The grids of canals and fields covered areas larger than anything that could be administered by village elders or even a small city-state. In earlier times, village elders had supervised breach repairs and decided how to allocate water. Now the sheer scale of irrigation works meant that farmers living some distance from water sources would be in big trouble if multiple failures of weirs or other works occurred further up the system and far beyond village lands. All of this suggests that some form of highly organized, centralized authority supervised every corner of each irrigation system, requiring substantial resources from the imperial treasury to pay for maintenance and repairs. This was water management on an unprecedented scale, a system that was geared toward producing maximal fiscal returns from the land. These huge irrigation systems yielded great bounty, but they had fatal weaknesses, not necessarily of their own making. The Sasanian kings lived in a volatile world, surrounded by hostile neighbours and menaced by endless internal revolts. The monarch had no option but to think in the short term. His immediate strength depended on maximum returns and potential booty from sudden conquests. There was a constant tussle for power between the monarch and the landowning nobility. The side effects percolated down to their subjects. Each new demand, each ambitious irrigation scheme, reduced the self-sufficiency of village farmers and those who laboured in the fields. Each major canal, each expanding lattice of branch channels, transformed the landscape by enclosing lands behind levees in poorly drained basins and helped obliterate an already sluggish natural drainage. The authorities delivered more irrigation water, but they neglected the all-important drainage so carefully fostered by earlier farmers. The water table rose, higher salt levels resulted, and crop yields declined. As population densities climbed and fiscal demands increased, more land had to be brought under cultivation, declining returns or not. Declines in food production would have been catastrophic. There had always been safety nets for Mesopotamian farmers, their herds, the rich game, plant and aquatic foods of the swamps. The draconian expansion of irrigation works in the name of expanded crop yields not only shortened all-important fallow periods, but also reduced the amount of land available for grazing livestock. Stubble, the remnants of the crop left in the ground after harvesting, was only a partial seasonal solution, so the loss of such places as the margins of seasonally waterlogged natural depressions meant that herd sizes shrank just at a time when the population of livestock owners was increasing. For many villages away from cities and towns, declining herd sizes may have meant the difference between survival and death, especially when there was not enough grain surplus to feed livestock. The huge gains in Sasanian water management faltered in the absence of long-term political stability. The empire's ambitious schemes achieved impressive gains at the beginning in greatly increased revenues, more land brought under cultivation, and much larger food surpluses. But these short-term advances came at the expense of increasing ecological fragility. Productivity dropped sharply, especially in marginal areas. The system lost its flexibility amid periodic crises, and food reserves plummeted. With these troubles came epidemic disease, caused in part by hunger, as well as by catastrophic plague outbreaks between the 6th and 8th centuries CE. The Sasanian Empire dissolved in the face of an expanding Islam between 632 and 651. A precipitous fall in land use over the Euphrates floodplain and elsewhere began in the 9th century. By the 11th, as much as 3,800 square miles, 10,000 square kilometers, of what Robert Adams has aptly called the heartland of cities, the land between the rivers, the hearth of early civilization, was an abandoned, salt-infested no-man's land. Chapter 9. The Waters of Zeus. And there, by the last row, are beds of greens, bordered and plotted, greens of every kind, glistening fresh year in, year out. And last, there are 2 springs, one rippling in channels over the whole orchard, the other flanking it, rushes under the palace gates, to bubble up in front of the lofty roofs, where the city people come and draw their water. Such the gifts, the glories showered down by the gods on King Alcinous's realm. Water, the gift of the gods. The message resonates down the centuries from the stanzas of Homer's Odyssey. Soft west winds brought moisture to a parched land and to Phaeacia, the mythic kingdom of Alcinous. The travel-worn Odysseus gazed with wonder on the palace orchard, where fruit always ripened, where droughts never sucked moisture from the soil. I remember reading of the garden when sailing close to the Peloponnese, perhaps close to the legendary Phaeacia, on a hot summer's afternoon. Steep rows of abandoned terraces climbed the parched hillsides, abandoned by farmers now dependent on pumps and boreholes. The villages, where many of them still lived, huddled close together, the white or honey-coloured houses, separated by narrow alleyways, wide enough for a donkey to pass. There was none of the lush richness of Alcinous's garden here. Weeks later, on a cold September evening, we walked a short distance inland from our anchorage on the island of Euboea, northeast of Athens. We climbed a low ridge and came across the village taverna, where a bright hearth glowed. Silence fell as we walked in on a group of weather-beaten farmers drinking ouzo, men with their harsh lives etched on their faces and into their leathery hands. Soon we were talking away in a mixture of English, rudimentary Greek, and sign language, amid gales of laughter that dissolved the chasm between our worlds. Here again I was reminded of the Homeric garden and the unending struggle between farmers from another era and the land. This struggle to survive here goes back millennia. From the beginning, Greek farmers had to rely on highly variable seasonal rainfall, just like villages elsewhere in the semi-arid eastern Mediterranean world. In small villages away from the great rivers of Egypt and Mesopotamia, water management was as old as farming itself, a matter of balancing seasonal and often irregular rainfall with the need to water animals, crops, and humans over long dry seasons. All of these relationships between humans and water functioned over thousands of years, largely independent of state control. Huge areas of the Near East depended entirely on water from springs and unpredictable rainfall, on rare perennial and, more often, seasonal watercourses, and on aquifers, mined from an early date with wells, tunnels, and later, qanats. Some of these water mining technologies go back to the earliest days of farming. A recently discovered well on Cyprus dates to between 7,000 and 9,500 BCE, the earliest known such structure in the world. No question, an expertise with farming in arid landscapes passed westward to Greece with the very first cultivators well before 6,000 BCE. No cities, no great leaders were involved. Compared with, say, the Sasanians' tightly controlled and centralized irrigation systems, village water management was much more stable and had a much longer lifespan. Cooperation and self-regulation worked in small-scale societies where competition wasn't an issue. Self-sustaining methods were the inconspicuous hydrological backbone of ancient Greece. The Greeks faced many of the same challenges as people in drier lands to the east, with the difference that the winter rains could descend with great violence, often for days. For months on end, they had to manage their water supplies with great care, but when the great storms came, they couldn't just enjoy the rain passively. They had to develop ways of draining away the excess. Good storm drainage was a necessity, but water conservation was of paramount importance all year. Two sources provided a degree of water security. One could dig a well or construct a cistern, the latter often as part of one's house. I remember being mesmerized by the still intact house cisterns in the heart of the Byzantine fortress on the summit of Monemvasia in the southern Peloponnese. There was no other water supply than rainfall for this heavily fortified castle. Cisterns worked surprisingly well. According to one estimate, the inhabitants of one house in the Greek and Roman city of Morgantina in Sicily would have had minimal supplies for a year if they had captured but half of the rainfall that fell on their roof. Cistern technology was a foundation of Mediterranean life, and sometimes on a large scale. The rock-cut cisterns high above the Nabatean city of Petra, in what is now Jordan, harvested runoff from nearby slopes for centuries. No one knows how the cistern was invented. Classical historian Dora Crouch speculates convincingly that they may have originated when someone dug a hole for mud brick, then hit on the idea of lining it to make a permanent water storage place. From there, it would have been an easy step to a roof and a simple collecting system. Like many Mediterranean peoples, the Greeks had an intimate knowledge of their environment, of the weather, of grass cover for grazing, and of likely places to find water. They were expert geologists, although, of course, they did not think of themselves as such. Their knowledge was that of experience. The fig, the rosemary bush, and mosses offered clues as to subsurface water. Occasionally, they called on water diviners to work their magic. The farmers knew that permeable limestone layered with dense clay would yield water collecting along the seam between the two, which would appear as a spring or seep on the surface. Throughout Greece, the development of water resources, and indeed the ownership of them, came not through divine right, but through increasingly sophisticated ways of engineering waterworks, and also through conscious decisions about the legal issues of ownership, maintenance, and control. Here, water came to the settlement rather than the settlement to the water, especially with the systematic exploitation of underground water in limestone formations, and with the use of pipelines as well as open channels. During the second millennium BCE, the Minoans of Crete pioneered the use of aqueducts in rugged terrain. Arthur John Evans, the discoverer of Minoan civilization, never set foot on Crete until after his 40th birthday. The son of a wealthy papermaker, himself a respected archaeologist, the restless Evans spent much of his early life in the Balkans, where he walked high mountains, wandered through deep forests, and made what he called most weird journeys beside people in sheepskin mantles and hats like Cossacks. An incurable romantic, he first arrived on Crete in 1894 in hot pursuit of the forgotten civilization that had preceded the Mycenaeans, recently unearthed on Greece's plain of Argos by Heinrich Schliemann of Troy fame. Schliemann had always wanted to dig at Knossos, an olive-covered hillside near the town of Heraklion, but Evans managed to buy the site in 1896, just as a brutal rebellion against the Turkish masters of the island broke out. After 4 hectic years distributing relief supplies, Evans began excavations at Knossos in 1900, and he continued working there intermittently for 30 years. Evans had no excavation experience whatsoever, but within a few weeks he uncovered a labyrinthine palace with numerous chambers, storerooms, and courtyards, and an elaborate water conveyance system. He named his newly discovered society the Minoan civilization, after the legendary king Minos of Crete. The anonymous architects and engineers of the palace had laid an elaborate water system based on local springs as one of their first acts. A series of conduits and pipelines delivered water to Knossos from the Mavrokolibos spring, about 1/3 of a mile, 1/2 a kilometre southward. A network of terracotta pipelines passed under the palace, carefully graded to take advantage of slight slopes. Some of the pipes were nearly 10 feet, 3 meters, underground. Remarked Evans, Minoan engineers, at the close of the 3rd millennium BCE, made a practical application of the fact that water finds its own level. Here, as everywhere else, gradient moved water, but with an unexpected refinement. The terracotta pipes had collars and stop ridges, ridged circles to ensure a proper overlap between the segments. Unlike the parallel-sided pipe sections found elsewhere in Greece, each segment tapered, thereby increasing the velocity of the water and preventing sediment buildup. Knossos also relied on sturdily constructed wells. Drainage was as important as delivery. The overflow waters of the central court and its borders flowed down a large drain. The domestic quarters had a main conduit for sewage surrounding them, with waste flowing in opposite directions from the high point at the southeast corner of a large colonnaded hall. Air holes ventilated the stone channels. Manholes provided access for cleaning. Evans remarked, their use in connection with latrines would hardly have been tolerable unless they were pretty constantly flushed. Between September and April, the recurring and sometimes torrential rainfall would have produced this result. He waxed lyrical over a latrine on the ground floor, paved with a gypsum floor, where the user sat on a wooden seat. A sloped hole and a duct led to the main drain. A projection partially masked the aperture, perhaps for a vessel used to flush the basin. As Evans himself remarked, Minoan sanitation was of a standard rarely attained anywhere in his own day, an interesting reflection of public hygiene a century ago. The Minoan achievement is the more extraordinary when one realizes that Knossos only receives between about 12 and 16 inches, 30 and 40 centimeters, of rain a year. At another palace, Zakros, they tapped groundwater from a major spring and conveyed it to a square underground fountain built of limestone and accessible by 14 steps. Crete's mountainous terrain made aqueducts a logical way to deliver water from springs at higher altitudes. Minoan experts combined closed pipes with contour-hugging channels, some extending over distances as long as about 1.5 miles, 2.5 kilometers. The Minoans' hydrological expertise did not vanish with their civilization, for the transportation of water became closely tied to political power. In the 7th century BCE, the tyrant Theagenes of Megara in Attica kept waterworks firmly in his own hands. He built an aqueduct and a fountain house, sacred to the Sithnidian nymphs, one of whom was said to be the mother of the city's founder. The most remarkable achievement was that of an individual engineer, Eupalinos, son of Nostrophus, also of Megara. In 530 BCE, the tyrant Polycrates commissioned him to build a 3,432-foot, 1,030-metre long tunnel to bring water from a spring through a 738-foot, 225-metre hill to his town on the island of Samos. Eupalinos appears to have walked over the mountain and set up poles along a straight line, which his workers followed. He dug the absolutely level tunnel from both ends, making a small deviation near the centre, perhaps to avoid a natural fracture in the rock. When the two-person teams heard the sounds of each other's tools, they were able to break through at the same spot. A horizontal tunnel was easier to dig, given the simple tools of the day, but it could not operate as an aqueduct, so Eupalinos excavated a sloping channel to one side of the floor. When it became too deep, he dug the deeper portions as a tunnel, using 28 vertical shafts to give the workers access. The water flowed through the channel in clay pipes. Eupalinos could have taken the easy way out and dug channels around the hill. Instead, he persuaded Polycrates to pay for a much more expensive alternative. Perhaps the two men wanted to create a monument to their hydrological vision. They certainly succeeded. The ubiquitous Herodotus marvelled at the tunnel and its water channel, which is 20 cubits deep and 3 wide, and which carries water from a great spring through pipes to the town. But the most important discovery of all was that of the unique properties of karst. It was all very well digging tunnels through hills, but this was an expensive way of acquiring water, only possible with the resources at the disposal of a despotic ruler such as Polycrates. Fortunately for the Greeks, they lived in landscapes where porous and water-abundant karst abounded. During the 1st century BCE, a Roman engineer, Marcus Vitruvius Pollio, around 80 to 15 BCE, wrote a 10-volume treatise on architecture in which he summarized the now lost works of Greek engineers of the 6th to 4th centuries. He devoted his 8th volume to water and wrote of how rain and snow accumulated on Greek mountainsides. Afterwards, in melting, it filters through fissures in the ground and thus reaches the very foot of the mountains, from which gushing springs come belching out. He put his finger on the basis of much Greek water management, the unique qualities of karst formations. Karst is terrain of porous limestone containing deep fissures and sinkholes, marked by underground caves and streams. Vitruvius had ample grounds for respecting Greek water engineers. Between the 8th and 5th centuries BCE, the Greeks were building cities that were increasingly complex and that required careful management of water sources, distribution, usage, and discard. That they were able to do so for centuries is a testament to the remarkable skill of their water experts, and especially to their geological expertise. Carbonate rocks define much of the Mediterranean landscape, laid down and uplifted over millions of years when the sea alternated with dry land. These strata consist of limestone layers, dolomite, or marble. Karst forms where limestone interacts with water to create sinks, ravines, and other surface features, as well as underground water tunnels. It most commonly occurs where soluble rock lies under a permeable but insoluble formation, like sandstone. Water flows underground in aquifers through karst, some of it accumulating in conduits, such as cave systems, some of it more diffuse, and much of it seeping through joins in the rock. An irregular and usually discontinuous water table can form multiple layers, while springs are common on the surface. Much of the water used by ancient Greek villages and cities had a high calcium carbonate load in the form of sinter, fine dust resulting from the corrosion of limestone. Sinter accumulation was a constant problem in their pipelines and posed a serious maintenance challenge. The shafts and channels in karst formations act as natural pipelines. Dolines, closed depressions, and sinkholes form places where surface water drains into the rock through fissures. Caves, many of them deep underground, often contain springs and also sometimes serve as natural pipelines. All of this makes a superb reservoir for drinking water. Karst formations abound in springs, which usually appear at the base of a mountain, where a layer of soluble limestone abuts an impermeable stratum of stone or clay. Dora Crouch and others have referred to Greek mountains as giant water towers, which provided high infiltration and low runoff, with the karst even forming water tables at high altitudes, the equivalent of humanly constructed Maya water mountains in Central America. Karst yields perennial rivers and springs, both of which can be tapped to supply water over considerable distances. Such springs are not uncommon. In the southwestern Peloponnese alone, there are 2 major and 118 minor springs, as well as 26 rivers that lend themselves to simple irrigation schemes. The settlement pattern of ancient Greece reflects the widespread distribution of karst water supplies of all kinds, exploited with simple technologies that enabled people to live in all manner of local environments and helped turn Athens from a village into a city. Attica, with its capital Athens, was home to between 200,000 and 300,000 people during the 5th century BCE. Estimates vary widely. The limestone Acropolis, with its shrines and temples, was the focus of the city itself, a place where Mycenaeans used a spring as early as the 13th century BCE. The Acropolis might have had defensive appeal, but its real attraction was its springs and water seeps. As early as the 6th century BCE, large roofed cisterns fed by rainfall formed a square inside the Acropolis wall. These complexes, with their supply and drainage channels, were apparently dug for defensive reasons. A series of springs and some water-bearing caves girdle the Acropolis, formed by percolating water reaching a layer of relatively impermeable schist and marl, then appearing on the surface in the form of small springs. The Acropolis is, in effect, a huge reservoir. 5 additional cisterns dug just north of the Parthenon may